Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Cup US. Texas. Tap off qualifying. Back at the times, Duke Medjin dropping it down below a minute, 59 points. Bastion Montoya, 0.49 tenths of a second away from drop. Valeria Vargas. Tenths of a mile long. Montoya getting quicker with a minute flat .202, so he's gone 0.2 of a second quicker, but still not enough to take over the top spot. Ethan Arndt up to third. Then it's my favorite name of all of our racers, Caleb Bacon, was in fourth. He drops to sixth now as Anthony Zappone goes fourth. Robert Noker, the third, takes over fifth. Bacon sixth, and then Valeria Vargas is in seventh. De Luca 8th. Cirillo 9th. And Ruffino, he was up in the top 4 for a while. He currently rounds out your top 10 as time has expired. The session is complete. Qualifying done. Our first group of the day will head to the scale line. And it's Duke Medjin out on top. There you see the checkered flag flying. Getting our last couple drivers here in Mini Rock Group 2, notifying them that the session is complete. Arias Duke Medjin on top. Great lap, 59.591. His last lap was his best lap, and that's exactly how you want to do it, as the Tony Kart driver is going to take over the top spot here at the end of Mini Rock Group 2. Sebastian Montoya is going to end in second. Zappone third. Robert Noker fourth. And Ricardo Villasmil rounds out the top 5. I do apologize to all of our listeners for the sniffling. I am just getting over the onsets of a very nasty cold. I unfortunately am not lucky enough to spend all my time here in beautiful Florida, where the sun is shining and the weather is optimal. After Miami, I returned to the frozen tundra that is Colorado and picked up a bit of a cold, so I apologize. But just in case you're wondering, no, I'm just suffering from a light cold. I don't need to be hospitalized, but I do appreciate the concern to everybody. Coming up next, it is Mini Rock Group 1. Group 1 runs second. Group 2 runs first. I don't get it either, but I do enjoy it. Arias Duke Medjin on top of the Group 2 qualifying session, 59.591. Montoya second, very close with a minute flat, .518, but the only driver to drop below a minute. Last month in Miami was the slight advantage in the points championship lead coming into this weekend, due to his performance in the heat races back in Miami. Last time these drivers competed was round 2 of the Florida Winter Tour Rock Cup USA. Johnny Edgar taking the victory over Nicholas D'Orlando. Paulie Massimino rounding out your podium in third. And then it was Mr. Reese Gold in fourth, and the 158 of Sebastian Montoya in fifth. Again, that's how we finished up in round 2 back in Miami at the end of January. There you see him right there. A couple of the drivers I was talking about. Reese Gold in the black suit with the gold cart. He's out on track with the Group 1 half of our Mini Rock drivers. Matthew Latifi, first driver to cross the line. Mr. Jack Crawford, the Houston, Texas driver. Jeremy Fairbairn. All drivers that are going to be out on the track right now, laying down their qualifying time as they start their flying laps. Again, a very tight and technical 0.7 of a mile course here at the Orlando Kart Center. But as I was talking about, Johnny Edgar and Nicholas D'Orlando, your championship leaders coming into Orlando this weekend. The Mini Rock racing was fantastic in Miami, with the exception of the round 3 or the round 2 main event, which took 4 attempts to get started after 3 red flags. Hopefully we don't have the same issues here. I doubt very highly we will. Matthew Latifi getting things rolling here. Minute flat, .937. Jack Crawford, a minute flat, .962. Nicholas D'Orlando, your round 1 victor, with a minute 1, .002. And Fairbairn sitting 4th right now with a minute 1.050. You're going to see these times drop very quickly below a minute, I suspect. Again, these Group 1 drivers running second in the order are the quicker half from official timed practice, which we ran yesterday afternoon, right around the 4 o'clock hour. That's what set the grid order for qualifying, where drivers lined up to head out on track for their qualifying sessions. And then in the one class that we had to split, Mini Rock, it's where we found out who was in the top half and who was in the bottom half. Our bottom half drivers qualifying already in Group 2, and now our Group 1 drivers out on track. To the top of the charts in Group 1, with a 59.787, it was Reese Gold, and now it's Nicholas D'Orlando. 59.534 to D'Orlando. Edgar second, Gold to third. Jack Crawford down to 4th early on here. I may have picked up my cold actually here in Orlando. We've been on the ground for a couple days already, and weather, not bad, but not great. Wednesday, I think it was, pretty chilly. Winds Thursday were about 20, 25 miles an hour, and although the sun was out, the winds really kept the temperatures around the low 60s all day. Yesterday was warmer, but the good news is the weather forecast shows today and tomorrow getting only warmer and warmer. A reminder, we have our welcome barbecue tonight, normally taking place on Friday evening. Due to the weather, as I was talking about, Garrett Potter and Josh and all the folks at Max Speed decided we didn't want to be eating while shivering last night, so we have moved the MG Tires welcome dinner to this evening. And as always, we invite all our drivers and teams and families and friends, even enemies, are invited to this dinner. So we hope you attend. Nicholas D'Orlando hopefully will be there, because right now he's on top of the speed charts once again with a 59.168. Jack Crawford sitting second with a 59.330. Edgar third, Massimino 4th, and Fairbairn 5th. Derek Carmenente sitting 6th right now in qualifying with about a minute and a half to go. Lachlan DiFrancesco 7th, Matthew Latifi 8th, Sebastian Rodriguez 9th, and Reese Gold all the way down to 10th. Actually, Reese continues to fall as Luca Mars takes over the 10th position. Rodriguez, there's a whole lot of shuffling going on right now. We'll give you a rundown as soon as the session is checkered. Johnny Edgar is part of that shuffling. Wow, great lap. 59.123 for Edgar, your round 2 race winner. He goes purple that lap, meaning quickest driver on track, 59.123. That bests D'Orlando's lap time by just a little bit more than a full tenth of a second. Well, actually, no. D'Orlando's best lap was a 59.168. Edgar's got a 59.123. That's really just about 4/100ths of a second is how much quicker Edgar was than D'Orlando. Crawford, Fairbairn, and Massimino were your top 5. It's changed now. Fairbairn bumps D'Orlando. Now it's Reese Gold at the top of the charts. Reese Gold goes 58.978. Great lap for Gold. D'Orlando stays in second. Edgar gets bumped all the way to third. Fairbairn 4th. Latifi 5th. Crawford 6th. DiFrancesco 7th. As the session is just about to run out of time. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. The checkered flag flies. So this is the last flying lap for our drivers. As Reese Gold pulls out a great lap at the very end, 58.978. Wow. Our top 2 drivers all below the 59-second mark. Did not expect to see that this early in the day. Great lap for these young guys. 58.863. Gold goes quicker at the checkered flag. 58.863 for Reese Gold. Heck of a lap. Oh, and it's Edgar at the very end. Edgar jumps up to steal the top spot. Johnny Edgar, your round 2 victor, jumps up. He's got the spirit in him, folks. He jumped right up to the top of the speed charts. 58.831. That is 3/100ths of a second quicker than Reese Gold, but it is going to be enough to take over the top spot. Great lap for Edgar. Gold sitting second. D. Orlando third. And then it's Fairbairn in fourth. Wesley Mason, didn't see that name for most of the session. Mason with a great lap, goes P5. Jack Crawford is sixth. Matthew Latifi seventh. Lachlan Di Francesco eighth. Carmenente ninth. And Mr. Pauly Massimino rounds out your top 10. Patrick Woods-Toth is 11th. Alessandro Famularo, he was quick in Miami. He's 12th currently at the end of this session. Tyler Maxson sitting 13th. Sebastian Rodriguez and Sam Mayer round out your top 15. So that will do it for Mini Rock qualifying. On your monitor, it says qualifying is up next. Well, actually, qualifying is right now. So I'm being told that that's not actually what you see. That's what I see. And be thankful that you don't see what I see if you're watching the broadcast, or at least when you wake up in the morning and look in the mirror, because if you were to see what I see, you'd have a bad day. But we'll get into that later. What we're going to get into now is more great qualifying. Junior Rock out on track. There you see them. Those starting lanes, those lanes you see right there are not where we're starting. That is just one of the areas that you can start a race here at the beautiful Orlando Kart Center. Our karts cameramen doing a great job this weekend, as they did in Miami, bringing you great shots of the racing this weekend. There you see a couple drivers coming out of turn 10, heading through 11, 12, and then 13. They're going to come out of the final corner and make their way down the front straightaway, as it would be referred to, underneath the starting gantry. And we are underway with flying laps. Roman DeAngelis, the Kuna USA driver, we got a little bit of information regarding that team later today. He's 54.836. DeAngelis on top. Gianluca Petikoff, second quick, one lap in. Michael D. Orlando, brother of Mini Rock driver Nicholas, the D. Orlando family. They are a force to be reckoned with. Michael, third currently in junior qualifying. Luis Jose Forteza is fourth, and Giovanni Bramante is in fifth. Bramante and I, Mr. Bramante and I, Giovanni's dad, and I had a great opportunity to discuss all things karting yesterday evening on the way to his car. The Bramantes featured in the hit TV show, featured on True TV, Kart Life. Some of you may have heard about it. If you haven't, you're missing out. Also, you're missing out if you're not watching the race monitor input right now. Jean-Luc Petikoff going to P1. Luis Branquino, that's a fun name to say. He's second. Luke Branquino, that's a famous steer wrestler. I don't think there's a relation. Guilherme Pexato, now on top. Petikoff second. Nick Bruckner, he goes third. Nicholas Bruckner, he's my homie. We came up with a secret handshake yesterday inside the, I don't know what you'd call it downstairs. The paddock. What's he call it? The Speedery. The Speedery here at Orlando Kart Center, where you can get great food, beverages, even alcoholic ones once the race day has ended. Nicholas Bruckner and I were hanging out in the Speedery. I was trying to get out of doing some work probably, and Nicholas was, I don't know, coming up with how he's going to lay down a great lap in qualifying today. And him and I came up with a secret handshake. I can't tell you about it. All I can tell you is it's very intricate. It's very confusing. I have forgotten how to do it already. But the fact that Nicholas took the time to teach me, well, you know, made my weekend. He's going to have to go a little bit quicker, though. He's currently 8th. He's probably focusing on that handshake right now. He's probably thinking, what do I do after I bump fists with Tony? What do we do after that? Is it a fireworks explosion with my hand? He's thinking about that right now. He shouldn't be, because he's currently 8th quick, and he's going to be quicker than that. I'm willing to bet he's going to pick up a little bit of speed here. Roman DeAngelis, he was your first driver to go P1. He's back to that spot now, 4 laps in, 53.700. Michael D'Orlando down to 2nd. Gianluca Petikoff, 3rd. Luis Jose Forteza, 4th. Matias Ramirez had a great weekend in Miami last month. He is 5th. Guilherme Paxado, 6th. Anthony Ganji Jr., 7th. Enzo Fittipaldi, 8th. Nicholas Bruckner down to 9th now, and then Branquinho rounds out your top 10. Luis Branquinho makes me think of another Branquinho, famous Luke Branquinho. It's funny how similar their names are. He's a famous steer wrestler, but I don't think they're related. That'd be pretty cool if they were. Just a minute to go here in the session as you watch drivers make their way around the track. There's Bruckner right there going underneath your monitor. We just saw him a minute ago. Drivers heading out of turn 3, heading for 4 and 5 right now. That's Matias Ramirez, I believe, leading that pack we're watching right now. As he comes out of 5, heading through the long carousel 6, then a quick left-handed 7, snaps back to the right for 8, then you go down the back straightaway here. If we're watching Ramirez, he's got a bit of work to do. His best lap came this past lap. It was a 53.904. There's another shot of Bruckner flying underneath your screen. Session's going to run out right here. 3, 2, 1. Checkered flag flies at the starter stand. So if you're on a flyer, this is it. DeAngelis has one more chance to improve on his lap time. Currently 53.655. It's 53.761 to Paxado. That is a good lap for DeAngelis. Let's see if anybody can lay down their last lap, making it their best lap here. Coming to the checkered flag. The clock has run out. DeAngelis, I just don't know. That's a really great lap out of him. Honestly, a surprise for pole. I hate to say it. He's a great driver, but I really didn't see him going pole in this session. The Kuna USA driver is going to be pretty happy because it doesn't look like anybody's going to have anything for him. They are not. 7 minutes have gone by. The session is now over. DeAngelis, your pole sitter in Junior Rock as it stands unofficially. That is the important thing to remember. All these results are unofficial, just like my announcing is. It's very unofficial and often unreliable. I do my best, but I can only do so much. And reading is difficult. DeAngelis on top. Paxado 2nd. D'Orlando 3rd. Branquinho 4th. Petikoff rounds out your fast 5. Forteza is 6th. Matias Ramirez 7th. Enzo Fittipaldi 8th. Ganji is 9th. And my man, Nicholas Bruckner, finishing 10th. Nick, listen, man, I'm going to try and remember that handshake, but you got to do a little bit to pick up some time here. David Malukas, 11th. Joseph Galano, 12th. Eduardo Barrichello, 13th. Dylan Tavella, 14th. And Michael McCarthy rounds out your top 15. So that will do it for Junior Rock qualifying. We're moving along nice and quick here. Warming their engines up on the grid now is Micro Rock. Actually, they're on the track right now. There you see your first group of drivers. The Micro Rock group has headed out on track. And leading them right there on your screen, that looks to me to be the 101 of Ugo Chukwu. Ugo Chukwu, another driver that showed very well in Miami last month. He pulled double duty, as he will most this year, I imagine, a Rotax Max driver. competing in the Micromax category next weekend. He is a very good driver. He has started his flying lap, and we're going to see what he can do right now. Ugo Chukwu, another Kuna USA driver, trying to do what his teammate Roman DeAngelis just did as far as picking up the pole position for his heat race a little bit later today. He's coming out of the final corner right now. He'll head down the front straightaway, even though it's in the middle of the racetrack. That's a play on words. Let's see what he can do. First lap for Ugo Chukwu. Chase Hefner, your quick driver out of the box, 1:02.771. Diego Porras, second early on. Felipe Bartz, Oliver Denny, Gabriela Ramirez, Anderson Leonard, Fernando Barrichello, he had a good weekend in Miami, Elio Giovanni, Paulo Milan, and James Agozi. Your top 10 one lap in here. As I scan the race monitor scroll, looking for Ugo Chukwu. So as Micro Rock qualifying, working its way around the track right now, we do want to remind all of our competitors here this weekend to please check your transponders, guys, before you head out on track. They need to be blinking green. Again, we need to have your transponders blinking green if you want them to be picked up by the timing and scoring loop out on track. You need to charge those overnight in your truck or trailer, and they need to be blinking green when you slap them on the cart each morning. If not, you need to notify us and work something out, because if they are not blinking green, odds are they're not getting picked up. So again, we got a good eye right here on Ugo Chukwu. I am having a hard time. I'm going to probably go ahead and shoot myself in the foot right now and say something I'm going to end up having egg on my face for later. But Ugo Chukwu out on the track right now. My schedule shows Micro Rock qualifying. But if we go back to the Florida Winter Tour results page and I look at the results from Miami, Ugo Chukwu raced in Mini Rock in Miami. So I am curious to maybe why Ugo Chukwu is on the track right now for Micro Rock. Hopefully there's a good explanation behind it and that he did not head out on track for the wrong session. But again, when I look at the results from Miami, Ugo Chukwu finished 9th on Saturday in the Mini Rock final, and he's out on track right now in Micro Rock, laying down pretty fast laps. I have to assume he is the minute flat point 155 driver. Diego Porras is second, Hefner third, Felipe Bartz fourth, and Oliver Denny round out your top 5. He must be the transponder we're not picking up on Race Monitor up at the top. As I said, I'm sure there's probably an explanation that I just haven't done enough research to find because Ugo would not be out on the track with the wrong group. I doubt that would be the issue highly. He's a pretty young kid, and he's also very small for his age, so maybe something happened where they decided to switch up his classes and enter him in Micro Rock rather than Mini, because he's obviously missed his qualifying session for those classes. Mini Rock has run their qualifier already. So basically, I'm just thinking out loud. We're going to do some work and find out what's going on. There you see the checkered flag ever so slightly flapping in the breeze underneath our start-finish signs. You also see a Your Speed sign right there. One of the cool features here at Orlando Kart Center is the speed gun at the start-finish line. Drivers are able to come out of turn 13, head down the straightaway, the start-finish straight, and see their actual speed. So we were in the golf cart yesterday, and I don't want to brag, but we hit 12 miles an hour. Christian Parents, one of your race directors, and I. And even with both of us in that golf cart pulling a very long trailer, we were able to hit 12 miles an hour. So I don't want to brag, but if you're interested in a golf cart battle of speed contest, as the cops wrote on my first speeding ticket ever, we're pretty quick. That's all I'm saying. It's that golf cart right there you see on your monitor. That golf cart that you see right there with Chris Parents and I is capable of going 12 miles an hour. Yeah, the golf carts here at Orlando Kart Center are very top-notch. I'm not going to admit or deny anything, but if you're going full speed in one of them carts and you slam on the brakes, you may or may not see tire smoke. That's how fast you're going, and that's also how good the brakes are. Again, head flagger Cameron Egger and I are not going to admit to anything, but I'm just saying that if you lock up the brakes on one of these golf carts, you're going to see tire smoke. But before I incriminate myself or Cameron anymore, let's look a little bit more at qualifying. So we have the driver on top with a minute flat .155. I have to assume that's Ugo Chukwu. That's got to be your pole sitter because he's very fast. And then Diego Porras is second. Chase Hefner third. Felipe Bartz fourth. And Oliver Denny rounds out the top 5. James Agozi, he's a fisherman.
You make me smile like sun, fall out of bed, sing like a bird, dizzy in my head, spin like a record, crazy on a Sunday night. You make me dance like a fool, forget how to breathe, shine like gold, buzz like a bee. Just the thought of you can drive me wild. Oh, you make me smile.
So once again, as we return from that delicious-looking commercial for Cold Stone Creamery, Diego Porras is second quick, Chase Hefner third, Felipe Bartz fourth, Oliver Denny completes the top 5 here in Micro Rock qualifying. James Agozi, my buddy in the 48, sixth quick, Karim Bach seventh, Jeremy Fletcher eighth, Pedro Isaiah ninth, and Lucas Rodriguez rounding out the top 10 to complete Micro Rock qualifying.
You make me smile.
With multiple national titles in IKF, WK, SCUSA, and Rotax, the Rullison Performance Group put their experience to work for you. Coast to coast, RPG offers the most comprehensive driver development program. From detailed on-track data analysis to trackside coaching for tuners and drivers, RPG's individualized trackside support will improve your results. RPG is an authorized Rotax service center and a top supplier of Cosmic Carts and OTK parts. Visit us on the web at RollisonPerformanceGroup.com.
So on the track now, it is our Rock Shifter Masters drivers. Again, comically, the Florida Winter Tour staff places the youngest group of drivers on grid right before the oldest group. You can be sure the conversation taking place down on pre-grid is probably golden, priceless, one would say. Micro Rock drivers giving the Master Shifter Rock drivers advice and notes on the track and the line they should be taking, and the Master Shifter Rock drivers giving the Micro Rock drivers life advice and experience. I can only imagine what's being discussed. It's got to be life-changing. Jason Alden is a Master Rock Shifter driver who doesn't really look like he should be a Master Rock Shifter driver. He's kind of a younger-looking dude, but maybe he's not. I haven't looked at his birth certificate. Maybe he's a lot older than he looks. Jason, I call him Jason, don't call him Aldine Alden. He says people confuse him with Jason Aldean all the time. If you don't know who Jason Aldean is, we're probably not going to be friends. You probably just have a different taste in music than me. Jason Aldean, famous country singer. Jason Alden, famous go-kart driver. Mistakes are bound to be made. Chris Gannon runs second. Juan Carlos Garcia is third. Michael Legrand, fourth. And then Matthew Sanford, fifth. I made the mistake in Miami of calling him Matthew Stanford, quarterback of the NFL Detroit Lions. Matthew Stanford, the quarterback, is not here racing. But I will tell you who is racing, Richard Highstand. Richard swept the weekend in this class back in Miami, driving to enormous margins of victory both days. I believe on Saturday it was something like a 16-second margin of victory. That's a lot of seconds, especially in racing. So he is back, and he's in action, and he's on top here through qualifying with 2 minutes to go. Highstand, a 51 1:47, great lap for him. Alden gets bumped to second. Chris Gannon third. Juan Carlos Garcia, I believe, racing with the CRG USA operation. He currently runs fourth, and then Legrand fifth. Miss Vicky Bryan on the Tony Kart is sixth. Matt Sanford seventh. Daniel Mig Lorenza, that's a name. He's in eighth. Luis Bonatti, ninth. Farshad Bagheri, 10th. And Christian Bartz in 11th. As I learned in Miami, Farshad Bagheri is actually not Rene Martinelli, as I've been referring to him as for the last couple months, only when I see him in person. For some reason, when I met Farshad, someone told me it was Rene Martinelli. So that's what I called him. And he's a cool guy. He's really nice. He will answer you, even though he knows you're not calling him the right name. He's a super nice guy. So Farshad, thanks for being nice to me and not yelling at me when I called you Rene instead of Farshad. You're a good guy. Less than a minute to go here in Master Shifter qualifying. Richard Highstand on top, 51.147 to Alden's 52.445. I saw Richard yesterday after practice was over, and I asked him, what class are you running this weekend? Because I told him on the podium in Miami, you need to come down and race with the younger guys, the Rock Shifter regular, I guess you'd call them. And he said he's pulling double duty this weekend. He's going to run with both groups. And that's fair, I think. He can race with a lot of drivers in the Rock Shifter, and he can race with guys his age in the Rock Masters. And he's going to get double the racing. And who doesn't like double the racing? But he's certainly in a class of his own right now with a 51.109. He's almost into the 52nd flat bracket. And the next closest driver, Jason Alden, is in the 52s, the mid-52s. So Highstand will be making his debut in Rock Shifter Senior, and I'm sure it's going to be a race for the ages. Folks, MG Tires is very proud to be part of the Florida Winter Tour for more than a decade. Their tires are in over 30 countries and have been a proven combination for 25 years, always working for the drivers. MG Tires will keep rocking to push the sport to new limits and keep you, the driver, up front. Also, MG Tires and WR Motorsports will host an industry social hour at each and every Rock Cup event that will include a barbecue for all teams and competitors. Giving back to the customers, the support their product and the series for so long, MG Tires is proud to be a part of the 2015 Cold Stone Florida Winter Tour powered by Max Speed Entertainment. So as qualifying gets checkered here in Master Rock Shifter, Richard Highstand, surprise, surprise, is on top of the charts with a 51.109. Richard, you're too fast for these old guys, man. I don't mean that. Rock Shifter Master drivers, you're not old. That was derogatory. I apologize. You are seasoned like a steak. Jason Alden second, Chris Gannon third, Juan Garcia fourth, Michael Legrand fifth, Miss Vicky Bryan sixth, Sanford is seventh, Mig Lorenza, I know I'm not saying that name right, eighth, and Farshad Bagheri, Luis Bonatti round out the top 10 with Christian Bartz 11th. That is your Rock Shifter Masters qualifying order as they hit the scale line. Coming to the track now, we go from Rock Shifter Master to Master Rock. What's the difference, you ask? I'm going to tell you. Only one gear in these karts, more gears in the shifters. That's why they call them shifters. I don't know a lot about karting, folks. I don't claim to, but I've read a book. Rodrigo Piquet is on track, leading this Masters Rock qualifying session. Adam Pettit is second. Mr. U.D. Ramsey had a great race going in Miami before some contact took him out Saturday. Andre Dueck, Francois Brun-Wibeau, Jorge Borelli, Alexandre Region, and Janos Eiler are all on the track now, taking time for round 3. Again, we do want to thank one of our major sponsors, MG Tires, for doing everything they do, not only supplying a great tire, a very high-quality product, but for stepping up and sponsoring that social hour every weekend. They are the sponsors of tonight's Welcome Barbecue. And when I say sponsor, I mean they're paying for the whole deal. Wagner and Luis are paying to get enough food here to feed everyone that shows up. And that's mighty hospitable. If you ask me, that's a really nice thing to do. And we postponed the welcome dinner from last night when we normally have it Friday night. Just a little chilly, a little cold here. And it's going to be a lot better weather today and tonight. So we invite everybody to come to that MG Tires welcome dinner this evening. You know what? Even if you're not in Orlando, if you're watching this broadcast right now, you're on the West Coast. Heck, what time is it over there? Carl, what time is it on the West Coast right now? 3 hours. So it's 11 right now. 11 minus 3 is 9, right? No, that's 8. It's 8 on the West Coast. So if you're watching this on the West Coast right now and you're thinking two things, I want to be a part of that welcome dinner and I need to slap Tony Laporta for his terrible math skills, get on a plane, fly down here to Florida, get to Orlando, and come be a part of the media, come be a part of the social hour presented by MG Tires tonight. It's going to be a great time. Eduardo Dieter, hopefully will be there. He's looking very fast right now, 54.385. Rodrigo Piquet is third, is second. Adam Pettit is third, and George Borelli fourth. Andre Duick fifth. Early on here in Masters Rock qualifying. Folks, Max Speed has got a lot of great people on the ground here this weekend putting on this race, and one of them is going to be here tomorrow. Mr. Richard Beauclair, the man behind the scenes. He's not here today. He's back in Canada watching the race. We appreciate his spectatorship and his audience membership. Richard, sorry about the sniffling. Just upset you're not here. We will see you tomorrow. I'm telling you, man, get on a plane and get down here for the dinner. Whether it's 9 or 10 or 11 or whatever time it is where you are, Richard, it's race time here in Orlando, and we wish you were here. Just about 2.5 minutes to go in qualifying for the Masters Rock drivers. Dieter on top. Great lap, 54.324. Richard, and I do want to let you know that Carl has been showing me your text messages, and I don't appreciate the names you've been calling me. All right, man? I work for you. Be nice. I got low self-esteem, Richard. Rodrigo Piquet sitting second. I have to imagine he's related to Nelson. Adam Pettit third. Andre Duick fourth. And George Borelli in fifth. Carl's phone just went off. I'm sure it's a nice text message. You can tell Richard's laughing hard because he's typing LOL in all caps. That's cool that he knows what that means. I am impressed.
Is that in French?
Yeah. Does anyone know what LOL is in French? We're not sure. Minute and a half to go here in qualifying. Dieter, nobody's got anything for him. 54.163, 0.6 of a second back is the next quickest driver. That's Rodrigo Piquet, and he is in second. Adam Pettit was involved in an incident, if I remember correctly, with Raul Costa back in rounds 1 and 2 at Miami, and that cost him a pretty good finish. George Borelli, 4th, and Andre Duick, 5th, UD Ramsey, 6th, Brun Weibo, 7th, Ragon, 8th, and Eiler rounding out the top 9. I'd give you the top 10 if we had them, but we've only got 9. Just a minute to go here in qualifying, and we're having a good time here in Orlando. Eduardo Dieter on top of the charts. He's pretty safely looking at a pole position start for his heat race coming up a little bit later today. We're going to have 2 qualifyings left to go. Senior Rock should be on the grid. They're going to roll out here momentarily. But first, we got to get the checkered flag for these guys. 30 seconds to go in the session. Senior Rock is going to roll out. And then our last qualifying session is going to be Rock Shifter Senior. There's a good shot of UD Ramsey on the Tony Kart. I believe he's racing with Ocala Grand Prix this weekend. I don't know if he was under the OGP tent in Miami, but I know he is this weekend. So you're definitely going to see strong results out of Ramsey. I'll tell you what, folks. I got to go to dinner last night with a lot of the Max Speed staff. Mr. Tony Askew was one of those members of a not-so-exclusive dinner. It's not exclusive because I was there, but everybody else made it pretty exclusive. And Tony and I spent a lot of time talking. His son Oliver raced with OGP for a very not a long time, but for a very successful period of time. Oliver, obviously, no longer with OGP, racing for Burrell Art, or ART. I don't know how you say that. But I'll tell you what, I'm just fascinated by the OGP team and the whole operation over there. And it was great to talk to Tony Askew, somebody who's been on the inside of that tent and is now on the outside, and just the OGP team and all those drivers and mechanics over there, first class. And I'm talking about OGP right now because UD Ramsey is racing with them this weekend, and he's going to have a good time, I'm willing to bet you. Really good group of guys and girls over there underneath that Ocala Grand Prix tent. That'll do it for Masters Rock qualifying. Eduardo Dieter, the man on top of the mountain, 54-154, Piquet, Pettit, Borelli, and Dewick, your top five. As I said earlier, we have two qualifiers left to run here. Coming up next, it's going to be the senior rock drivers. And then capping things off will be Rock Shifter Senior. Rock Shifter Master already qualifying. Richard Heistand getting the pole position in that group after dominating in Miami last month. And I believe he's running double duty this weekend. That's what he told me. And unless Richard's a liar, and I doubt that he is, he's an honest man, he's going to be in that Rock Shifter Senior qualifier coming up after these senior rock drivers get off the track. And I'm really excited to see how he does. One of our other sponsors we're really grateful to have with us this weekend during the Rock Cup USA is CKT Racing Engines. CKT is a full-service two-cycle engine builder and kart shop. From chassis setup to engine tuning to driving style, they're there to help you with all of it. CKT's goal is to deliver the best possible service to each and every customer. Whether you're out to win and be the best or you're just going for personal enjoyment, they can help you get there fast. CKT also offers several services to help your team go faster. Your satisfaction and success is important to them, so their quality control standards are high, and the staff is among the best in the sport. CKT offers an array of services, including engine building, frame tuning, and axle straightening. They also have a state-of-the-art in-house dyno. Jim Perry, the owner and engine builder, has been in the karting business for over 32 years, and since the start, their main goal has always been to educate people who want to get into the competitive sport of high-performance kart racing. They want their customers to learn all they can about the sport and CKT's commitment, so they're ready to race with the best on race day. Not only have drivers associated with CKT won national and world titles, some have also continued onto the spotlight in a variety of auto racing. Their patience and discipline will learn you through racing, will serve you well throughout the course of your life, both racing and otherwise. Browse around their website and feel free to contact the CKT Racing Team if you have any questions about our sport or comments about their products and services, or even if you just want to learn more about becoming involved with kart racing. Be sure to visit them at www.cktracing.com.
Just tell me when you're ready.
That's one of our great sponsors, CKT Racing. We are very happy to have them here with us this weekend.
Countdown when you're ready. Give me a count.
And we're back, folks. Sorry for the delay. I had to help a small child find something to make their job go easier. What can I say? I'm a helper. Yao Kuna on top of the speed charts here with a minute to go in Senior Rock qualifying. Yao with a 53.219. Christian Munoz, I didn't know how to say his name last month in Miami, but with the help of a lot of people, I now know how to say it better. Ryan Norberg is third. Kyle Kirkwood, the man they call Woody, I'm not sure why, he's in fourth. And then Matthias Leist rounds out your top five. Andre Nicastro, he had a great day going on Sunday back in Miami. He's currently sixth. Miss Morgan Healy, seventh. Sasha Brun-Weibo is in eighth. Gianfranco Mazzaferro, ninth. And Alex Sullivan rounds out the top 10 here with just under 30 seconds to go in Senior Rock qualifying. We have Rock Shifter Senior qualifying left after this, and that will wrap up the timed sessions. And bada bing, bada boom, we'll be racing just like that. But Yao Kuna on top. Munoz still in second. Kirkwood jumps down to third, bumping the PCR driver, Ryan Norberg, down to fourth. And Leist still in fifth. That's a good shot of your pole sitter right there. Yao Kuna working his way through the back section of the racetrack right there. He'll head down the back straightaway. Makes sense that it's on the back section of the track. Words are fun when you use them correctly. Out of 10, now he heads through the 11, 12 S's. He'll turn the final corner 13 and head towards the start-finish straightaway to see the checkered flag flying. And he better be quick here because Nicastro's jumped up to take the pole, and Yao Kuna does not go quick enough to retain the top spot. Andre Nicastro going purple on his final lap, 53.071, good enough to bump Kuna from first to second, dropping Munoz to third, Kirkwood fourth, and Norberg rounds out your fast five. Great lap for Sasha Brun-Weibo as she is seventh. Matthias Leist lays down a flyer at the checkered flag, going all the way to second. Leist with a 53.191. That bumps Kuna now to third. Munoz fourth. Kirkwood fifth. Norberg sixth. Brun-Weibo seventh. Mazzaferro eighth. Morgan Healy ninth. And Alex Sullivan rounds out the top 10. But it's Andre Nicastro on top, the driver of the 394, going 53.071 on his final lap. Good enough to bump Kuna from the top spot. Yao Kuna was your provisional pole sitter for nearly the entire session. But right at the checkered flag, it was Andre Nicastro laying down a heck of a lap. And then Matthias Leist jumped up there, bumping Kuna to third. Munoz to fourth. Kirkwood down to fifth. Exciting last couple of minutes in Senior Rock qualifying. And we have one qualifier left to go as they exit the pit area now and enter the track. It is our Rock Shifter Senior drivers. And as we talk about our sponsors in between qualifying sessions, big thanks to our presenting sponsors this weekend, Chase Racing and Brash Racing. You know what? Big thanks to those two teams, but actually they're presenting the Rotax weekend next weekend. So Chase Racing and Brash Racing, we thank you, but we're just going to wait till next weekend to thank you. There's Austin Garrison. He's getting after it. He looked very strong last month in Miami in the Rock Shifter Senior main events both days, mixing it up and dicing it up with guys like Rubens Barrichello and Patrick Hychek. Patrick Haik is not here this weekend, I don't believe. We looked at the entry list, and Haik, the Praga driver, not here. I always want to say Patrick Hychek because it's a J, and he's from the Czech Republic, but it's Haik. So apologies to him and his fan club. Garrison looked very strong. I stood in, what would that be? The turn 6 sweeper. I believe it's the corner he's heading to right now on your monitor. He looked like one of the quickest drivers through that section of the track right there that you see him in right now. He was really able to just keep the power down. The kart looked very solid through the sweeper right there. That's Austin Garrison, and he was great last month in Miami. and I'm sure he's going to be very fast here. He's on top to begin with, 51.715. Colin Daly was second, but that honor has been taken by Richard Highstand. This is the driver I'm really interested in watching. He just scored the pole position in Shifter Masters qualifying. He dominated last month in Miami in this category, but he's quick enough to be doing battle out here with these young kids. He's currently going back and forth for the second spot with Colin Daly. Daly had the spot, and as I said that, it's Nelson Piquet. Danny Formal had it. Now Formal goes P1. Formal with a 50.872. That bumps Garrison to second. Piquet third. Milan Donche in fourth. Colin Daly down to fifth. And it's the Scotsman, Ryan Kinnear, sixth. AJ Myers, seventh. Harry Gottsacker, eighth. Dominic Legrand, ninth. And Andrew Bedoso down in 11th. So Highstand goes from second to 12th. Welcome to Rock Shifter Senior, Mr. Highstand. He's moved back to sixth as each lap he gets a little bit quicker. Garrison bumps for Maul now. Garrison back to P1 provisionally. For Maul second. Rubens Barrichello third. Nelson Piquet fourth. Milan Donche and Barrichello trading spots. For Maul now back to the top. 50.725 to Garrison's 50.751. So just about 3/100ths of a second quicker is for Maul than Garrison that time by. But we're going to see what Garrison has this lap. Barrichello jumps up P1. Rubens, the former Formula One great. Heck of a lap, 50.531. That's 0.2 of a second quicker than both Formal and Garrison. Great lap for Rubens. You know what? Rubens, a lot like Highstand, he's an older guy. He's a bit older than the rest of the competition here in Senior Rock Shifter, but he's so good. Obviously, I mean, I don't need to tell you that. He's a Formula One legend, and the guy comes back to his roots here in karting. Of course he's going to be quick. Of course he's going to run with the young kids, the best of the best, and he just showed one of the best in our sport right now, Danny Formal, that he's 0.2 of a second quicker than him. So Rubens, your provisional pole sitter, with about a minute and a half to go here in the session. Danny Formal down to second. Nelson Piquet, another Formula One, in third. Austin Garrison was on top at the beginning of the session. He's down to fourth. Milan Donche, fifth. AJ Myers, sixth. Highstand, seventh. Kinnear, eighth. Daly, ninth. And Bedoso rounds out your top 10. But a really great lap. You can never say a surprising lap, because if you're surprised by Rubens Barrichello going quick, then you don't know a lot about motorsports, and I feel bad for you. But I'm here to educate you and let you know that you shouldn't be surprised. He's a great driver, great guy, and the only thing that makes Rubens happier, I think, than him doing successful in a kart is watching his two sons be successful in the kart. That guy was so happy and so proud of both of his boys in Miami last month. He was really there to support his kids, and he's happy when he goes quick, and he's even happier when his two kids go quick. He goes purple, meaning he goes even quicker, dropping it another 1/10 of a second, 50.438. Great lap for Barrichello. He brings Piquet with him. So it's Barrichello and Piquet 1-2 right now. Garrison back up around Formal into third. Formal has the fourth spot, and then AJ Myers rounds out the top 5. As we come down to about 15 seconds here in the session. I believe that's Milan Donche you're watching right now. Yeah, that is the PSL entry with the black suit with the bright green accents. And then behind him on the Intrepid, that's Ryan Kinnear. You can tell by the Scottish flag painted on the crown of his helmet. If it weren't for Ryan Kinnear's helmet, I wouldn't know what the Scottish flag would look like. So checkered flag flies. Donche and Kinnear are working their way around 10. And they're going to pick up the checkered flag here in just a couple of seconds. There you see Kinnear, the Intrepid driver. He's working on one last really fast lap here. Let's see what he can do. He's in 8th right now. 51.047 is his best time. Does he improve? No. 51.716. So Rubens Barrichello, the man on top. You shouldn't even say you're surprised. Great lap, 50.438. Rubens Barrichello, your provisional pole sitter here at the end of senior shifter qualifying. Nelson Piquet, he's no slouch either, 50.564. Great lap for him. He's second. Garrison third. Danny Formal getting up in the mix of things. He's fourth. And then it's A.J. Myers rounding out your Fast Five with a time of 50.945. Milan Donche, sixth. Richard Highstand, your pole sitter in Masters shifter qualifying. He's going to be seventh when we roll out for the heat race. Ryan Kinnear, the Intrepid driver, eighth. Andrew Bedoso, ninth. And Colin Daly completes the top 10. Nicholas Latifi, Dominic Legrand, and Harry Gottsacker complete the qualifying lineup here in senior shifter qualifying. And just like that, the fun of qualifying is done. Coming up next, we have our heat races. So stick with us, folks. This is live coverage of the 2015 Cold Stone Florida Winter Tour. This is round 3 of the Rock Cup USA, and we are at the Orlando Kart Center.
Orson Racing is a proud sponsor of the Florida Winter Tour. It is a great honor to be involved in such a great event. The Orson Racing team, founded by pro race car driver Fabio Orson, has 3 years of experience and tremendous success. Our team runs off a set of great principles, hard work, dedication, professionalism, and tireless data analysis to help our driver reach their goals. We would like to thank our staff, drivers, and all those who support us endlessly. Orson Racing is proof that hard work and dedication are the keys to success.
You make me smile like the sun, fall out of bed, sing like a bird, dizzy in my head, spin like a record, crazy on a Sunday night. You make me dance like a fool, forget how to breathe, shine like gold, buzz like a bee. Just the thought of you can drive me wild. Oh, you make me smile.
The Mazda Road to Indy is the only program of its type in the world. It's designed to advance drivers from the karting ranks all the way to the Verizon IndyCar Series and Indianapolis 500. The Cooper Tires USF 2000 Championship powered by Mazda is the first step, providing its champion with a scholarship to the Pro Mazda Championship presented by Cooper Tires. The Pro Mazda champion receives a scholarship to Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tires, where their champion is guaranteed a 3-race program in the Verizon IndyCar Series, including the Indianapolis 500. Visit usf2000.com for more information.
With multiple national titles in IKF, WK, SCUSA, and Rotax, the Rullison Performance Group put their experience to work for you. Coast to coast, RPG offers the most comprehensive driver development program. From detailed on-track data analysis to trackside coaching for tuners and drivers, RPG's individualized trackside support will improve your results. RPG is an authorized Rotax service center and a top supplier of Cosmic Carts and OTK parts. Visit us on the web at RullisonPerformanceGroup.com.
So we're back and we're live here at Orlando Kart Center. I'm not always told when we're back and we're live, but we are now. Qualifying done. Rubens Barrichello, great lap for him. 50.438 to grab the pole in senior shifter qualifying. We got heat races coming up next. First up, it's going to be Mini Rock Group A versus Group B, followed by Mini Rock Group C versus Group D. Makes it tough for a guy like me who never really learned the alphabet, but I'm gonna muddle through it and learn with you guys today. Judge of Facts, Tim Hannon's here. He handed me something. It's the grids. I appreciate that, Tim. Thank you. Heat 1, A versus B. It looks like this. Johnny Edgar and Reese Gold. I believe these are your starting lineups, so these are unofficial to everybody on the grid, so please don't shoot the messenger. This is just paper I was handed. Johnny Edgar and Reese Gold are your front row. Then it looks like Wes Mason and Jack Crawford starting in row 2. Derek Carmenente alongside Paulie Massimino. Then it's Tyler Maxson and Sebastian Rodriguez with Henry Cubitus and Tyler Gonzalez. And there are more drivers in this heat race, and we will list them off here momentarily. But it's Johnny Edgar, your round 2 race winner, starting up alongside Reese Gold. A lot of these kids pulling double duty. By that, I mean they're racing at the Rock Cup weekend, and then they are racing next weekend at the Rotax Max Challenge. Carl Rickert is messing with the camera right now, and he's putting one on me, and that's a scary thought. I really hope he doesn't cut to that. He just did. So I apologize to everybody watching on the broadcast for that. I told him to keep the camera off me.
30 minutes? 30 minutes.
And hopefully that is exactly what he'll do the rest of the weekend. Johnny Edgar and Reese Gold are going to lead this group of Mini Rock drivers out to start this heat race. And we will be back when they hit the grid or when they hit the track. But really quick, let's talk one more time about MG Tires. They are the presenting sponsor here for Rock Cup USA this week. And MG Tires is very proud to be a part of the 2015 Florida Winter Tour, as they've been a part of the Florida Winter Tour for more than a decade. Their tires are in over 30 countries and have been a proven combination for 25 years, always working for the drivers and teams. MG Tires will keep rocking, see what they did there, to push the sport to new limits and keeping you, the driver, up front. Also, MG Tires and WR Motorsports will host an industry social hour at each and every Rock Cup USA weekend that will include a barbecue complimentary to all teams and competitors. Giving back to the customers that support their product and the series for so long, MG Tires is proud to be a part of the 2015 Cold Stone Florida Winter Tour, powered by Max Speed Entertainment.
CKT Racing Engines is a full-service two-cycle engine builder and kart shop. From chassis setup to engine tuning to driving style, they are there to help. Their goal is to deliver the best possible service to each and every customer. Whether you're out to win and be the best, or just going for personal enjoyment, they can help you get there fast. CKT offers several services to help your team go faster. Your satisfaction and success is important to them, so their quality control standards are high, and the staff is among the best in the sport. They offer an array of services, including engine building, frame tuning, and axle straightening. They also have a state-of-the-art in-house dyno. Jim Perry, the owner and engine builder, has been in the karting business for over 32 years. Since the start, their main goal has always been to educate people who want to get into the competitive sport of high-performance kart racing. They want their customers to learn all they can about the sport and CKT's commitment, so they are ready to race with the best on race day. Not only have drivers associated with CKT won national and world titles, some have also continued on in a variety of auto racing forms. The patience and discipline you'll learn through racing will serve you well throughout the course of your life. Browse around their website and feel free to contact the CKT Racing team if you have any questions about our sport or comments about their products and services, or even if you just want to learn more about becoming involved with kart racing. Visit their website at www.cktracing.com.
And we're back just in time to catch the green flag for our first heat race of the day. It's Mini Rock A versus B. Johnny Edgar and Reese Gold going to bring them out of 13 down the start-finish straightaway. Here they come. Green flag flies, and we're racing. Edgar and Gold up front. Let's see if everybody makes it through the very tight turn 1 and turn 2 complex. They do. It looks like a couple drivers get together at the back. Oh, I just noticed that Duke Medjen was put to the very back of the grid for a disqualification after qualifying. So I don't know anything about that, and I'll do some work to try and find out. Drivers running wide off of 5, 7, 8, and 9. And they head down the back straightaway to head into the very hard hairpin, the right-handed turn number 10. And then they run that parallel straightaway back to the S's through turn 10. There they go. Johnny Edgar out in front. And Reese Gold looks to have been shuffled back just a few spots. He was your off-pole starter. Through 11, 12, they go now out of 13, your leader, as they head for the start-finish line to complete the first lap of this race. Out in front, it is Johnny Edgar. Wesley Mason up into second, Carmenente third, and Reese Gold, your off-pole starter, behind a bunch of Bennicks. So the Tony Kart driver's going to have to start doing some work. He's getting challenged for a pass by Jack Crawford. Crawford around Gold. So it's now an all Bennick top 5, it looks like. Actually, Gold will be in 5th. Well, no, that's he's still getting challenged. Is that Crawford behind him? As they come out of turn 9 and head down the back straightaway. There's 4 Bennicks in front of him. As that's the battle for second, I believe we're watching right there. It is. Coming out of 13. Edgar's going to complete another lap. Mason and Carmenente going at it. So Jack Crawford has gone around Reese Gold. There's 3 Bennick karts in front of the black and gold, black and yellow Tony kart is what Reese Gold is piloting. Jack Crawford making a move for third. He's going to get it. They go 3 wide on the exit of turn 6 right there. Now they roll through the sweeper, the carousel, turn 7. The left-hander 8, that pack goes through. Then they hit the right-hander turn 9, and down the back straightaway they go Now Gold pulls up alongside. This should be a battle for third, I believe. Gold's there on the inside in turn 10. It looks like he's going to get the spot. They come out wide. Oh, and they're slow. They went 3 wide there for a moment on the exit of turn 10. And Gold's going to get shuffled back and lose a couple spots. He is. That's Henry Cubitus, Paulie Massimino, and Montoya all got by him, it looks like. Meanwhile, Johnny Edgar, quickest driver out on track, minute flat, .154. Wesley Mason and Jack Crawford are trying to just kind of settle things down and pull away. They run second and third. Let's see your leader right there, Johnny Edgar. Then in second, it's Mason. Third is Crawford. Fourth, Carmenente. Fifth is Henry Cubitus. Massimino being shown as sixth on your scoring monitor right now. Sebastian Montoya is seventh. And then Reese Gold, yeah, he got shuffled on the exit of turn 10 a lap ago. He was racing for fourth and racing around the fourth and fifth area and maybe got a piece of the curb on the exit of 10. Didn't really see what happened. Might have just kind of lost some gearing and really bogged down the motor on the exit of that hairpin. Very easy to do if you don't get on the gas really quickly in that corner. And he just lost a bunch of spots. So Reese Gold goes from racing off pole, second place at the start of this race, to running at the bottom half of the top 10 right now. He scored an 8th that time by. As these drivers are currently working lap 5 of this first heat race, A versus B, to decide the starting grid. For our main event here in round 3 a little bit later this afternoon, each race day its own individual race round. 2 days of racing across the weekend means 2 championship rounds of competition. There we pick up the battle for second. Still Wesley Mason out in front of Jack Crawford. Jack, another one of the drivers who pulls double duty. He will be here again next weekend for the Rotax Max Challenge portion of the Florida Winter Tour, as he was at Miami, showing very well. Oh, and starting grids, thank you so much. I appreciate the starting grids. Thank you very much. As I've been handed the grids for race number 3 on the schedule. It's technically the second class, the Junior Rock drivers. Roman DeAngelis and Guilherme Pexado are going to get that thing started, but that's still a ways away. We are still working through Mini Rock A versus B, and then right after these guys, it'll be C versus D. We're splitting the class up to 2 heat races per run group. And we got a battle continuing to wage right here for second. That's Jack Crawford. He has gotten around, I believe, Wesley Mason. Yeah, he has. Jack Crawford up into second. You'll see it adjust here on your scoring monitor. So Crawford, I didn't see the pass, but he's gotten around Wesley Mason. So Crawford in second, but Johnny Edgar has just pulled away, 59.957. Crawford's a minute flat. Mason was a minute flat. They've spent so much time battling each other that they really lost a lot of ground to Johnny Edgar. As those 3 Bennett drivers running second, third, and fourth right there head into turn 7, the sweeper. Those are the drivers, Crawford, Mason, and Carmenente. Henry Cubitus rounds out your top 5. Massimino and Montoya had a pretty good race going on. Sebastian Rodriguez, Reese Gold, and Tyler Gonzalez are your top 10 here, with what should be 3 to go this time by the starter stand. Edgar's going to cross the line here in just a couple seconds. And there's that second, third, and fourth group of drivers. White flag flies. So this is obviously an 8-lap heat race, not the 10 I was believing it to be. White flag flies, 1 lap to go. Johnny Edgar looking very solid with a 3-second lead over second place Jack Crawford. All Edgar's got to do is stay very smooth, which I imagine he will have no problem doing. Through 7, hits the left-hander 8, back across the track to set up for the right-hander turn 9. He swings out wide. He's going to run down the longest straightaway here at OKC. Then he's going to hit the right-handed hairpin turn 10 right there. Looking good through that corner, back on the gas. He heads down the straightaway now for the S's, turn 11, 12, and then your final corner, turn 13. The left-hander, the late apex, he comes out of that corner, hits the dog leg, and he's going to see the checkered flag flying. Johnny Edgar picks up the A versus B heat race win. Jack Crawford, good run for him as he comes from 4th on the grid to finish 2nd. Wesley Mason 3rd. Derek Carmenente 4th. Henry Cubitus rounds out your top 5. That's Paulie Massimino in 6th. Reese Gold climbs back up to 7th after getting around Sebastian Montoya. Montoya finishes 8th. Rodriguez 9th. And Tyler Gonzalez 10th. Enrico Rashid De Luca 11th. Anthony Zappone 12th. Tyler Maxson 13th. Arias, Duke Medjin, and Ethan Arndt complete the top 15. So that'll do it for our first heat race of the day. That is Mini Rock A versus B, and the win goes to Mr. Johnny Edgar. So he looks to be on a roll as he continues to run very well in this Mini Rock field. He was your round 2 champion back in Miami, but your round 1 champion was Nicholas D'Orlando, and he's coming up next. He's going to get ready to lead this C versus D heat race out onto the track, joined on the front row by Jeremy Fairbairn, Matthew Latifi, and Lachlan DiFrancesco in row 2. Row 3 will see Patrick Woods-Toth and Alessandro Famularo. Famularo on the Esprit, if I remember correctly. Sam Mayer and Luca Mars in a row together. Then it's Dylan Gennaro starting next to Ugo Chukwu. I had some confusion about where Ugo was when he was out on track with Micro Rock, but he's back with the Mini Rock, his class. So he'll be heading out for the C versus D heat race. He will start on the outside of row number 5. Then it's Robert Noker III with Ricardo Villasmil. Caleb Bacon will line up next to Valeria Vargas. Leonardo Ruffino, Anthony Famularo, Santiago Juarez Diaz, Alex Milan, Cash Tinner, and Emiliano Richards. I was reading that name backwards. This isn't a police lineup. It's a go-kart race. Good run, Johnny Edgar. He is your championship point leader after the first 2 rounds in Miami, but Nicholas D'Orlando is going to try and earn some big points right here in this C versus D heat race to try and even the score with Edgar. Our second Mini Rock heat race coming up next. Junior Rock drivers will follow them. But it's D'Orlando and Fairbairn getting ready to kick things off here in the C versus D heat race for Mini Rock drivers. Then it's Junior Rock up next. If you want to do a really poor segue sometimes, folks, you can just go speaking of, and then whatever topic you want to talk about. Like I could go right now, speaking of sponsors. We weren't speaking about sponsors, but, you know, I want to talk about them, so now we are. And just like that, we're talking about sponsors. We've discussed our presenting sponsor this weekend at the Rock Cup USA, MG Tires. As always, Wagner and Luis doing a lot of great stuff for the Rock Cup USA weekend and for karting in general. So we really thank them. CKT Racing Engines, you just heard one of their radio spots. They're a full-service 2-cycle engine builder and kart shop, and they do everything from chassis setup to engine tuning to helping with your driving. CKT Racing Engines is here to help. They're on site this weekend. Jim Perry, the owner and engine builder, has been in the karting business for over 32 years, and he's got a great setup here this weekend, and we sure thank Jim and all the CKT Racing folks for everything they do for us here at the Florida Winter Tour, and we're happy to have them on board as one of our sponsors here this weekend. There you see it on your monitor. Nicholas D'Orlando throwing that kart around, trying to put some heat in these MG tires before we take the green flag here. It's D'Orlando and Fairbairn, your front row in C versus D for the Mini Rock heat race. Second one. Technically, it's the first heat race for Mini Rock. It's just the second run group, C versus D. D'Orlando picked up the win on Saturday in Miami, your round 1 victor. Jeremy Fairbairn was also very quick. Matthew Latifi, Lachlan DiFrancesco make up row 2. And then in row 3, it's Patrick Woods-Toth and Alessandro Famularo. There you see him on your monitor coming out of turn 6 down the straightaway to turn 7. D'Orlando just stared down our cameraman. That was pretty cool. He's like, you better be watching this. It's going to be a great race. Yes, it will be, Nicholas. Through turns 8 and 9, the field makes their way down the back straightaway. Past all the RVs that are here this weekend. If you're cool enough to stay in an RV or a motorhome at a go-kart race, you're pretty cool. I didn't stay in an RV, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn last night. That's not true. We were at a Marriott. No, Courtyard by Marriott. Great hotel. Nothing against them. I'm a Holiday Inn guy myself, though. So it's the Tony Kart of D'Orlando and the Bennick of Fairbairn coming through the S's. There's 11 and 12 right there now. They hit the last corner, the right-hander, turn 13. They're getting told to slow it down and make this start nice and even. D'Orlando is your pole sitter. He controls the field up to the point of the green flag flying. Here we go as we stick with the lead pack. Come through that last little dog leg, the right-handed kink, before being put on to the start-finish straightaway. Nice and good pace here. We're watching them. Green flag flies, and we are racing. It's a little bit bigger of a field than we had in the first heat race, A versus B. And great start. Everybody seems to get through cleanly. We had a couple karts get together at the A versus B race, but here in C versus D, everyone is off and rolling cleanly. D'Orlando got a great start, but he's getting a challenge for the lead already early on right there on the entry to turn 6. Fairbairn's got a little bit of a problem. He runs off at the start of the race. He's hitting the dirt. He was your second place starter, but he's going to lose a few spots. Didn't see what happened, just saw the dust cloud. Down the back straightaway into the turn 10 hairpin for the first time. D'Orlando's going to try and keep the dogs behind him. Let's see how they come out of 10. He looks good. Great run out of that hairpin. Sizable lead. Out of 13. Then it's a couple more Tony karts behind him. D'Orlando racing with Kuna USA. First lap in the books, and D'Orlando quickest, minute 1.990. Then it's Latifi behind him. And Sam Mayer aboard the Merlin, I believe. Sam Mayer, Merlin, Carl? I believe so. He's got a very cool helmet. If it's the same one I remember from last year, it's the cheetah print. That's pretty cool. But D'Orlando making that Kuna USA tuned Tony kart. Really get to the corners nicely here. And as I said earlier, this is very much a chassis track. It looks like a battle for second. I want to say Mayer pulling up on the inside of Latifi. Can't get it done as they head into 10, but Sam Mayer is there. Had a really good run on the outside of, on the exit of turn 9, and he's all over the back of Matthew Latifi through 11, 12, now into 13. And that's not going to be a battle for second. Maybe that's Mayer and Woods. Let's see what it is there at the line. That's actually Lachlan DiFrancesco and Sam Mayer battling. Patrick Woods-Toth has fallen to 6th. So that's the race we're watching right there is Lachlan DiFrancesco and Sam Mayer. They're racing for the 3rd position right now. And I talked about this a lot in Miami, and I think it's very important here with as tight of a first 2 corners as we have here. The first 2 corners are a pair of right-handers. It's almost like a double apex turn combined into one. But your first 2 corners are a pair of very tight right-handers. Having the inside starting line is very important. I talked about this in Miami. Maybe finishing 3rd in your heat race or pre-final isn't as bad as you might think. Finishing 3rd puts you on the inside of row 2 rather than the outside of row 1 should you finish 2nd. So that's something these drivers obviously need to take into consideration. Obviously, you want to finish as high as you can in each and every race you run. That's why you're out here. You don't race to finish 2nd or 3rd or 4th. You race to win. But heading into the main event, having an inside row starting spot may not be the worst thing ever. D'Orlando leads. Latifi runs 2nd. And DiFrancesco continuing to try to hold Sam Mayer off as you see a good shot of your front 4 right there. D'Orlando crossing to the left side of the track to set up for that right-hander. Then there is Latifi. And DeFrancesco's done a good job of putting a bit of a gap between he and Mayer, probably thanks to the fact he just went quickest on the track, 59.973. He's the only driver on track running sub-minute lap times. That's DeFrancesco in the 1:30. So very quick laps for him. Let's see if anybody else can dip below 1 minute this time by as we come around to complete lap number 4. D'Orlando, Latifi. DeFrancesco has caught up to Latifi. Let's see what the times are this time. Minute flats for everybody. But again, DeFrancesco goes quick, 59.875. He's getting quicker each lap. And the big thing is he's the only kid out there running sub-minute lap times. That's a huge deal right now. That's why he's been able to pull away from Mayer. That's why he's been able to catch up to the rear bumper of Latifi. These lap times are killer right now. D'Orlando, your leader, he races for Kuna USA. Kuna USA also one of their companies underneath Kuna USA's Race Tech Development, led by Mike Marini and his wife, Elena. $50 off of a Race Tech Development media service that includes press release, writing and distribution, driver representation, and website design. $50 off. Gift certificates handed out to both Mini and Micro Rock drivers, all of our Mini and Micro Rock drivers at the meeting today, and I believe they're going to get them again tomorrow. So two $50 gift certificates is like, gosh, $100 value or something close to it. So Mike Marini, big thanks to you and your Race Tech Development staff for stepping up and giving $50 off to all of our Mini and Micro Rock drivers. Battle for second. It's not much of a battle anymore. Latifi has lost the P2 spot as DeFrancesco has gotten his Bennett cart around up into second. So new second-place driver, and it's all got to do with those lap times. Last time by, Latifi was able to get under a minute, 59.857, but DeFrancesco quicker by a tenth of a second, 59.705. DeFrancesco is just killing them with consistency right now. Sub-minute lap times every lap. And let's see here, we're working lap 5. It's an 8-lap heat race. He's really cut into D'Orlando's lead. I'm going to say he's got a shot at getting around Nicholas here. Coming down to complete lap 6, 2 to go. We're going to see the white flag fly next time. And, man, let's see what the lap times were. 59.705 for DeFrancesco, 59.8 for D'Orlando. That's his quickest lap of the race so far. Latifi's a 59.8. Mayer's a minute flat. Woods Toth, 59.9. Minute. Everybody's about a minute flat, 5th on back. Your front 4 are a really fast group of carts right now. D'Orlando has really got to get up on the wheel right now, though, if he wants to keep DeFrancesco behind him. D'Orlando, DeFrancesco. There's not enough D last names in this class. I think we need a few more last names that start with D. We're about to have a battle for the lead with these two drivers. DeFrancesco all over D'Orlando's back bumper through 11 to 12. DeFrancesco to the inside in 13. He's got it, but he slides wide. D'Orlando takes the lead back. Michael D'Orlando to the lead. White flag flying. 1 lap to go. DeFrancesco, what's he going to do here? Paces him through 1 and 2. Right in D'Orlando's tire tracks. Through 3. D'Orlando takes a very defensive line through 4. That's what he's got to do. He's protecting the line. DeFrancesco looks to the inside, and he's going to lose second to Latifi. Matthew Latifi back to second. It's a battle for the runner-up spot. Latifi runs DeFrancesco wide on the entry into 7. D'Orlando's loving it. He's got the lead through 8, through 9. They head down the back straightaway. Is Latifi going to try and set up a dive bomb? D'Orlando leans down to the steering wheel, getting every bit of push he can. DeFrancesco to the inside of Latifi. Latifi dive bombs D'Orlando. He's got the lead, but slides wide. They're 3 wide for the lead out of 10. Down the straightaway, into 11. D'Orlando's got the spot through 12. Now to 13. DeFrancesco's there. He's got it, but is he going to slide wide? They're side by side, and D'Orlando's going to take the lead and the win. Nick D'Orlando with a very exciting last lap, able to hold off DeFrancesco after Lachlan slid wide on the exit of 13. D'Orlando just kept his foot in it and scored the win. Great run right there coming to the checkered flag. There's a 3-wide race coming out of 10 between D'Orlando, DeFrancesco and Latifi. They were 3 wide out of 10 going for the lead. And Latifi and DeFrancesco lost a bit of speed. D'Orlando was able to take it down into 11, have the lead. And just like the lap before, DeFrancesco threw it to the inside in turn 13, but was just not able to keep it tight to the inside. He slid wide. Nick was able to keep his foot in the gas, motored right by. D'Orlando picks up the C versus D heat race win. That's good old-fashioned side-by-side racing, folks, just like your mom used to always tell you about. So Nick D'Orlando scores the heat race win. DeFrancesco comes home second. Latifi third. Mayer has a good showing in fourth. Woodstoth fifth. Fairbairn sixth. Gennaro seventh. Noker eighth. Valeria Vargas ninth. And Alessandro Famularo rounds out your top 10. That's good, clean fun, folks. So coming up next, Junior Rock heat race.
With multiple national titles in IKF, WK, SCUSA, and Rotax, the Rullison Performance Group put their experience to work for you. Coast to coast, RPG offers the most comprehensive driver development program. From detailed on-track data analysis, trackside coaching for tuners and drivers, RPG's individualized trackside support will improve your results. RPG is an authorized Rotax service center, top supplier of Cosmic Parts and OTK parts. Visit us on the web at RullisonPerformanceGroup.com.
The Mazda Road to Indy is the only program of its type in the world. It's designed to advance drivers from the karting ranks all the way to the Verizon IndyCar Series and Indianapolis 500. The Cooper Tires USF 2000 Championship powered by Mazda is the first step, providing its champion with a scholarship to the Pro Mazda Championship presented by Cooper Tires. The Pro Mazda champion receives a scholarship to Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tires, where their champion is guaranteed a 3-race program in the Verizon IndyCar Series, including the Indianapolis 500. Visit USF2000.com for more information.
And we're back. That Mini Rock C versus D heat race, that was a good one. And we're getting ready for another good one. It's the Junior Rock drivers. I don't think good's a word. It is in East Tennessee, but we're in Central Florida, so we're going to let it fly. Roman DeAngelis and Guilherme Pexado are going to bring them down to take the green flag for this Junior Rock race. I almost said Junior Max, but it's not. It's Junior Rock. A lot of drivers in this field, and let's see. I'm always interested, man. That turn 2 just tightens up real quick. You come flying out of 1, and you already got a ton of wheel in it for turn 2. And the turn 3, it's almost like a dog leg here. It's the first left-hander. It's very tight. You hop that curb just a little bit. We saw drivers do it in practice all day yesterday. You hop that curb just ever so slightly, and you're really going to lose the cart. Your left side wheels are up in the air, and it's hard to turn the cart when 2 of your wheels are up in the air, or so I'm told. We're 1 lap in, or we're going to be here very shortly to this Junior Rock race. We've got a battle for the lead. No, that's not the lead. It's a few spots back. That's Nick Bruckner involved in the position fight right there, so that's looking like maybe 9th, 10th, a little bit farther on back. Matias Ramirez, all some of the drivers involved in the race we're watching right now. DeAngelis, your pole sitter, out in front with Petikoff running second, Branquino third. Your second-place starter, Pexado, has fallen to 4th early on. Matias Ramirez up into 5th, and that's the group we're watching right now. That's the battle for 5th. Drivers involved in that, Matias Ramirez, Nicholas Bruckner. I want to say David Malukas. He's a little bit farther back. There's Malukas leading that second group you see right there. Ganji is behind Malukas. And these are just a bunch of Hornets out on the track right now. Bunch of really good battles all over the track. As you're watching Nicholas Bruckner try to hold Ramirez behind him as they head down the back straightaway into turn 10. Ramirez is going to run a little bit wide, loses about a half a cart length to Bruckner. This is 5th and 6th we're watching right now with Pexado up ahead of them. Yeah, Bruckner and Ramirez and Branquinho all battling to just stay in the top 5 right now. David Malukas getting up in the mix as well. The top cart driver. He takes a look on the inside of Ramirez. That should be for the 5th position. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, Ramirez occupies the 5th spot. Malukas is going to make a little bit of contact with, who was that? Branquinho. That's Luis Branquinho and Malukas just making a slight bit of contact on the entry into turn 7 right there. Malukas lost just a little bit of ground. No harm, no foul is what I'm going to say, but also I'm no official, even though my shirt does say official on the back. That's a little bit of a quandary. We'll discuss that later at the MG Tires Social Hour. Tim Hannon, the judge of facts, he's going to take a look at that contact later. We've got the Marshall station set up here as they're watching the start to this Junior Rock race. Guilherme Pexado, your quickest driver on track, 55.142. He runs 3rd currently. As we're watching, that's like about 6th, 7th, 8th right there. Ganji running 7th, D'Orlando 8th, Malukas 9th after that contact in 7 with Branquinho. Now Ganji's going to take his turn at the 255 of Branquinho. But Ganji's got to be careful. He just lost a spot to D'Orlando. So Michael gains a spot, but Ganji looking to the inside in 10. Nope, tucks back in. Stays behind fellow Tony Kart driver Mike D'Orlando. I don't think a lot of people call Michael D'Orlando Mike, but I'm gonna, because I feel like we're not only on a first-name basis, but we're on a pretty informal first-name basis. Up front, DeAngelis, your leader still, Petikoff, Pexado, and Bruckner. I told you, him and I got a secret handshake, and when he's not worried about that, he's worried about going fast, and that's what he's worried about right now. 54.783, quickest driver on track. He's just about 4/1000ths of a second quicker than Pexado. 7.83 to Pexado's 7.87, so very close the times are right now. Nicholas Bruckner, the driver out of Hockley, Texas. He runs 4th right now. He was involved in a pretty tight group of drivers battling 7th, 8th, 6th, and up. And he's done a good job of getting out of there. As we join our leaders right now, DeAngelis and Petikoff cross the line. There you see him. Coming out of 2, they head for the dogleg 3, that left-hander, and they sweep hard to the left to set up for the right-hander turn 4. Out of 5. Now they head for 6, the left-hander. They swing wide, cross the track, set up for the sweeping turn 7. 8, the left-hander, and then into 9. Down the back straightaway, your leaders go. Guilherme Pexado now quicker than Nicholas Bruckner. Pexado a 54.550, Bruckner a 54.694, Petikoff a 54.81, DeAngelis a 54.6. Pexado, the only driver in the 54.5 second bracket. Those are really good laps at this time of day. Tires about as fresh as they're going to be each lap, obviously going down in quality. Running on a very high-quality MG product here this weekend that Wagner and Luis have brought. This track not taking the rubber as well as the track down in Homestead did, but lap after lap, we're getting obviously a stronger base layer each couple of laps. So this track rubbering up nice and well. The weather also not really helping things out. The hotter, the more rubber is going to melt off the tires and sink down into the pavement. This week leading up to this Rock Cup weekend, the weather's been cooler than normal around here, we're being told. Pretty seasonably cool. And so that obviously is not going to help for tire degradation. It's going to help drivers with grip, but it's not going to help with rubber melting off and sticking down to the asphalt. It's getting warmer today, and it's going to be even warmer tomorrow, we're being told. One driver who seems to not be too worried about the weather or the grip level is the guy who's out in front, and that is still Roman DeAngelis. This 10-lap heat race rolling along here. There you see DeAngelis. And as we talked about Kuna USA, Mike Marini would also like me all to remind you of another thing going on. A pretty cool thing that the Florida Winter Tour is doing. It's the Dan Weldon Award. And I'm going to explain to you a little bit about that. The email address to nominate someone for this award is DWAward at FloridaWinterTour.com. It's the Dan Weldon Award. Dan Weldon, obviously a great IndyCar driver, champion of the Indy 500. Unfortunately, his life cut short in an accident a couple years ago at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Dan, not only a great race car driver, but a massive fan of the sport of karting and a participant every chance he got. Good friends with Mike Marini and all the folks over at Kuna USA. The Dan Weldon Award is a award given to who is deemed to be a great ambassador of the sport of karting. Nominations are not limited only to drivers or mechanics. It can be given to a driver. Nominations can be made in the name of a tuner, a mechanic, a team owner. As I understand it, anybody in the sport of karting who is always available to help, always willing to lend a hand, is knowledgeable, is friendly, basically just a great ambassador of the sport is who the Dan Weldon Award will go to this year. Nominations are open now if you have someone who you think is deserving of the Dan Weldon Award. We encourage you highly to email that individual's name and your reasons why they are a great ambassador of the sport to DWAward at FloridaWinterTour.com. And again, that award it's going to be judged by a couple different people, nominations and votes, all that going towards it. But it's for who you believe is a great ambassador. I don't believe we're limiting it to one series or one class or one engine or anything. If there's a great ambassador of the sport of karting and you think they deserve some recognition, which we all do, email us at dwaward at FloridaWinterTour.com. Former winners include guys like Alan Rudolph. And if you know Alan, he obviously fits the bill. Very knowledgeable, very smart guy, heck of a driver, and is always willing to help. He is the kind of guy that wins the Dan Weldon Award. And obviously, we're looking for the 2015 Dan Weldon Award winner. So if you're interested in nominating someone, heck, if you've got a pretty high opinion of yourself and you think you deserve the award, then nominate yourself. Nominations, again, coming in at DWAward at FloridaWinterTour.com. This is going to be a really cool deal this year. I'm excited to be involved in it and help out with it. So please send your nominations into DWAward at FloridaWinterTour.com. Big thanks to Mike Marini, Richard, and Michelle Beauclair, Josh and Garrett, everybody for stepping up and making this thing a big part of the Florida Winter Tour this year. The Dan Weldon Award, it's going to be really cool. Coming down to our last couple laps here in this Junior Rock heat race, Roman DeAngelis still out in front with Gianluca Petakov in second. Guilherme Pexado, Matias Ramirez has worked his way up from the bottom half of the top 10 inside the top 5. Nicholas Bruckner is 5th. Michael D'Orlando runs 6th. David Malukas in the top cart back up to 7th. Michael McCarthy 8th. Luis Branquino 9th. And Anthony Ganji Jr., who scored the win in Junior Rock on Sunday. He's running pretty well. Maybe I'm getting my weekends mixed up. Maybe I'm thinking of Junior Max at the Rotax weekend. That's probably what I'm thinking of. Nevertheless, Ganji looking good this weekend. He runs 10th currently. Arthur Leist 11th. Enzo Fittipaldi 12th. Luis Forteza 13th. Giovanni Bramonti in 4th. And Owen Byatt rounds out your top 15 here in the last couple laps here of this Junior Rock heat race. Roman DeAngelis still out in front. We're going to be coming down to see actually, we've been given the white flag, I believe. There's a good shot of your leader, DeAngelis. And Petikoff and Pexato is who we're watching right now. White flag is flying here as 1 lap to go. DeAngelis heading down the back straightaway for 10. Race I'm watching right now is the fight for second. DeAngelis uncontested. He's going to work through the last couple of corners here. Come around 13 and hit the dog leg. Checkered flag is going to fly. The race I was watching was for second between Petikoff and Pexato. Checkered flag waves. One driver spins right there on the entry into turn 7. DeAngelis is going to pick up the heat race win. Petikoff comes home second, holding off Pexato. The Cosmic driver finishes third. Matias Ramirez from OGP finishes fourth. And the Orsalon Racing driver, Nicholas Bruckner, finishes fifth. Michael D'Orlando comes home sixth, while his teammate scores the victory. Michael McCarthy, 7th. Arthur Leist, 8th. Luis Jose Forteza, 9th. And Giovanni Bramante rounds out the top 10 here in the Junior Rock heat race. So coming up next, I believe we're going to have Micro Rock. I'm looking for a grid for that group. So if anybody down at Scales has a grid for Micro Rock, I'd greatly appreciate it, but it's not necessary. Micro Rock, your heat race coming up next as Roman DeAngelis scores the victory in the Junior Rock heat race here at the Orlando Kart Center, round 3 of the 2015 Florida Winter Tour Rock Cup USA. All right, so we're in a break of our heat races, just finishing up Junior Rock. We'll be back with Micro Rock. When you don't read your schedule, folks, when you don't read things, you end up agreeing to things you may not fully have known all about. That's why you should always read. Always read is today's lesson. But when you don't read your schedule, you realize that you miss lunch. So we're currently in our lunch break, and I got to say, I'm embarrassed that I missed that part of the schedule. Normally I highlight it, I underline it, I put it in all caps. I'm never going to miss a lunch break. That's just how I was raised. But we are at lunch. So Junior Rock heat race in the books, and we are going to return at 12:45 with Micro Rock. So to all of you watching live on the internet, thank you. I don't know what time it is where you are. We already figured out that I can't tell time on the West Coast. So wherever you are, I hope you have yourself a good lunch, and we'll be back at 12:45 local time here in Orlando.
CKT Racing Engines is a full-service two-cycle engine builder and kart shop. From chassis setup to engine tuning to driving style, they are there to help. Their goal is to deliver the best possible service to each and every customer. Whether you're out to win and be the best, or just going for personal enjoyment, they can help you get there fast. CKT offers several services to help your team go faster. Your satisfaction and success is important to them, so their quality control standards are high, and the staff is among the best in the sport. They offer an array of services, including engine building, frame tuning, and axle straightening. They also have a state-of-the-art in-house dyno. Jim Perry, the owner and engine builder, has been in the karting
Ladies and
business
gentlemen,
for over
welcome back.
32 years.
We're back from
Since
lunch.
the
That's
start,
what I'm welcoming
their
you
main
back
goal has
from.
always been to educate people
lunch.
who want to get into the competitive
It's
sport
always
of
the part the day I
high-performance
look
kart
forward to
racing.
the most.
They
I
want their
enjoy the
customers
racing,
to
don't
learn
get me
all they
wrong.
can about the sport and
But man,
CKT's
A
commitment.
good lunch. makes
So they
the
are
whole
ready
day
to race with the best on race day.
out of this world.
Not only have
We
drivers
are ready
associated
to
with
go racing.
CKT won national
our-
and world
working our way
titles,
through
some
the
have also
heat races, the
continued
pre-finals,
on
as you
in a
call them, I
variety
guess,
of
because they
auto
are
racing forms.
Before the
The
finals,
patience
so that's what
and
makes them
discipline
pre-finals.
you'll learn
I'm
through
no
racing
literature major.
will serve you
Micro
well
Rock
throughout the course
out
of your
on
life.
the track now, completing
Browse
their
around their
parade
website
lap.
and feel free to contact the
they're gonna come
CKT
around
Racing
to,
team.
get
If you have
this
any
race
questions
started.
about our
Diego
sport
Porras
or
and Chase
comments
Hefner
about their
are
products
your
and
front row with
services,
Felipe
or even
Barnes
if you
and
just want to
Oliver
learn
Denny,
more
starting
about
alongside
becoming
row two,
involved
James
with
Agozi
kart racing,
and Karim Bach
visit
make
their
up row
website
three, while it's
at
Jeremy Fletcher and Pedro Isaiah in row four, starting ninth and 10th. It's Lucas Rodriguez and Andreas Francisco Castro Rivera. Santini Trisney, Gabriel Ramirez, Fernando Barrichello, Victor Cirillo Quinta, Anderson Leonard, and Elio Giovanni make up your first 8 rows. We'll talk about the rest of them as this race progresses. Porras and Hefner bringing them down, waiting to see the green flag. And we are racing. Green flag flies. Diego Porras had a successful weekend in Miami last month in January. As we are off and rolling here, Porras aboard the 8, Hefner, your off-pole starter, piloting the number 92 Tony Kart. Here they come out of turn 6, down the straightaway, keeping a pretty strong line. You don't have to come all the way out to the far side of the track in these slower micro rock karts like some of our juniors and seniors and shifters obviously do. They can keep it in the middle of the track and still get a good arc into the corner. The benefit to that, obviously, is being able to keep a bit of a defensive line and not opening the door so wide for a potential threat for a pass. Right there, it's a side-by-side battle for the lead. Porras was wide on the exit of 10 and was getting challenged for the top spot as they exited that corner. They were door-to-door by the 24 of Felipe Bartz. That's who is challenging Porras for the lead early on here. Chase Hefner slipping to 3rd aboard the Benek. That's your front 3 karts right there, breaking away out of 3, heading to 4. I'm going to sneeze really quick, so nope, it's gone. All right, I was going to shut off the mics, but we're good. Front 3 right there, Porras, Bartz, and Hefner. Porras going purple, quick driver on the track that time by minute 4.839. He needs to just tighten up the exit at turn 10 a little bit, and he'll really be where he wants to be. Oliver Denny and Jeremy Fletcher round out the top 5. Then it's James Agoji, Pedro Isaiah, Karim Bach. Let's keep an eye right here on the battle for the lead down in 10. Porras much better that time through the corner. Wow. Bartz is still really strong on the exit right there. He's all over Porras' back bumper. Good 3-kart battle for the lead. Out of 13, they come across the dogleg and head for the finish line. Bartz takes a look over his shoulder to see Hefner behind him. Hefner, your quickest driver on track, minute 3, 1:94 that time by. Bartz is going to take a look to the inside in turn 4. He's right alongside. They're door-to-door. Oh, and Bartz takes a really strong line down into 6, and it's going to cause him to lose a spot. Hefner gets around, Is he's going to hold the spot down into 7, I believe. Yep, Bartz loses the spot to Hefner. Hefner up to P2. Bartz down to 3rd now. And Porras loving all of this as he's able to open up a sizable gap over 2nd and 3rd place right now. Hefner and Bartz as they run, heading down into 10. Let's see if Bartz is as strong out of 10 as he has been the last 2 laps. Not that time. Hefner holds the spot as they head through the S's, 11 and 12. They're going to complete lap number 3 here. Yeah, Diego Porras really looking strong now. Minute 2.879. He's the only driver down into the minute 2s. Minute 2.879. Hefner's a minute 3.4. Bartz is a minute 3.8. Fletcher, minute 3.2. Denny, minute 3.1. All these drivers in the 1 minute, 3 second range. But it's Porras last time by down with a minute 2.87. Let's see what he can do. He's definitely been able to open up a sizable gap last time by 0.9 of a second. Should be, I don't know if it's grown enough because Hefner's been able to get away from Bartz, so he's not receiving any pressure. There you see the separation between 2nd place, the blue cart, the Benek, Hefner, and 3rd place right there, the green and white cart, the Tony cart of Felipe Bartz. Let's see what the gap is this time. Porras goes quicker again, your leader. Actually, no, that honor is going to go to Oliver Denny, quick man on track, minute 2.798. So we got a few drivers now down into the minute 2 second lap time bracket. Denny, Pedro Isaiah, and your leader, Diego Porras, all running lap times below 1 minute 3 seconds. Denny, though, quickest on track, minute 2.798 that time by, as we're working the 5th lap of the race so far here in Micro Rock. Coming up next, we have our Rock Shifter Masters, so those drivers need to be on the grid. Don't forget, guys, transponders need to be blinking green if you wish to be scored. 3rd place, Felipe Bartz definitely starting to close up a little bit on that Benek cart right there. 2nd place, Chase Hefner. Let's take a look down the scoring monitor. Jeremy Fletcher currently in 5th, and it's Felipe Bartz going purple now. Minute 2.1. Great lap out of Felipe Bartz, and that's what he needs to be doing if he wants to catch 2nd place driver Chase Hefner. Solid lap out of Felipe Bartz. Minute 2.1. Hefner, minute 2.3. Diego, a minute 2.7. Minute 2 for all your top 4 drivers. Then as well for 6th place, Isaiah. So each lap, most of these guys getting quicker, which is to be expected. But Felipe Bartz really laying down a great lap right there. And there you see him all over Hefner's back bumper as they go down into turn 10. He's to the inside. And he completes the pass well before the apex of the corner. Felipe Bartz reclaims the 2nd spot here from original 2nd place starter Chase Hefner. Coming down to complete lap number 6 here. Good run, man. Got around Hefner. Minute 2.010. Wow, he is just flying right now. Minute 2 flat, basically. Porras, your leader's a minute 2.5. And then Hefner's a minute 2.3. So Bartz, running 2nd place, is a half of a second. Yeah, he's about a half second quicker than leader Diego Porras. And he's about 0.3 of a second quicker than the guy right behind him, Chase Hefner. Trying to get a little bit of a rundown going here, but we're really just keeping an eye on this battle for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. As you see it, Felipe Bartz coming on very strong. He closes up within a half a cart length behind your leader, Diego Porras. They're going to come out of 13, head for the start-finish. Bartz pulls to the inside to take a look inside of Porras, tucks back in. Minute 1.997 for Bartz that time by. Quickest lap by a lot. Great lap for 2nd place driver Felipe Bartz. Porras a minute 2.5. Wow. Bart's 0.6 of a second quicker that time, that last lap, than Porras, your leader. Hefner was a minute 2.0. Gosh, that's crazy. Good laps for Bart's here, consecutively getting quicker. Now this is going to be Bart's best chance. Pulls up alongside Porras down the back straightaway into turn 10, and he gets him there under braking, but they're going to come wide out of 10. Porras pulls back up alongside. It's a drag race down to the S's, turn 11, and it's going to be Bart's holding the spot this time. Felipe Bart's goes to the lead. So Felipe Bart's slowly but surely working his way. Now Porras pulls up alongside at the finish line. He's looking to the inside in turn 1, and he's got it. So Porras takes the top spot back after Bart's claimed it, and Bart's is going to lose another spot to Chase Hefner. So it's Tony Kart, Bennick, Tony Kart, but they're battling in turn 4. So Porras takes the lead right after. Bart's took it in turn 10. Porras reclaims it on the entry into turn 1. Drops Bart's 1 spot, and Hefner's able to get around him for second. So now we're watching the battle for second place between Bart's, running second, and Hefner, the Bennick kart, in third. There you see Porras, about 2 to 3 kart lengths out in front of Bart. Your race monitor feed shows Bart's as leader, but that's going to flip over here as they cross the finish line. White flag flying. Porras out in front. Bart second. Hefner in third. The battle we're watching really is going to be that fight for second, as neither one of these guys has too much time left to really challenge Porras for the lead. Bart's takes a look over his left shoulder as they exit 6. They're going to cross the track, getting ready to set up for 7. Porras running in the middle of the track. Porras leads. Bart's second. Out of 9, down the back straightaway one last time, heading for 10. Is Hefner going to try and set up a pass for second? Hefner's there. He's looking. He stays in line. No. Does not pull out to make an attempt. Here we go. Porras. He's got the S's left, and he's going to win the heat race here. Can he keep Bart's behind him? Bart's closes right up, and there is lap traffic. Bart's to the inside in 13. Is he going to be able to keep it flat? He does, and with a last lap, last corner pass, Felipe Bart's is going to score the win in the heat race. Felipe Bart's last corner pass on the inside of Diego Porras. Bart's is going to score the win. Porras comes home second. Hefner finishes third. Great race there. Oliver Denny fourth. Jeremy Fletcher rounds out your top 5. Pedro Isaiah 6th. Karim Bach 7th. James Agozi, Fernando Barrichello, and Paulo Milan round out the top 10. Jake Martin, Andres Francisco Castro coming home 12th. Victor Cirillo Quinta 13th. Lucas Rodriguez 14th. And Elio Giovanni complete the top 15. Elio Giovanni. Apologies to Elio's family. Your top 15 in the Micro Rock Heat Race. The win going to Felipe Bart's. Diego Porras led for the majority of the race. Great battle there at the very end, but Porras gave way at the end to Bart's. Chase Hefner comes home third, Denny fourth, and Jeremy Fletcher completes the top 5. So that is the Micro Rock Heat Race results. Those guys will be back for their main event a little bit later today, but coming up next, it is our Rock Shifter Master Heat Race. Richard Highstand and Jason, don't call me Aldine Alden, are going to bring them down to start that race. We'll be back when those drivers leave pit road. Folks, I said we'd be back when our shifter master drivers left the grid and are on the track, and guess what? They're back, and so are we. Thank you for inviting us into your homes, your computers, your pockets, should you be watching us on your phone. All of us here at the Florida Winter Tour and Karts Live appreciate your support. Actually, I think it's Live Karts. It's livekarts.com. Karts Live, Live Karts. You know what? As long as you put those two words into the Google machine, you're probably going to get where you need to go. Anyway, we thank you for tuning in and watching this weekend. We're having a great time here in Orlando. I hope you are having a great time wherever you are, whatever you may be doing. Part of what you're doing is obviously watching us, or you wouldn't be hearing this heartfelt message from me. So here's to best wishes for a happy Saturday for all of our audience. And like I said, Carl and I sure do appreciate you tuning in. You can tune in and turn up. That's a phrase that the kids out there will get. None of the kids are in this race because it's the Masters category. This is for the more seasoned in age drivers. That's how we're going to say. They're not old. They're not senior citizens. They're just seasoned. That's the nice way to put that. I don't say that because I have two guys up here that could race Masters with me and could beat me up. But, you know, it's just a polite thing to say. Richard Highstand is a guy who's pulling double duty this weekend, and by that he's going to run Master Shifters, i.e. the class on track now, and he's also thrown his hat into the ring in the Shifter Senior category, a very competitive group of drivers. And I believe he qualified 7th, so he qualified on pole for this race, 7th for the Senior Shifter race. He's the driver looking over his left shoulder, pointing in the white Tony Kart suit. Jason Alden, our race director Jesse says, visors down, we're going to the flag. Cam Egger, let's get this party started, brother. Green flag flies, and we're racing. Alden said he'd get the whole shot. When I saw Jason Alden in the bathroom during lunch break, that sounds weird. He said he was going to get the whole shot, and he almost did, but he didn't. Alden got a great start, but was not able to keep Highstand behind him. And there you see the drivers coming out of turn 6 as they cross the track and set up for 7. There's Highstand. He is a fast cookie. Jason Alden told me his plan during the lunch break. He really was expecting to nail the start and get the whole shot on Richard, but was unable to do that. And then the rest of his plan basically went like this. I'm going to get the whole shot. I'm going to beat him off the start. I'm going to lead for a lap or two, maybe. And then I'm going to let him go because Jason's a smart dude, or at least that's what I gained from our conversation in the bathroom. And he realizes that Richard is much quicker than him, and there's no point in keeping him behind him. So Jason and all these guys and girls in this Shifter Masters group know that, you know, Highstand's a quick dude. He's turning about a second quicker a lap than some of these drivers. Right now he's a 54.551, and Alden's a 55.5. So that's a second and a tenth quicker. That's 1.1 seconds. That's how a doctor would say it. Quicker Highstand is than Alden. Chris Gannon runs 3rd. Juan Carlos Garcia aboard the CRG runs 4th. And Daniel Mig Lorenza in 5th. I just say that name differently every single time in hopes that I say it right once. Michael Legrand runs 6th. Matt Sanford 7th. Christian Bartz 8th. Farshad Bagheri aboard the TV cart runs 9th. Vicky Bryan on the Tony cart runs 10th. And Luis Benatti rounding out the field in 11th. Highstand goes quicker again. 52.453. Alden's 53.577. So again, about 1.1, 1.2 seconds a lap quicker is Highstand than Alden. So this is the Shifter Masters race. Richard Highstand dominated this class in Miami a month ago. And by dominated, I mean he dominated. He drove to a 16-second victory. On Sunday, I believe that was, Saturday, he drove to another domino. And folks, MG Tires is our presenting sponsor this weekend at the Rock Cup USA. And we've also got CKT Racing Engines on as one of our major sponsors. CKT Racing Engines and MG Tires, we thank you for your support, and we're glad both of you guys are here this weekend. We've been talking about you all broadcast during qualifying and the early heat races, but just in case you haven't heard, MG Tires and CKT Racing, two of our major sponsors here this weekend. We can't thank you guys enough for your support. We are glad you're here racing. There's a good shot of Jason Alden heading through the sweeper turn 7, now 8 and 9. This track is a very technical layout, as I stated, 7/10 of a mile, 13 turns in total here at the Orlando Kart Center. Andre Martins designed a pretty tight track here. Much different than Homestead Karting, where we were a month ago. Much faster, longer layout, 90-degree corners, long straightaways at Homestead. Here, gosh, I don't think our longest straightaways, man, the back straightaway's got to be about maybe 600 feet if I had to eyeball it, and the front straightaway is less than that. So a lot of time spent turning the wheel here. It's all about getting the chassis to really hike up and lift and turn where you want it to and how you want it to. And in a shifter kart, you're doing almost 50-second lap times. You're really just working the entire race. And you see a great example of that right now, while Richard Highstand is just working like crazy, but he makes it look pretty easy. Jason Alden runs second, Chris Gannon third, Mig Lorenza fourth, and Matt Sanford running in fifth. Richard Highstand continuing to just pull away from the rest of the competition here in the Shifter Masters race. The gap now at 6.6 seconds as we work lap 7 of this 14-lap pre-final. Jason Alden still in second. Chris Gannon running third. Mig Lorenza fourth. Sanford has worked his way up to fifth. Good run from Matthew Sanford. Christian Bartz sixth. Michael Legrand 7th, Vicky Bryan 8th, Farshad Bagheri 9th. Juan Garcia slipped to 10th. He was up in the top 5 to start this race, so something amiss on Garcia's CRG. And then Bonatti running 11th. Richard Highstand working his way there through 5, now in 6. Comes out wide to set up for the entry into 7. To the left-hander 8, then hits the right-hander turn 9, going down the back straightaway past all the RVs and motorhomes and auxiliary parking. Hits the hairpin, banging down a couple of gears. Highstand down into the 51-second bracket, which really, it may not sound like a lot, but when you compare that to the rest of the field running 53 4s, 53 2s, 53 9s, those 51-second lap times are just straight up deadly, and that is why he's got such a big lead. It's not anything other than the fact that consistently he's going almost 2 seconds a lap quicker than the next quickest driver on track. I joked with him in Miami. I said this already. He should run senior shifter, and he is. He's running double duty this weekend. He's in the Masters shifter and in senior, and he's got his work cut out for him in senior rock shifter. He qualified 7th. He qualified on pole here in Masters, and something smells funny. at how good he is in Masters Shifter. The guy's just a very good driver, puts in a lot of work, a lot of seat time, and I'm pretty sure he's working with OGP, so that's got a lot to do about it. And he's just a very fast driver, and I'm very happy to see him running Senior Rock Shifter this weekend. It's going to be a good race for him. I fully expect him to be able to get up into the top 5 and battle. A lot of good drivers here. Austin Garrison, Rubens Barrichello, Nelson PK, all those guys, Danny Formal. That Senior Shifter race is going to be a good one later today. And Richard Heistand is going to get to join in the fun as we work lap number 10 here. Big shout out to one of the teams here this weekend that's got a lot of its drivers running very well. Orsilon Racing, Fabio Orsilon, and that group over there. Man, they always bring a loaded trailer of drivers to every event they're at. They bring it full of parts and go-karts, but man, the talent pit under that trailer is pretty darn impressive. Fabio Orsilon and Orsilon Racing, one of our mini sponsors here with the Rock Cup USA this weekend. And man, Fabio, he's got a great group here this weekend, and it's going to be even stronger next weekend at the Rotax portion of the Winter Tour. AM Racing Engines also showing well this weekend. Famularos, I'm pretty sure, racing with AM. I could be totally wrong, but AM Racing Engines and their team looking good. Another one of our sponsors this weekend. We thank them. And as always, Cold Stone Creamery, the presenting sponsor of the Florida Winter Tour. This weekend, the presenting sponsor of the Rock Cup is MG Tires. But the Florida Winter Tour, the actual series, is sponsored by Cold Stone. And I don't care what the weather's doing outside, whether it's blowing, wind, or raining, or snowing, or it's 100 degrees, man. Some Cold Stone ice cream is always a good idea. My sister worked at a Cold Stone for like 4 years, as Carl Rickert must be allergic to Cold Stone. He's sneezing like a jaguar over here. But, yeah, Cold Stone, man. If you're lucky enough to have a family member like a sister be a manager at Cold Stone, abandon any thoughts you had of maintaining a diet. Because, tell you what, when you're getting free Cold Stone every couple of days, well, it's going to make you look the way I look. And it's fun, but it's depressing. You can't look the way I look and be as fast as Richard Heistand. There's a reason the camera's not on me today, folks. There's a reason we're watching that great racing on track, and while we're watching Richard Heistand dominate, because this is good-looking racing. Heistand making a show of it. Wow, his gap is already 14.6 seconds. This dude, unfortunately, makes Master Rock Shifter, which is an exciting class full of great drivers. He makes it a little boring because there's not a lot exciting about a 15-second gap from first to second place. But you know what? Jason Alden gets it, and he's doing everything he can to just stay smooth and consistent and run in the second position. Anything can still happen here. We're going to come to see the white flag, I want to say this time by for Heistand. He's going to fly by. Yep, there it is, white flag. And he goes quicker. Purple that time by 51.494 Heistand. His quickest lap of the race so far is his second to last lap. Let's see what he can do here on the white flag. It's a great challenge for a driver. Sometimes you're going to be one of the quickest dudes out there, and that doesn't mean you should take it easy or loaf or go easy. You should always push it. And I'm no driver coach, but Heistand's doing exactly that. He's not taking a single lap off. He's going after it every single lap like he's got someone right behind him or he's chasing down the leader. And that's impressive, man. He's a heck of a driver, and that's going to pay off. This seat time is only going to pay off come the Senior Shifter race in a little bit. All this track time is a really big benefit to him. Coming down the straightaway to see the checkered flag flying, the heat race victory is going to go to Heistand. He ends with a 52.186. That's a pretty good lap for Richard. And it's going to be a couple seconds here until we see your second-place driver, Jason Alden, cross the finish line. There he is. Alden comes home in second. And then we're watching for Chris Gannon. There he is. Daniel Miglarenza, Matthew Sanford, Michael LeGrand, Christian Bartz, Vicky Bryan comes home in 8th. Farshad Bagheri 9th. Juan Garcia brings it home in 10th. And then Luis Bonatti completes the Masters Shifter field coming home in 11th. By my count, we have got, let's see here, we got Masters Rock coming up next, Senior Rock, Rock Shifter Senior, and then we got to run our second group of Mini Rock A versus C and then B versus D races. So those are coming up. There you see some of our sponsors, MG Tires and Cold Stone Creamery, all stepping up to work arm in arm with Max Speed Entertainment to bring you the Rock Cup USA portion of the 2015 Florida Winter Tour. This weekend we are at the Orlando Kart Center, and it has been a great weekend so far. Good shot as the karts come out onto the track. Little overcast in the area, a lot of overcast actually, but the sun is shining. It's not getting dark by any means. That camera shot makes things look just a touch darker than they are here in Orlando right now. But don't you worry, folks. Sun's shining on us. We're racing at the Florida Winter Tour right now. Coming down the front straightaway, we're going to get this Masters Rock heat race ready to go here. It's Eduardo Dieter and Rodrigo Piquet. We're waiting to see the green flag as it flies. We are racing. Good start for Dieter. Piquet slips back into second. Adam Pettit in the PCR with that orange helmet. He had a really, like I said, a good run going in Miami. Had 2 days of great racing, but again was involved in a bit of an incident with Raul Costa. And that ended his day on Saturday, if I remember correctly. I probably don't, but that ended one of his race days early while running second or third. I should just look up the results instead of all this guessing, because I'm not very good at guessing. He runs third. He was third at the start, and he's really involved in a tight battle right now. There you go. Wow, yeah, they were slow out of 10 right there. UD Ramsey making a move. There's a good shot of Dieter and Rodrigo Piquet behind him as they cross the finish line to complete the opening lap. Borelli up into third with Regan behind him. UD Ramsey rounds out your top five. Andre Duick in sixth, and Pettit falls from third all the way to seventh to start that race. He was right up in third the first couple of corners, but he's way back, possibly a bit of an issue with the engine on that kart. Folks, it's always important to remember the difference between engine and motor. If you're ever considering learning that, I suggest you look up Garrett Potter. An engine runs on gasoline or an internal combustion style of that's how that product works. Is it's an engine, and a motor is electric. I learned that thanks to Garrett. So these go-karts don't have motors, they have engines. Your remote control airplane probably has a motor. Go-karts and race cars have engines. I learned that in Valencia, Spain over Thanksgiving. I understand that most of you probably already know that. I didn't, and I just like to pass on the very few things I learned in life to others. Probably meaningless. But I'm like a Snapple bottle. Interesting facts underneath the lid. One fact is that Eduardo Dieter is running away from Rodrigo Piquet to make this Master Rock race look very similar to the Master Shifter Rock race that we just wrapped up. Dieter, 55.237, about 0.5 of a second quicker than Piquet. The gap last time was 1 second. We're going to see what it is. It's definitely grown in size. The fact you're going to learn during this race is not the difference between engine and motor. It's that Eduardo Dieter is a very smooth driver. He goes purple that time by 55.199 to Piquet's 55.470. 1.3 seconds. So the lead's grown about 0.3 of a second a lap right now as we work on lap number 4 of this 14-lap pre-final. Eduardo Dieter right there, rolling through turn 7. He's your leader with the bright green, the neon yellow-green helmet aboard the Tech Speed chassis. Rodrigo Piquet driving the red and white liveried Tony Kart. Livery, a fancy word for paint scheme. When you're raised a NASCAR fan like myself and you start hanging out with Formula One people, you learn what a livery is. It's just a fancy paint scheme. But just passing on knowledge to you guys right now. Alexandre Rigon, another Tech Speed driver, running third. George Borelli, he runs fourth, and guess what? He's on a Tech Speed. And then UD Ramsey's on a Tony Kart with the Ocala Grand Prix. He's gotten around Borelli. UD Ramsey currently runs fourth. These Tech Speed guys have got something figured out when it comes to Masters racing classes, because Dieter is just working it right now. Purple again, 55.126 last time by. Looks awesome out on the track right now as Rodrigo Piquet is just trying to keep Dieter in his sights. That's probably going to be easier said than done. 14-lap pre-final on track right now. We are currently working lap 5. We're going to take a short break for station identification. And we're back from that station identification break here at kartslive.com's broadcast. Is it Live Karts? Every time I say it, you switch, Carl. Livekarts.com broadcast of the 2015 Cold Stone Florida Winter Tour, while Carl Rickert looks to find me a business card, which I'm sure has interchangeable titles on it. Eduardo Dieter continues to lead. Here in Rock Masters, this is Karts Live Internet Video Production Services. Carl Rickert, owner and president of www.livekarts.com. Well, that's misleading. Eduardo Dieter, quickest driver on track, 54.834. With a now 3.5 second gap back to second place driver Rodrigo Piquet. Alexander Rigon in third. UD Ramsey looking very strong in fourth right now. George Borelli completes the top five. Francois Brant-Wibeau runs sixth. Eduardo Espindola, CRG USA driver, in seventh. Janos Ehler in eighth. Andre Duick ninth. And Adam Pettit. Yeah, something's definitely wrong with Pettit's PCR. He started third, was up in the mix at the opening lap, but has since fallen back. And be sure to tell your friends, family, coworkers, peers, and maybe even sworn enemies to head over to FloridaWinterTour.com and click on the Watch Live button. That way you can watch live. You're already doing that because you're listening to this message. Let's see here. And be sure to email us at live@FloridaWinterTour.com if you have a shout-out for a driver, team, crew member. If you'd like to say hi to somebody but you're not here in Orlando, be sure to email us at live@FloridaWinterTour.com. You can say, hey, good luck so-and-so. Hey, that driver is really doing great. The announcer keeps butchering this kid's name, and we're going to come find where he lives. Send whatever you want, really. We like getting emails and talking to people. It's lonely up here in the announcer's booth. Eduardo Dieter, it's lonely up at front, and that's where Dieter is right now. Nearly 4 seconds the better than Rodrigo Piquet right now. About 4 laps to go. Less than 4 laps to go by now, as Dieter continues to work his way around the Orlando Kart Center, really making it look easy. I'll tell you what, the Brazilians sure like loud and beautiful helmets. Those things are awesome. The Brazilian drivers that race with us here at the Florida Winter Tour always have beautifully designed and painted helmets. And, man, Eduardo Dieter, your leader right now, he's letting everybody see that bright yellow and green helmet. The colors, obviously, of the Brazilian national flag. If it weren't for Ryan Kinnear, I wouldn't know what the Scottish flag looks like. Thanks to him and his helmet, I know what the Scottish flag looks like. And thanks to all the drivers at the Florida Winter Tour, I know what the Brazilian flag looks like. And the two primary colors, yellow and green. I mean, coming to a Florida Winter Tour race, man, you learn a lot of things. Rodrigo Piquet was not in Miami with us. He is racing today and this weekend. He runs second. Rigon third. UD Ramsey sitting well in fourth. And then George Borelli completes the top five here. Should be seeing the white flag this time by for that man, your leader, Dieter. Out of turn 9, down the back straightaway. We keep a tight shot on him. Up against those barriers, you really get an idea for how fast these karts are going. Out of 10, heading back towards the paddock and the grid area. He works through 11 and 12. Now out of 13, he'll hit the dog leg and shoot down the front straightaway. See the white flag flying there. Cam Hager letting him know 1 lap to go. Last time by was a 54.853. His best lap is a 54.83. So 0.02 of a second difference between his best lap and his last lap. That's good. He's staying consistent and he's staying fast. Again, I talked about it with Richard Heistand. Just because you're out in front by a lot, or just because you're back by a lot, does not mean you should ever slow down. You should ever get off the gas. You should ever take it easy. These are sprint races. In the Daytona 500 tomorrow, if you want to ride around for 50 or 100 laps and bide your time, that's one thing, man. But this is a 14-lap heat race. It's going to be a 20-some-odd lap main event, Jack. You don't sit around and ride. You are always on the gas in these karts, and that's what makes them so physically demanding to drive, is the best never take a lap off. You always are after it. Checkered flag is going to wave over your winner in the Rock Masters heat race. Eduardo Dieter is going to drive to a 5.2 second victory over Rodrigo Piquet. Alexander Ragone is going to finish third when he gets to the line. And there he is. George Borelli and UD Ramsey swap positions to finish 4th and 5th. Francois Brun-Wibeau will be 6th, followed by Eduardo Espindola, Janos Eiler, Andre Duick, and Adam Pettit. So keep an eye on Pettit. Whatever was wrong with his kart, they're most likely going to correct, and he will be back with a vengeance in the main event a little bit later today. 2 heat races to go in the natural order of things. Senior Rock coming up first, and then it'll be the Senior Shifters. And we got 2 mini Rock heat races to sort out the starting grid for their main event. And just like that, it'll be time for the round 3 feature races. So Senior Rock coming up next. We're going to see Andre Nicastro and Yao Kuna making up the front row, while Christian Munoz and Kyle Kirkwood start 3rd and 4th. Ryan Norberg and Sasha Brun-Wibeau start 5th and 6th. Couple of PCR teammates right there. Gianfranco Mazzaferro will start 7th with Morgan Healy 8th. And Alex Sullivan and Jonathan Law rounding out the top 10. The Senior Rock race coming up next as we work our way through heat races today. Round 3 of the 2015 Cold Stone Florida Winter Tour. Brought to you by Cold Stone, the Rock Cup USA. Thanks to MG Tires. We can't wait to see everybody at the welcome dinner this evening. Again, your welcome dinner at the Rock Cup USA, sponsored by MG Tires and WR Motorsports. Big thanks to Orsalon Racing, AM Racing Engines, CKT Racing Engines, and Cold Stone Creamery. So now our Senior Rock heat race on the track, getting gridded up, ready for the start of their 14-lap heat race, which will set the grid for the main event. Andre Nicastro, you see him right there, sliding that cart back and forth to get the tires warmed up. Yao Kuna was on the provisional pole nearly all qualifying until the very last second. Andre Nicastro jumped up and stole the pole position away. And Christian Munoz and Kyle Kirkwood start in row number 2. We were filled in on Kyle Kirkwood's nickname, why they call him Woody. We'll get to that in a minute. We're racing right now in Senior Rock. Nicastro gets a good start, but he's going to lose the lead to Kuna. as a full field of Senior Rock drivers get away cleanly here. And I do believe that's Kuna, the 324. Man, go-karts go fast, and the numbers are not very big. So when they're flying by you outside and you're looking out the window or on a monitor, it really does take a good eye to see what the numbers are. Thankfully, Race Monitor does that for us, but you always like to know who's where before they come back and cycle around and you are waiting on Race Monitor. I try not to do that. I try to look at the numbers. But I'm going to let Race Monitor do it for me this time. I'm going to bet it's Kuna. No, it's Munoz. I should be fired. Christian Munoz is your leader. Nicastro runs second. Ryan Norberg, the PCR driver, runs third. And Kuna, the guy who I was saying was the leader, is all the way back in fourth. That's weird. That just doesn't look like Munoz's cart. So maybe I need to get my eyes checked. Yep, that's the 392. That's not good. That's how you lose your job, when you announce the wrong guy as the leader for an entire lap. I'm going to watch out for a pink slip. Andre Nicastro runs second, and then it's Ryan Norberg and Kuna right there. That's the battle you see. Munoz, your leader, heading down into 11. Boom, there's 12, and it sets up for 13. Good shot right there. And then Norberg has gotten around to Castro, so there's Ryan Norberg up into second, the PCR driver. Look at that. That time I didn't need to wait on Race Monitor. Ryan Norberg, some people out there call him Ryan Orberg. I'm not one of those people. I definitely did just call him Ryan Orberg, though, so I guess maybe I am one of those people. But I don't make a habit out of it. I've only said it twice so far today. So Ryan Norberg, the PCR driver, he made it to his first ever Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals last year. It was his first trip ever to the international event. He competed as part of Team USA and represented the country well. And now he's back trying to earn another ticket. Not this weekend, obviously, but he will be back at other Rotax races this year trying to earn his ticket to the 2015 World Finals, or Grand Finals, I should say. He's doing his best right now, though, to keep Andre Nicastro, a very good driver, back behind him. Yao Kuna is behind those two drivers. Really just close racing, second, third, fourth. And then Kirkwood runs fifth. Kyle Kirkwood swept Senior Rock at Miami last month. And his main challengers there in Homestead were Andre Nicastro and Christian Munoz. And Munoz is your leader now. Nicastro runs third, and Kirkwood runs fifth. So the top three from Homestead at rounds 1 and 2 occupy 3 of the top 5 spots. Kirkwood, quickest driver on track that time by 53.460. Your leader, Munoz, was a 54 flat. Norberg was a 53.7. Nicastro was a 53.7. And Kuna was a 53.8. So Kirkwood looking very strong right now, running in the 5th position, as the front 5 all pretty equally separated right now. Norberg is doing a bit of damage when it comes to cutting into Munoz's lead. Last time I was a half a second from Munoz back to Norberg, and I want to see what the gap is going to be this time, because Norberg is doing a great job. God, he's got to be flying right now. I'm going to be interested to see what his lap time is. Norberg last time I was a 53.79. Here they come across the stripe. Let's see what it's going to be here. 53.6 for Norberg. So good lap. He's getting quicker. Munoz was a 53.9. So that time Norberg was about 0.3 of a second quicker than leader Christian Munoz. So slowly but surely, we've got a battle for the lead shaping up here. 14-lap heat race, and we're only on lap 6, not even at the halfway point yet. So now as we work the halfway point of this heat race, Norberg 53.63. Munoz was a 53.68. Norberg's really coming on a lot earlier in this race, but he's got to contend with Nicastro. Andre gets on the inside there in turn number 9, and he takes second away. Kirkwood almost joined the fight and made it a 3-kart race heading to 10, but thought better of it, tucked back in, and Kirkwood really got a visor full of black and yellow right now as he chases down Ryan Norberg. A lot of drivers spending a lot of time looking over their shoulders. But Munoz is just loving it, as there's 4 karts behind him going bumper to bumper right now, just trying to get to second. Munoz is able to just put in solid lap after lap. That's going to allow him to really pull away. It's Nicastro, Norberg, Kirkwood, and Kuna, your top 5 right now. Coming down to complete lap number 8, they head down across the start-finish line. Munoz that time by was a 53.556. Nicastro 53.585. Out of 3, they head for 4. Those 4 karts running 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, all nose to bumper right now. Munoz really solidifying his lead through 7. Now into 9 and the back straightaway. Your leaders go. Norberg ducking and doing everything he can to catch back up to Andre Nicastro. Nicastro's best lap of 53.585. Norberg a little bit quicker. Those were both the last lap times. 53.585 for Nicastro, 53.552 for Norberg. So he's about 3/100ths of a second quicker, Norberg is, than Nicastro. Morgan Healy, the OGP driver, quickest on track, 53.409. Morgan Healy, quickest driver on track, 53.409. Good lap for her. She currently runs just outside the top 5 in 6th. You can see the leaders in front of her. And she has a few more laps to go here. I don't know if she has enough time to really catch them and make anything happen, but she's going to be sitting pretty for the main event coming up later. If she could just gain one more spot, being at 5th, she'd get to start on the inside of row number 3, and that's going to benefit her when they get the green flag for the main event later today. The driver she's chasing is Yao Kuna. Munoz continues to lead. Nicastro being able to pull away from 3rd place. That position has changed. It was Norberg. Now Kirkwood has the spot. Kyle Kirkwood runs in 3rd. He's all over Nicastro's back bumper. We may have a challenge for 2nd place right here. Kirkwood pulls up, gives Nicastro a shot down the back straightaway. Stays in line. Norberg behind him, but I don't exactly think he's close enough to make a move. Nicastro knows Kirkwood is right there. He's giving him a shot on the back bumper. Munoz, Nicastro, Kirkwood out of 13. They hit the dog leg down the front straightaway to complete another lap. 3 to go. And the battle for 2nd, the close one right now. Kirkwood all over Nicastro's back bumper. Munoz runs 4th. Yao Kuna in 5th. Morgan Healy still in 6th. And then 7th place is Gianfranco Mazzaferro. Sasha Brun-Weibo is in 8th. Alex Sullivan and Jordan Perry round out the top 10. Kirkwood's gotten around to Castro as they entered the back straightaway. Kirkwood around Nicastro for P2. So now Kyle Kirkwood, your round 1 and 2 victor, sets his sights on your leader, Christian Munoz. We were talking about it at dinner last night in regard to the OGP drivers and tuners and how they set their carts up and specifically what they do with the tires to make the tires come in at the right time of the race. Norberg gets around to Castro for third, and he's going to be able to bring, that's going to be Kuna with him. So it's not yet. It's Norberg, Kuna, Nicastro, and Healy, the back half. But we were talking about the OGP drivers in Miami and how they were able to manage and save their tires. And just as I say that, Kirkwood has gotten around your leader, Christian Munoz, making him the new top spot. Oh, and Munoz breaks out of 10. Munoz pulls to a slow. Nope, he gets it going again. Have no idea what just happened there, but Christian Munoz very slow. Out of turn number 10 while battling with Kirkwood. So that's going to bump Norberg, not Castro, up to second and third, and Morgan Healy runs in fourth. We got one driver pulling off the track. It's the 350. So, again, no idea what happened to Munoz there. Coming out of 10, the cart just stopped on him, basically. And he lost a bunch of spots, got it going, but that was crazy. That bumps Norberg and Nicastro, as I said, up into second and third. The driver we lost was the 350 of Gianmarco Latoni. So he's retired from the race. Checkered flag flies as Kyle Kirkwood doing a pretty good job here in the Senior Rock category. Picks up both main events in Miami last month, and he's off to a pretty good start here in Orlando by winning the pre-final. Ryan Norberg comes home second, Andre Nicastro third. And how about that run for Morgan Healy in fourth, Mazzaferro fifth? As a really surprising last couple of laps, ends up seeing Christian Munoz and Kyle Kirkwood battling for the lead, and Munoz losing power out of 10, and the field flying past him. So Kyle Kirkwood, the kid they call Woody, scores the pre-final victory. Ryan Norberg, the PCR driver, comes home second. Nicastro third. Heck of a run for Miss Morgan Healy. Chris Enderlin, good job there, brother. Picking up a fourth-place finish with Morgan. Gianfranco Mazzaferro rounds out your top five. Miss Sasha Braun-Weibo finishes sixth. Good run for her. Alex Sullivan seventh. Jordan Perry eighth. Daniel Monte ninth. And Matthias Leist complete the top 10. Heck of a run for quite a few drivers. Really exciting racing in the Senior Rock pre-final. That was a good show, guys. Coming up next, our Senior Shifter pre-final. That coming up next. Kyle Kirkwood, your victor in the Senior Rock pre-final.
The Mazda Road to Indy is the only program of its type in the world. It's designed to advance drivers from the karting ranks all the way to the Verizon IndyCar Series and Indianapolis 500. The Cooper Tires USF 2000 Championship powered by Mazda is the first step, providing its champion with a scholarship to the Pro Mazda Championship presented by Cooper Tires. The Pro Mazda champion receives a scholarship to Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tires, where their champion is guaranteed a 3-race program in the Verizon IndyCar Series, including the Indianapolis 500. Visit usf2000.com for more information.
With multiple national titles in IKF, WK, SCUSA, and Rotax, the Rullison Performance Group put their experience to work for you. Coast to coast, RPG offers the most comprehensive driver development program. From detailed on-track data analysis to trackside coaching for tuners and drivers, RPG's individualized trackside support will improve your results. RPG is an authorized Rotax service center and a top supplier of Cosmic Carts and OTK parts. Visit us on the web at RullisonPerformanceGroup.com.
You make me smile like the sun, fall out of bed, sing like a bird, dizzy in my head, spin like a record, crazy on a Sunday night. You make me dance like a fool, forget how to breathe, shine like gold, buzz like a bee. Just the thought of you can drive me wild. Oh, you make me smile.
Orsalon Racing is a proud sponsor of the Florida Winter Tour. It is a great honor to be involved in such a great event. The Orsalon Racing team, founded by pro race car driver Fabio Orsalon, has 3 years of experience and tremendous success. Our team runs of a set of great principles, hard work, dedication, professionalism, and tireless data analysis to help our driver reach their goals. We would like to thank our staff, drivers, and all those who support us endlessly. Orsalon Racing is proof that hard work and dedication are the
CKT Racing.
Orsalon Racing.
PKT Racing Engines is a full-service two-cycle engine builder and kart shop. From chassis setup to engine tuning to driving style, they are there to help. Their goal is to deliver the best possible service to each.
The sun has started to come back out just a bit here in Orlando, and that would make sense as we're wrapping up our heat races and getting ready for the brightest and sunniest part of the day, the main events. I don't think anybody's ever described the main event as bright or sunny, but you'd like great lighting. I think you'd like appropriate lighting for the main events. Photos are being taken. Spectators are watching. It's an important part of the day. Rubens Barrichello is your pole sitter for this race. He knows a thing or two about driving quickly. He drove quickly in qualifying. That's what makes him your pole sitter. A 50.438 second lap time put him in front of Nelson Piquet, as well as Austin Garrison and Danny Formal. AJ Myers starts fifth with Milan Donche in sixth. Richard Heistand makes his senior shifter debut in seventh with Ryan Kinnear in eighth. Andrew Bedoso lines up ninth with Colin Daly alongside in 10th. Then it's Nick Latifi, Dominic Legrand, and Harry Gottsacker. Christian Parents says, face shields down, boys. We're going to the flag. Here we go. Green, green, green. We are racing. I'm going to break out the Italian for our shifter starts a little bit later today in the main events. Great start by Barrichello, but even better start for Nelson Piquet. Piquet goes to the lead, and Austin Garrison is harassing Rubens Barrichello. Garrison, you shouldn't do that. Rubens is a pretty nice guy. So Piquet jumps from off pole to be the early leader in this senior shifter pre-final. There you see him right there. It's Piquet, Barrichello, and Garrison. And then let's see how they run here out of 10. I want to say that's Donche. No, Donche's in fifth. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's Myers in fifth. Wow, and Myers and Garrison got together, and that really knocked the speed out of Garrison. Oh, and we've got a GoPro drone over the property, folks. A GoPro drone. Wave. Everybody on the garages, wave. Right now, you are on candid camera. It's not that candid because you can see it. Battle for the lead as Rubens Barrichello takes over the top spot. So your pole sitter now back to the lead 2 laps in. That drops Piquet back to second, and this is good racing, folks, right here. If you are on the property, put down what you're doing, get on the fence line, and watch 2 greats of open-wheel racing go at it right now. They're way out in front. Third, fourth, and so on back aren't really in the mix right now. It is just these 2 guys, Barrichello and Piquet, hitting the S's. There's 11, 12. Now they head for 13. I saw the GoPro drone a minute ago. I don't know where it went. In the state of Texas, it's illegal. It's legal. It's okay to shoot a drone out of the sky. We're in Florida, so I don't recommend it. And it's probably getting some pretty cool footage. You know what's cool about the Orlando Kart Center as we watch Rubens Barrichello and Nelson Piquet, 2 racing superstars, battle right now? AJ Myers runs third. Austin Garrison was just 5 ways past Sunday sideways when he got into the back bumper of Milan Donche, but Garrison kept his foot in it through the sweeper in 7 and drove out of it. Wow, that was a really cool move. I'm standing up looking through the window right now, and we didn't have that on camera, but Austin Garrison, he's going to wish that was on the highlight reel because he was sideways. That was way cool. Anyway, cool thing about Orlando Kart Center is I'm looking out the window right now and standing up on the barriers in turn 7. Track owner, Mr. Andre Martins, standing with yellow flag in hand. He's not above getting out there and filling in when some of his employees don't make it into work on a race day. He's out there. He's working. He's sweating. He's got a yellow flag, and he's making this weekend run super smoothly. He can't hear me because there's go-karts out on the track right now. But, man, Andre, thanks a bunch. He's just to the left of your monitor. He was a moment ago while we keep up with these leaders. There you can see Barrichello heading down into turn number 10 with Piquet behind him. But Andre Martins, not above any task here at his kart track and really making the weekend go smoothly. He's friends with with Barrichello and Piquet and gets all these guys out here to these races. So, Andre, I know you can't hear us, but thanks a bunch, man, for all your hard work. And thanks for jumping in and holding the yellow flag when we need it, man. You're awesome. Out in front, Barrichello's been able to put a bit of a gap, about a kart length, maybe that, between he and Piquet. And then running third, it's AJ Myers, but the OGP driver, Austin Garrison, running fourth, is quickest on track right now, 51.347. Also, Morgan Healy, good job. Your tuner, Chris Enderlin, said that you said the kart wasn't handling very well. Well, he finished fourth, so I think the kart was handling really well. But then again, I don't know. Either way, good job on your fourth place finish. Rubens Barrichello out in front of Piquet. Last time by the gap was 0.3 of a second. AJ Myers doing everything he can to keep Garrison behind him right now. That's a good battle. Right now is the one we're watching for second. There you see your leaders on the monitor. We're going to try and pick up the race for second. There it is. Actually, that's the battle for third. I've been standing up too long. I'm getting dizzy. AJ Myers in the black and yellow PCR has the spot, and Austin Garrison runs in fourth. We got one driver pulling off. The 437, that makes me think, when I hear the number 37, I think Danny Formal, and it is. Formal was running 11th, and he's pulled off the track 6 laps in. So that is unfortunate. We pick up the battle for third on your monitors right there. There you see first and second, and there's third place right there. AJ Myers in the black and yellow PCR with Austin Garrison right behind him. We resume the battle of your leaders right there. Barrichello and Piquet out of 6. Good shot of Rubens through the sweeper in 70. That's 8-9. I'm double fisting it with microphones up here today, folks. We've got one microphone for the track PA and one microphone for the live broadcast. What would be funny is if I switch on one microphone but forgot to switch on the other. That's not the case. I'm not saying that's happened yet today. I've been okay so far, but just expect one of the two to happen. If you're watching the live broadcast and an extended period of time goes by where you don't hear anything, or if you're at the track and you don't hear anything over the PA, you might be happy, and I don't blame you. But understand that it's not because I'm being lazy. It's just that maybe I forgot to flip a switch. I'm very simple-minded, and that kind of thing can trip a guy like me up, forgetting to flip a switch. So that's what's going on up here right now. What's going on out there is Rubens Barrichello is pulling away from Nelson Piquet. He's gone purple again, 50 seconds, .915, quickest driver on track. And then it's Piquet with a 51.157. So Barrichello about 0.2 of a second quicker a lap. So that's what's allowed him to stretch to an 0.8 of a second lead. Not a full second yet. Austin Garrison, meanwhile, while we were watching Barrichello, Garrison has gotten around AJ Myers and really checked out on him. Barrichello's lead over Piquet is now to a second, and then Garrison is about 0.9 of a second, almost a full second ahead of AJ Myers. As we are on the back side of this Shifter Senior pre-final. As they run right now, it's going to be Barrichello and Piquet starting on the front row once again for the main event, and then Garrison on the inside of row 2 and Myers making up the outside half of row number 2. But they haven't finished yet. That's why they run the race. A lot can still happen. Just ask Christian Munoz. But man, Rubens Barrichello, he sure looks good out there right now, folks. And Barrichello looks good, and it's not a surprise that this dude was so successful in the highest form of professional motorsport, Formula One. You just watch him drive a go-kart. He's so smooth, he's so calm, and he's precise. He puts that go-kart where he wants it to go. He knows what line he's supposed to be taking. He knows where on the track that go-kart needs to be. And racing with OGP, it's obviously not only helping him mechanically, but they're getting him there with whatever little bit of driving he may or may not need. Carl Rickert brings up a great point. one of the really cool parts about these shifter karts is you can see the drivers working the shifter out there on track. You can clearly see it behind the steering wheel. You just watch the guy shift. I mean, it's beautiful the way he does things. There's few things in this world that I call beautiful. You know, maybe in Orlando sunset, you know, that was beautiful last night. And, you know, a bucket of chicken, that's beautiful. And the way Rubens Barrichello hits that shift lever, that's beautiful, friends. And I don't say that word very often. Barrichello would have to think this race is going pretty beautifully the way he's been able to pull away. It's 1.2 seconds the gap back to second place PK. Garrison runs third, Myers fourth, Milan Donche, the PSL driver, rounds out your top five. Ryan Kinnear with Champion Racing is in sixth. Colin Daly, the Jamaican, he runs seventh Mon. Not Jamaican. Is Daly Jamaican? No, he's from Bermuda. I don't know. Colin Daly. He's, we're going to say he's from Jamaica, but I'm probably wrong. Austin Garrison is from Florida, and that doesn't mean a lot, but the fact that he just laid down a 50.889 second lap time, that means a lot. He's quickest driver on track. He still is in third. Probably not enough laps left to really close in on these guys. All the battling with AJ Myers really allowed Barrichello and PK to really get a good gap, a good lead on Garrison. So he's not close enough, and he just doesn't have enough laps to chase those guys down. Here at the checkered flag, he may be on PK's back bumper if he keeps running those kind of lap times, but I don't know. It's a lot of distance to make up in a few laps. But it's usually a fail-safe whenever I say someone doesn't have enough time. In Homestead, whenever I said a guy didn't have enough time, he usually caught him pretty quickly. So basically, I'm not a fortune teller. I'm like a mid-level card announcer, like real mediocre. If you looked up mediocre, you'd be seeing me. What's not mediocre is the performance Rubens Barrichello's putting in for a heat race right now. The dude's digging. 50.915 his best lap. Last time I was a 51.2, so he's backing it off about 0.3 of a second, doing a little bit to save the tires maybe for the main event because he knows that's going to be a much longer race and it's going to be a battle. And you got to think PK's probably got the same strategy right now. He was a 51.16, about a tenth quicker than Barrichello last time by. But honestly, PK's quickest lap is a 51.1, and he just ran a 51.2. So he's not really backing off as much. He's just kind of running in his zone right now. He's kind of staying in his lane and doing what he does. White flag is flying. 1 lap to go. There you see Barrichello. We pick him up as he heads through 7. For the last time this heat race. And then it's PK, Garrison, Myers, and Donche, all your top 5. Ryan Kinnear's got a good battle going on with Colin Daly right now. I know it's not on your monitor, but we're going to keep an eye on it as they head out of 9, down the back straightaway. Kinnear's got the spot. Daly's looking. Kinnear defends down into 10. Coming out of the last corner across the dog leg, checkered flag's going to fly for your heat race winner, Rubens Barrichello. Nelson PK comes home second. Garrison's going to bring it home in third. Myers fourth. And there's Milan Donche finishing 5th. Ryan Kinnear is going to hold off Colin Daly for 6th. Daly 7th. Latifi 8th. Highstand 9th. And Bedoso 10th. Dominic Legrand finishes 11th. Harry Gottsacker aboard the Intrepid 12th. And Danny Formal retires from the race on lap 6 to finish 13th. So now our first round of all of our heat races are done. We have one group left, and that is the Mini Rock drivers. They ran A versus B and C versus D to start. They're now going to run A versus C and B versus D. As I said, I'm not exactly an expert with the alphabet, but they've got it pretty simplified for me right now. A versus C coming to you next. And Johnny Edgar and D. Orlando picked up the wins in the first round of heat races, so they're going to go at it again now, racing each other, and we're going to see who comes out on top in that race. Reese Gold and Jeremy Fairbairn are going to kick off that B and D race. Reese Gold, Fairbairn in row 1. Then it's Jack Crawford and Lachlan DiFrancesco in row 2. Paulie Massimino and Alessandro Famularo make up row 3. And then in row 4, it's going to be Sebastian Rodriguez and Luca Mars. Tyler Gonzalez lines up alongside Ugo Chukwu. And then it's Anthony Zapponi and Ricardo Villasmil, along with several other drivers we're going to talk about. They're out on track now. No, they are not. This is the A versus C race. The B versus D race will be next. Good thing I didn't say anything like those drivers are on track now or anything, except I did. Johnny Edgar and Nicholas D'Orlando, they are the drivers out on track right now. So it's Edgar and D'Orlando. D'Orlando scored the round 1 victory in Homestead last month, and then it was Edgar on Sunday in round 2. So this is kind of our heavyweight fight right now. Your front row are the top 2 championship point contenders right now. Edgar leads the points coming into this weekend, and D'Orlando just a couple spots back. This is going to be a good race. This is Mini Rock A versus C, Carl. Wesley Mason and Matthew Latifi are in row 2, while it's Derek Carmenente and Patrick Woods-Toth in row 3. Tyler Maxon and Sam Mayer make up row 4. And row 5 sees Henry Cubitus and Dylan Gennaro as they work their way down the back straightaway. The rest of the field looks like this: Sebastian Montoya and Robert Noker III, Ethan Arndt and Caleb Bacon, I love that name, Enrico Rashid De Luca and Leonardo Ruffino start side by side. Then it's Dylan DeFonce, Santiago Juarez Diaz, Ryan Detler, Cash Tinner, and Arias Duke Medjin. I believe Duke Medjin was a few pounds short at the scales, is what I heard. Maybe not short, light. And that's why he is starting at the back. We're going to see what he can do. We're going to see what all these young drivers can do. The Mini Rock A versus C. Johnny Edgar and Nicholas D'Orlando, your front row. Bringing them down through the dog leg onto the start-finish straightaway. There you see a good shot. A versus C. Here we go. Green flag flies. They jump out of their starting lanes. Oh, boy, and D'Orlando is going to lose one spot on the start to Mason, it looks like. They come out of 2 through 3 now and head for 4, the right-hander. D'Orlando needs to be really careful right now. He's got the speed, in my opinion, to work past these guys if he gets shuffled back at the start, but being too aggressive at the start could really pigeonhole him. He's all the way back to 5th right now off of starting 2nd, and that's all right. D'Orlando's shown, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, that he has the speed to catch these kids and pick them off one by one, but being too aggressive here at the start, that can ruin your race really before it even begins. So D'Orlando loses a few spots on the start, but we're going to see how he manages it here heading in to the second lap, as Johnny Edgar did not have that bad of a start. In fact, he had a great start. He got the pole and has already pulled out to about a 2-3 kart length advantage. It's 0.4 of a second. Edgar back to Bennick driver Wesley Mason. And then Woods-Toth, Latifi, and Carmenente round out your top 5. D'Orlando goes from 2nd to 6th, unfortunately, in one lap. And he's really getting pressure from behind drivers like Tyler Maxon and Dylan Gennaro, all trying to get up into the mix right now. So it goes Bennick, CRG of Woods-Toth, and then Tony Kart of Latifi, Carmenente on the Bennick, Latifi's on the Tony, and D'Orlando on the Tony Kart. There you see our leader, Johnny Edgar, rolling through 11, 12, and through 13. So Johnny Edgar really making the best out of that start as he leads Wesley Mason and then Patrick Woods-Toth on the CRG behind him in third. Nicholas D'Orlando, as I said, driver with a lot of speed. He's working his way back up from sixth where he fell at the start. He currently runs P5. You see him right there with that red Tony Kart livery or paint scheme, as we call it here in America. D'Orlando runs fifth, minute flat, .390. Then it's Latifi aboard a Tony Kart also in fourth. Latifi hailing from the Great White North, Canada, as some would call it. Woods-Toth running third right there. Good three-kart train right there for the lead. It's Woods-Toth in third, Mason in second, and Edgar in first. This is the best Mason's looked all day. He is really closing up on Edgar right now. Let's see what the lap times are. The difference is 0.4 of a second. Mason cuts that down to 0.1 of a second that time by. Last lap, Mason ran a minute flat, .233, and that's about 0.2 of a second quicker than leader Johnny Edgar. So Wesley Mason is digging right now, and he's trying to earn some valuable points towards starting up front in the main event. And actually the way it works is it's not gaining points, it's the higher you finish, the less points you earn. And the driver with the least amount of points going into the main event starts pole. So in theory, if you win both of these heat races, the A versus B and the A versus C, if you win both those races, you get 0 points. Second is obviously worth 1 point. Third is worth 2, and ascending, so on. So a win in a second place, you'd obviously earn 1 point. So it's the driver with the lowest number of points is going to start up front for the main event coming up after these round of heat races. And that's what you have to do when you have to split a group of drivers down the middle like we're doing this weekend here in Mini Rock. No other classes needed to be split, so Mini Rock gets double the heat races, and they will run a consolation race should those drivers decide to take advantage of that following the main event. The drivers who do not make it into the main event, I think we're taking 32 into the main event, and whoever does not make it gets to run a consolation main event. It's like a B main if you're a dirt racing fan. That makes a little bit more sense. Hey, we will let you know. Johnny Edgar is doing everything he can to keep Wes Mason behind him, and Mason is in that unique spot where he can't be too aggressive, because right there that could happen. He could lose second place to Patrick Woods-Toth. The CRG driver of Woods-Toth gets around Mason. So Patrick, now your second place driver, Johnny Edgar, is all right with that, because that just eases the pressure on him a little bit. D'Orlando still in fifth, runs the quickest lap of the race, 59.957, and he's the only driver below 1 minute right now. 59.957 for D'Orlando, only driver below the 1 minute mark. As we're currently working lap 7 right now. We should have seen the white flag. I believe we have, and that's why... Oh, no. Chief Starter's got the white flag in hand now. So when Edgar, who's in turn 10 right now, comes back down the straightaway, he'll head the S's, 11 and 12. There goes D'Orlando getting around Latifi for fourth. Good move by D'Orlando on the exit of turn 10. Really kept that cart rolling on the exit. So D'Orlando back up into fourth now. He sets his sights on... Oh, no, he's being scored in third. Yes, he is. Mason lost a few spots. We didn't see that. So it wasn't a battle for fourth when he got around Latifi. It was a battle for third. So D'Orlando sitting very pretty right now in third. He sets his sights on the CRG of Woods-Toth. He's going to go for it here. He's awful close. Through 7, your leader goes. This is the last half lap of this race here. There you see your leader. He takes a look over his shoulder out of turn 9. D'Orlando looking to the inside as they head into turn 10. D'Orlando's there, and he's got it. Can he defend on the exit? He does. Woods-Toth pulled out to take a look. Can't get it done. Now Woods-Toth's going to look to the inside in 11 and 12. Can't do it. Oh, but he's there in 13, and he might bring Latifi with him. They're side-by-side. D'Orlando's going to get back to third, and they're side-by-side for second at the line. Who's it going to go to? D'Orlando. D. Orlando gets second place by 9 1,000ths of a second. Man, that you got to thank your engine builder right there, Nicholas D. Orlando. He stood on that right foot, and that thing pulled like crazy out of the final corner, and it was a drag race between he and Woods Toth, and I don't think either one of those drivers know who got it. Maybe they do. D. Orlando's second in the scale line right now, but that was, man, these Mini Rock drivers, they're putting on the race of the day so far. D. Orlando battles with Woods Toth in the final corner to come home in second place. Johnny Edgar's your winner. D. Orlando second. Woods Toth third. Latifi fourth. Carmenente comes home in fifth. Mason drops to sixth on the final lap. Maxon seventh. Mayer eighth. Duke Medjin ninth. Good run for him. And then rounding out your top 10, it's Dylan Gennaro. Leonardo Ruffino finishes 11th. Robert Noker 12th. Enrico Rashid De Luca 13th. Henry Cubitus and Caleb Bacon complete the top 15 here in Mini Rock A versus C. So coming up next, folks, it's B versus D. Johnny Edgar with 2 heat race wins in his pocket heading into the main events. All right, here we go, folks. It's our last heat race of the afternoon. It is the Mini Rock B versus D race. You see them right there, your front row of Reese Gold and Jeremy Fairbairn leading them down through turn 13. They've come. And then it's Jack Crawford, Lachlan DiFrancesco, Paulie Massimino, and Alessandro Famularo. Green flag flies. And we are racing. Reese Gold gets to the outside quickly, but Jack Crawford comes to the inside, and Gold's going to go from first to third. And they're going to bring the Merlin, it looked like. That looked like a Merlin to me on the monitor for a second there. Crawford leads. Who's that driver in second between Crawford and Gold? That's the 188 of Paulie Massimino. So Massimino up into second. He's fallen to third. It looks like Gold back up into P2. Jack Crawford got a great start there from the inside of row 2. Just threw his cart to the inside. Reese came all the way out wide to defend Fairbairn. And when he did that, Crawford had a pretty easy shot to the inside of turn number 1 and was able to take over the lead. Now Reese runs in second. Paulie Massimino and Lachlan DiFrancesco battling. DiFrancesco looks like he's got the third spot at the moment with Massimino behind him in fourth. Gold looking really good out of 6 right there, right in Crawford's tire tracks. And that is for sure what he's doing right now. Everywhere Crawford goes, Gold is coming with. 3-cart pack up front. It's the Benix of Crawford and DeFrancesco running first and third, and then it's the Tony Kart of Gold right in the middle in second, and then it's another Tony Kart of Paulie Massimino in fourth, and another Tony Kart, Sebastian Rodriguez in P5. Our last heat race of the day, you're watching it right now on livecarts.com. Heading over to the Florida Winter Tour live broadcast. Please tell your friends, tell your family, tell everyone to head on over there. Reese Gold and DeFrancesco battling for second. DeFrancesco has the spot. Reese Gold goes to third now, and he's going to have to worry about Rodriguez, as we've lost Paulie Massimino. He's all the way down to 16th. Didn't see what happened there. So these two Benix drivers are going to try and sort things out between the two of them now. And DeFrancesco was quickest last time by, and he's the quickest, and now he's the leader. DeFrancesco around Crawford for P1. Good run going for DeFrancesco right now. Can Reese Gold take advantage of the opportunity? Crawford losing the lead. Is Gold going to make it a 2-spot swing? He's close enough, but he's just not able to make the move right now. DeFrancesco looking the best he has so far right now. Crawford obviously quick every time out, and so has DeFrancesco, but he looks really good right now. The kart is able to go where he wants it to go. Now Gold to the inside of Crawford. Reese Gold up and around for second place, so it's DeFrancesco, Crawford. I'm sorry, it's DeFrancesco, Gold, and Crawford now. So it's back to the Benix Tony Kart 1-3-2 swing. Only now it's DeFrancesco in the lead instead of Crawford. It goes Benix, Tony Kart, your front four as they run right now. And Sebastian Rodriguez, that Tony Kart running in the fourth spot. He's going to start giving Crawford a run for his money here. Reese Gold in the black and yellow kart. It doesn't look like a Tony Kart, but it is a Tony Kart chassis. They obviously do custom graphics and decals, different colors than what you're used to seeing. But it's a Tony Kart frame, and he's really making that Tony Kart chase down DeFrancesco. Reese is there. Coming to complete lap 5. DeFrancesco takes a look over his left shoulder, sees Gold there. Is Reese going to pull out looking into turn 1? Nope, he stays in line. And it's actually Sebastian Rodriguez, the quickest driver on track. Rodriguez, that time by was a minute flat, .219. And your front three really all over each other, and it's about to become a 4-kart battle. Crawford to the inside of Gold in 6. Can't get it done. And he's going to lose a lot of ground, actually, to Reese. When he took that look to the inside in 6, he's able to keep Sebastian Rodriguez behind him, but sure lost a lot of ground to Reese Gold there in turn 6 here on lap number 6. Gold looking to the inside of your leader as they head down into 1, and he's through. Gold's got the lead. But DeFrancesco back to the inside in 2. He reclaims the top spot. Gold and DeFrancesco going at it right now. DeFrancesco a defensive line down into 4. Oh, and Crawford to the inside. It's 3 wide. A battle for the lead in 6. They push 3 wide on the exit of 6 heading into 7. It's DeFrancesco and Crawford side by side. And they're going to bring Rodriguez with him. And Rodriguez to the inside in 9. Great move. But DeFrancesco pulls right up alongside, takes a look next to him, sees that he's cleared Rodriguez, and then back there racing for 3rd and 4th, it's Crawford and Gold still side by side. They were a little slow out of 10. That's going to allow DeFrancesco and Rodriguez to pull away and get some separation here. We're going to be seeing the white flag fly this time. White flag, 1 to go. DeFrancesco takes a very defensive line down into 1. And he's got Sebastian Rodriguez all over him. Then it's Reese Gold in 3rd, Crawford in 4th, and Valeria Vargas, good run going for her, in 5th. Front 4, the race we're watching. Out of 4 into 5, now 6. It's Rodriguez, your new leader. Now the Tony Karts go at it. Gold slides past into the lead. Reese Gold, DeFrancesco, Crawford, Rodriguez. Now it's Vargas in 4th. Gold's going to lead him out of 8 into 9. Down the back straightaway, it's Gold. Then it's the Benix. DeFrancesco and Crawford going at it. Crawford on the outside, DeFrancesco to the inside in 10. Is he going to force the issue? He does. And Crawford is going to lose the spot. They're side by side heading into the S's. Coming out of 13, Reese Gold's your leader. Then it's DeFrancesco, Crawford, Vargas, and Rodriguez. That's how they're going to finish. Mini Rock. B versus D win goes to Reese Gold, a very patient Reese Gold. DeFrancesco comes home 2nd, Crawford 3rd, Valeria Vargas 4th, and Rodriguez in 5th. Famularo finishes 6th, Gonzalez 7th, Zapponi, Villasmil, and Massimino round out the top 10. Then it's Mars, Anthony Famularo, Ugo Chukwu, Fairbairn, and Ryan Rackley, your top 15. So great racing there in Mini Rock, folks. That main event is going to be wild. And that's coming up around 5:19 is going to be the Mini Rock main event. So be sure to tune back in. Our scheduled start time for the Junior Rock main event is 2:50. It's currently 2:38. So I'm going to go ahead and say we're probably going to be in about a 12-minute hold, or roughly. So stick with us, folks, here on FloridaWinterTour.com. LiveCarts.com's broadcast of the 2015 Cold Stone Florida Winter Tour. MG Tires, the presenting sponsor this weekend. And a big shout-out and thanks to CKT Racing, Orsalon, and AM Racing Engines. Junior Rock, their main event, coming up next in roughly 10 minutes. We'll be back here in Orlando in just a few minutes, folks. Thanks for sticking with us. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is main event time, but before we can get the main events rolling, we have a red flag on the course. I believe a driver has hit the barriers on the warm-up lap, and that is the case down on the exit of turn 7, right before the left-handed kink. We have a driver in the barriers. The driver is out of the cart. So I'm being told from sources down on the track, it's cart number 281. That is Jimmy Cabrera. We're being told the driver is okay. They have him laying down on his back. Helmet is off. Again, driver, the number 281, Jimmy Cabrera. Again, sources down on the track tell me the driver is okay, but we are going to hold our Junior Max grid down there on the back straightaway. As you can see, the driver's up and talking. Nicholas Bruckner sure is short. And you know what? That's nothing personal against him. It's not funny. It's just a statement of fact. He's a great kid, awesome driver. He's just a little bit shorter. Oh, but then is that Dylan? Yeah, that's Dylan Tavella. He is short, but man, is he a cool kid. He's funny, and his dad's awesome, and I don't want his dad to hit me. That's all, okay? So, Junior Max drivers are going to go down and talk to Chris Parents at the back straightaway right before turn 10, and they're going to figure out what's going on. Again, if you're just joining us, outlap for our Junior Max drivers, when drivers slid wide in turn 7 and hit the barriers before turn 8 pretty hard. Again, it's driver the number 281, Jimmy Cabrera. The driver is okay from what I've been told. So we're going to just hang out and keep an eye on all this. We're going to let the officials and the safety staff do their job and work with that young driver. We ask that everybody just give those guys some room and please let them do their deal. They know what they're doing. And as soon as we know something a little bit more, we will get back to you. But Junior Max main event under a red flag here in Orlando. Jimmy Cabrera, the driver involved in the incident, is okay, and we will let you know when we have a little bit more information. All right, folks, once again, under a short red flag for an incident on the warm-up lap of the Junior Rock main event. Essentially what I'm being told from track staff is the Junior Rock grid was on their way through turn 7, the turn 8 area down here alongside the grid. The main part of the grid just started to slow up, started to get 2x2 a little bit earlier than expected. And then the driver, the 281, Jimmy Cabrera, coming around pretty quick, trying to catch up to the front part of the grid there. Saw them all slowing up pretty quickly there in turn 7, that turn 8 combination right there. And he knew he was coming a little bit hot. And from what several sources down on the track tell me, he got out of the gas, went to the brakes, went left to the left side of the track right there by the grid where everybody is up there on the lift watching, and got into the marbles. A lot of loose gravel, loose rubber, loose debris right there on the outside of the track. Got sideways, hit the barriers, got ejected from the cart. And right now, paramedics and EMTs really taking a look at his left leg, his left ankle. Everything is okay. Head, neck, back, all sounds to be okay. That's the important thing. Jimmy is all right. They've got him on his back again, really checking out the ankle, the lower leg, making sure everything's good there. We're going to throw him in the back of the ambulance, check him out, make sure everything is okay. The good news is we've got our second ambulance here on location. So basically, once Jimmy gets properly loaded up and taken care of, we will be able to go right back to racing. But the important thing is, folks, Jimmy Cabrera, okay, really did the right thing, had the option to run right into the back of his competitors, but got on the brakes, got up into the marbles, the loose stuff, and really just slid wide, hit the barriers, and got tossed out of the cart. So Jimmy up and okay. So when they get him up in that lift to put him in the back of the ambulance, obviously ask for a round of applause, because the important news is Jimmy is okay. And we're going to keep an eye on the clock here. And the race director staff is talking about what we're going to do here with this Junior Rock race. They never received a green flag, so we're obviously just going to start them like they finished in the pre-final. The crew here at Orlando Kart Center cleaning up turn 7 a little bit, getting some of the loose rubber and gravel out of the racing line. But again, the most important thing I'm happy to report is that Jimmy is okay, and that is the good news. So as soon as we go back racing, I will let y'all know. And we're back. We are getting ready to roll this Junior Rock main event. Those drivers were on their second warm-up lap when the accident with Jimmy Cabrera took place. So we never officially started our Junior Rock main event. It was a shame. We were on a schedule, rolling just along nicely. And good news is Jimmy is okay. They're going to check him out in the back of the ambulance. Really left ankle is all they're looking at. Andre Martin from Orlando Kart Center told me he's fine. He'll be up. He'll be walking. He'll be all good tomorrow. And the also good news is that kart didn't seem to have too much damage on it. A bent rear axle, and the radiator was tweaked and offset a little bit. The back half of the frame may have been tweaked just a touch. Didn't really get a great look at it. But, again, the most important thing is Mr. Jimmy Cabrera is okay. And the red flag has been lifted. Yellow flag is flying. These Junior Rock drivers are making their way around, and we're getting ready to go racing. It's Roman DeAngelis and Gianluca Petakov, your front row, with Guilherme Pexado and Matias Ramirez in row 2. Nicholas Bruckner and Michael D'Orlando make up row number 3. Michael McCarthy and Arthur Leist are in row 4. And starting 9th and 10th, it's Luis Jose Forteza and Giovanni Bramante. The grid's getting the yellow flags, telling them to slow down. Jesse, one of our race directors, out in the middle of the front straightaway, telling these guys to just check up a little bit, slow down. Green flag flies, and our main events are underway here in Orlando. DeAngelis takes him through turns 1 and 2. Oh, boy, but he gets a shot in the back from the second-place driver. I want to say that might have been Pexado on the Cosmic. One driver off on the exit of 4. They come out of 6. Couple drivers running wide on the exit of 6, heading down into 7. And it's a mad scramble for position right now. DeAngelis was getting a really good shot from Pexado in the Cosmic, heading into 4 right there on the opening lap, really just getting a couple consecutive shots in the bumper, and it's worked off because Pexado is your leader. And then Nicholas Bruckner has come all the way from his 5th place starting spot. He currently runs in the 2nd position. McCarthy, 3rd. Matias Ramirez from OGP up in 4th. And then Anthony Ganji Jr. Say his last name right, because he'll get mad at you if you don't. He runs in 5th. Arthur Leist, currently 6th. Luis Forteza, 7th. Petakov, 8th. Tavella up in 9th. Good run for young Tavella. And then Jet Noland. Jet Noland. That's a cool name. I like it. But obviously no name better than Sebastian. No, I'm sorry, not Sebastian. Caleb Bacon. That's the crowd favorite here this weekend, as it is pretty much everywhere we go. Up at the front, though, it's still Guilherme Pexado going purple. Couple drivers off. Let's see, what corner was that? Exit of, exit of 10. Drivers getting together. One still sitting on the outside, the exit of turn 10. They're up and moving the carts. The drivers are okay. Pexado leads. Bruckner running in 2nd. Battle for 3rd. Ramirez gets around McCarthy. Matias Ramirez, quickest driver on track. 55.949 for Ramirez, the OGP driver. He runs 3rd. Behind him, it's McCarthy on the Burrell. Then it's Ganji Jr. in 5th, and Leist right behind him. There's the battle for 3rd you're watching. Ramirez sets his sights on fellow Tony Kart driver Bruckner as they head down the back straightaway. Ramirez had about a half a thought of looking to the inside, heading into 10, but stays in line. I'm watching the battle through the window right now. There's Bruckner and Ramirez, 2 Tony Karts battling for 2nd place right now. Out of 13, they hit the dog leg down the front straightaway. Ramirez right behind. Is he going to look going into 1? No, stays in line. Bruckner holds the spot. And all this is good for Pexado as 2nd and 3rd battle. Pexado's able to pull away. Ramirez to the inside in 4. He's there and he's through. Ramirez into 2nd. That drops Bruckner to 3rd. Bruckner to the inside in 5 and 6. He's got it. Bruckner back to 2nd. That drops Ramirez to 3rd. McCarthy runs in 4th. And Ganji Jr. has lost 5th place to Leist. So lots of shuffling going on in the front 5 right now. Pexado all by himself out front, but Bruckner and Ramirez continue to do battle for second place as they head down the back straightaway into 10. Bruckner has it. They head into 11. Now Ramirez to the inside in the S's. He's through. Ramirez to second. Bruckner back to third. McCarthy fourth. Ganji and Leist battling still for fifth place as it's just a cluster of a race back there, second through about seventh, I want to say. Second place continues to go side by side. Ramirez has it. Bruckner to the inside in 4. He's back to P2. Nicholas Bruckner has second. He gets run in the dirt heading into 6. He's going to lose 2, 3 positions. Ramirez back into second. This time there's not going to be a fight for it. Behind him in third, that looks like Leist, as Bruckner's going to fall a few spots almost out of the top 5 there as he went side by side. He was trying to do the do-si-do with Ramirez, and you just do-si-don't. And all this is just really exactly what Guilherme Pexado wants to see. The Cosmic driver currently holding a 2.5-second lead over Ramirez. Now Ramirez is going to be able to put his head down and really chase Pexado, but he's got to remember that he's got a couple drivers right behind him. Arthur Leist, the closest, who could really make something happen here, a battle for second if he wants. This is an 18-lap main event, our first main event of the day. We got a good break there during the red flags. Nicholas Bruckner getting around Ganji to move back up into fourth place. That's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. That's where Bruckner is. Ganji wants the spot back. And then you got the 257 of Mike D'Orlando. Good racing. Ganji, Bruckner, D'Orlando, 3 wide heading down the back straightaway. Ramirez coming through the S's. Yellow flags waving. We've got one driver off on the exit of 10. There it is. Bruckner. Looks like D'Orlando and Ganji as they complete another lap here. There's second and third. Ramirez out in front of Leist. We're watching the battle for third, though. There they go, entering into your screen. They're going to catch up to these second and third place drivers. Your leader, Pexado, comes through 7 and 8. Ramirez, Leist. Now it's Bruckner, D'Orlando, Ganji, and McCarthy wheeling it right now. So we're going to try and pick up the battle for fourth place right here on your monitor. As Bruckner occupies the position, D'Orlando right there. Then it's McCarthy and Ganji having a heck of a battle. There you see Bruckner and D'Orlando heading down into turns 1 and 2. Bruckner occupies the spot. D'Orlando trying to get to the inside in 4. He takes a look. He's alongside. He's through. D'Orlando now to 4th. But Bruckner's used to battling. He knows what to do in this position. D'Orlando has 4th. Then it's Bruckner, McCarthy, and Ganji. Leist, your quickest driver on track, 54.759. That time by. Ramirez still in second. The gap is 2.7 seconds from Ramirez up to leader Guilherme Pexado. There's that battle for 4th and 5th we're watching as they come out of 10. We'll catch them out of 11 and 12. There they are. Second place, Matias Ramirez and Arthur Leist. Second and third there is 4th, D'Orlando. 5th, Bruckner. 6th, McCarthy. 7th, Ganji. So now Bruckner needs to turn his attention from chasing down D'Orlando to defending from McCarthy aboard the Burrell. They come out of 6. They cross back on the straightaway, setting up for the right-handed turn number 7. D'Orlando doing a really good job of pulling away from Bruckner. And McCarthy's going to make it a race for 5th right here with Bruckner. D'Orlando's pulling away, 54.986 last time by. Bruckner was a 55.2. Bruckner's losing just a little bit every lap to D'Orlando, but it's enough to really see a big difference quickly. McCarthy really just trying to find the right time to make his move. He's all over the back of Bruckner. There you see D'Orlando, 4th place. Now, McCarthy to the inside in turn 5. He's got it. He's around Bruckner. McCarthy into 5th. Bruckner falls 1 more spot to 6th. Is Bruckner going to try something in 7? He stays really tight. There he is to the inside. Oh, they touch. They get up on top of each other. McCarthy goes around. Bruckner and McCarthy make contact in 8, and it's going to result in McCarthy going around. Wow. Nicholas Bruckner just forced that cart to the inside. He was up right side wheels along that curbing the entire way through the apex and exit of turn 7. That's a long sweeping corner. McCarthy, nobody let off. Nobody got off the gas, and unfortunately, McCarthy ends up paying for it. Bruckner back to 5th. This is the battle for 5th. Ganji now trying to keep, that's who can meet, Luis Forteza. All these drivers we're talking about right here battled last month at Homestead in both the Rock weekend and the Rotax weekend. So this is a really good group of drivers we're watching right now. It's Bruckner in 5th, Ganji in 6th, Forteza in 7th. McCarthy's going to rejoin the field, hopefully, but let's see. This is where they made the contact last lap. So he's off and rolling again. We're going to see where he is. On my scoring monitor, I show him currently in 14th. So he fell out of the top 5, but he really just lost about 10 positions, which I'm not saying is he should be happy about, but it could have been a lot worse. He got that cart back and rolling, so it's good that McCarthy didn't lose any more positions than he did. Ganji all over the back bumper of Bruckner as they head out of the final corner down the front straightaway. Bruckner takes a quick look over his right shoulder. Ganji knows he's looking. Ganji Jr., one of the tallest Rock Jr. drivers, and Bruckner maybe the shortest. Now Ganji to the inside in 5, and he's through. Ganji to 5th. Bruckner back to 6th again. How will Bruckner respond? Ganji had a lot better run out of the corner there that time than McCarthy did when he passed Bruckner, and that's why Nick was able to stay aggressive and get back around the Burrell driver. Forteza to the inside in 9. He's through. That's going to be 1 more spot for Bruckner. Man, I wonder what's going on. Bruckner losing spots here every lap, and now he's going to battle with Enzo Fittipaldi. Those 2 drivers were hanging out yesterday during practice, having a good laugh up above the paddock watching practice, but now they're turned into competitors. Fittipaldi trying to get around Bruckner as they go down the front straightaway into 1 and 2. That's the battle you're watching on your monitor right now. Bruckner holds 7th. Fittipaldi trying to make a position move. There it is. He's around Bruckner. Now 1 more spot down for Bruckner. He's to 8th. Sometimes at car races, you end up doing funny things like a Rubik's Cube. To the spectators on the garage area, the catwalk, outside of turn 7, I hope you solved the Rubik's Cube. It looked difficult. The dude on the catwalk has no idea we're talking about him. That's funny. Bro, they were doing a Rubik's Cube at a go-kart race. There's a race going on, man. Put the Rubik's Cube down, all right? Come on, this is high-quality racing. Nick Bruckner, unfortunately, has just been losing spots here. We have fun in the steward's office / announcer's booth. We got a 64-inch TV with all the cameras this weekend, and we can see everything at this racetrack. So if you think you're safe from doing something, if you're going to pick your nose at Orlando Kart Center, we're going to see it. All right? Yeah. We're identifying people by their dental records up here in the booth right now. Guilherme Pexado continues to lead. He's got a 2.3 second lead over second place Matias Ramirez. We are currently working lap 14, so less than 4 to go here as Ganji got around Nick Bruckner a little while ago. He holds 5th, and then it's Forteza in 6th. Bruckner and Fittipaldi continue to battle. Bruckner has the 7th position. Fittipaldi runs in 8th the way this race monitor shows it. Owen Byatt runs 9th, and then it's Eduardo Barrichello in 10th. David Malukas, the top kart driver, quickest man on track, 54.255. We got a battle right there. Ganji and Forteza ran off the track on the exit of 4 through 5 and 6, and then they head for 7. Bruckner looking to the inside of Fittipaldi. He got it. Really good racing here in the back half of the top 10. Right around 5th, 6th, 7th, that whole area. Again, David Malukas, quick man on track, 54.255. Your leaders are running 54.3s, 54.4s. So Malukas about 1/10 to 2/10 of a second quicker than the kids up in front. Lap 16 underway right now. We should be seeing the white flag next time by the leaders get to the start-finish line. And we will. The white flag in the hand of our chief starter, Ganji, able to separate himself a little bit now from Forteza. That is the battle to stay inside the top 5. There goes Guilherme Pexado, Matias Ramirez, Arthur Leist. We're looking for our pole sitter, Roman DeAngelis. And according to Race Monitor, he's not out on the track. That's not the case. We just saw him go by, but a bit of an issue with his transponder, so maybe that's why we've lost him. They're going to hand score him. Bruckner and that's Forteza going at it in the S's. Forteza gets around Bruckner, but Bruckner comes back to the inside in 13. They're side by side going down the front straightaway. Bruckner really forcing the issue right now. 2 to go, being shown to our leaders. I'll tell you what, folks, Nick Bruckner, he's a great kid, very polite, raised very well. But, man, when that kid flips the visor down, he flips a switch, and he is one of the most aggressive drivers you're going to see most weekends. He's going wheel-to-wheel Forteza right now. He's got the spot. Fittipaldi almost lost a lot of ground right there when those carts. Bruckner doing everything he can to just stay in a good position. Forteza pulls up to the inside in 10. That's the battle. And Forteza is going to win it and bring Fittipaldi with him. But Bruckner's going to have the inside line as they head to 11 right there. Bruckner's got it. Now 12 into 13, the final corner. White flag flies for your leader, Pexado. 1 lap to go. It's a 1.7 second lead. Ramirez has been cutting in to Pexado, but it's a little too late. A little too little. That's too many littles. Fittipaldi gets around Bruckner. Bruckner goes wide on the exit of 5. They continue to dice here. There's, let's see, that's the 271 of Forteza. Ganji still in 5th. D'Orlando. I'm going to stand up and look for my leaders. Here he comes through turn 13. You doesn't see him on your monitor, but he's going to come out of the final corner to win round 3. Your victor in Junior Rock, Guilherme Pexado. Good run for Guilherme. Matias Ramirez is going to come home in 2nd. D'Orlando finishes 4th behind Arthur Leist in 3rd. Good run for Leist and D'Orlando both. Ganji Jr. comes home with a respectable 5th place finish. And then it's Luis Forteza, who was just involved in a bunch of craziness back there. He holds on for 6th. Enzo ends up coming home 7th. Owen Byatt 8th. Malukas 9th. And wow, Nick Bruckner on the losing end of all that action. He comes home 10th after running 6th and 7th most of the day. Bruckner 10th. Barrichello 11th. Lance Fenderson 12th. Axel Cabrera 13th. Michael McCarthy 14th after contact with Bruckner. And then Sebastian Alvarez rounds out your top 15 here in Junior Rock. Folks, we're just getting started. Guilherme Pexado scores the win in the round 3 main event here in Orlando in Junior Rock. Stick with us. We will be right back with our next main event, Micro Rock, coming up next.
Orsalon Racing is a proud sponsor of the Florida Winter Tour. It is a great honor to be involved in such a great event. The Orsalon Racing team, founded by pro race car driver Fabio Orsalon, has 3 years of experience and tremendous success. Our team runs off a set of great principles, hard work, dedication, professionalism, and tireless data analysis to help our driver reach their goals. We would like to thank our staff, drivers, and all those who support us endlessly. Orsalon Racing is proof that hard work and dedication are the keys to success.
With multiple national titles in IKF, WK, SCUSA, and Rotax, the Rullison Performance Group put their experience to work for you. Coast to coast, RPG offers the most comprehensive driver development program. From detailed on-track data analysis to trackside coaching for tuners and drivers, RPG's individualized trackside support will improve your results. RPG is an authorized Rotax service center and a top supplier of Cosmic carts and OTK parts. Visit us on the web at RullisonPerformanceGroup.com.
The Mazda Road to Indy is the only program of its type in the world. It's designed to advance drivers from the karting ranks all the way to the Verizon IndyCar Series and Indianapolis 500. The Cooper Tires USF 2000 Championship powered by Mazda is the first step, providing its champion with a scholarship to the Pro Mazda Championship presented by Cooper Tires. The Pro Mazda champion receives a scholarship to Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tires, where their champion is guaranteed a 3-race program in the Verizon IndyCar Series, including the Indianapolis 500. Visit USF2000.com for more information.
You make me smile like the sun, fall out of bed, sing like a bird, dizzy in my head, spin like a record, crazy on a Sunday night. You make me dance like a fool, forget how to breathe, shine like gold, buzz like a bee. Just the thought of you can drive me wild. Oh, you make me smile.
So great racing to kick off our main events, the Junior Rock race. Guilherme Peixoto scoring the victory in round 3 here at the Junior Rock main event, Rock Cup USA 2015 Cold Stone Florida Winter Tour. We're rocking and rolling. See what I did there? Because it's the Rock Cup week. We're rocking and rolling. I'll explain it later at dinner. We're on the track now. It is Micro Rock. Let's take a look at the starting grid, if I can find it. So many papers. Felipe Bartz and Diego Porras are going to lead them down. And then it's Chase Hefner, Oliver Denny, Jeremy Fletcher, and Pedro Isaiah. We'll talk about the rest of them after they get the green flag here. They're not going to get it this time, it doesn't look like. Are they? It looks like they are. No green. So, yeah, there we go. Micro Rock drivers should be putting their hands up, flying around the circuit. Green. Again, it's Felipe Bartz and Diego Porras, your front row. And then it's Chase Hefner and Oliver Denny starting alongside in row number 2. Jeremy Fletcher and Pedro Isaiah starting 5th and 6th. Karim Bach starts 7th alongside Mr. James Agozi in 8th. Fernando Barrichello and Paulo Milan start 9th and 10th. Andres Francisco Castro Rivera, that's a long name. He's got 4 names. He starts 11th. Victor Cirillo Quinta starts 12th. Lucas Rodriguez and Jake Martin make up row 7. Elio Giovanni, I always say his name wrong. He is in 15th with Anderson Larson behind in 16th. Pedro Caparelli in 17th. Dylan Julian 18th. And then rounding out your top 10, it's Miss Annie Rule and Artie Flores. Felipe Bartz and Diego Porras, there you go on your front row on your monitor. Getting told to slow down, guys. Judge of facts, Tim Hannon, said that in Miami, these guys did better than the seniors and the junior and the masters drivers, but they were still way too quick of a clip at the starts of the races in Miami. So we're going to try and slow them down and tighten them up. Green flag flies, and we are racing Verde, Verde, Verde. Speed Resources, your official green flag sponsor of the 2015 Cold Stone Florida Winter Tour. Actually, that's not official. They are not officially the sponsor. They are unofficially the green flag sponsor of the 2015 Cold Stone Florida Winter Tour. But Tiffin Wilrith begged me to say that. So because I'm a nice guy, I did. Let's take a look at how they run here at the start of this race. It's the 24 of Felipe Bartz, your pole sitter, leading the opening lap here as they're going to hit turn 9. Oh, that's the 41. Is that Barrichello? It is. Fernando Barrichello slides narrow off the exit of 7 and hits the barriers slowly, but he hits them head on. Corner workers working to pull him out of the cart. Andre Martins is on site. Fernando getting out of the cart, and that steering wheel looks very loose. They've got him. Oh, that steering wheel. I think he's broke a spindle. No, he's broke a tie rod bolt. It looks like from here a tie rod bolt is broken. They're going to assist Fernando across the track safely, and that's a bummer. Yeah, it looked like a broken tie rod bolt, possibly. The steering wheel just went totally limp when he took his hands off of it. Another driver off the track at pit entrance, track exit. So a few drivers feeling the effects of attrition early on here in this 14-lap main event. Get your racing in now, folks, because when we get to those Master Shifter and Master Rock races, they're going to be a bit dry. Not that they won't be fun to watch. They'll be exciting, but they're going to just be a touch on the dry side, thanks to guys like Richard Highstand driving away to 45-second margins of victory. So, you know, take in the close racing right now. Felipe Bartz leads. Chase Hefner runs second. Diego Porras is in third. Carl Rickert, I started out the day sniffling with a cold. Carl Rickert's going to sneeze all of us out of the booth. Porras, your quickest driver on track, minute 2.745. Denny runs fourth. Fletcher fifth. Isaiah sixth. Victor Cirillo Quinta seventh. Andres Francisco Castro Rivera eighth. Jake Martin and Karim Bach complete the top 10. There are your front three right there. Bartz, Hefner, and Porras. The Tony Kart, Bennick, and Tony Kart that make up the front three. A little bit farther down, it's Elio Giovanni in 11th. Anderson Leonard in 12th. James Agozi has slipped to 13th. Santee Trisney in 14th. And Paulo Milan rounds out the top 15 as they run there on lap 2. We're going to complete lap 3 here in just a moment as your front three work through turns 11, 12, and now 13. It's a tight race up front. They all bunch up at the end of the front straightaway. Hefner, your quickest driver out on the track that time. Minute 2.602, and he's really closing up on Bartz here. He dives to the inside in turn 4. No, he stays in line. And does what he can to stay in Bartz's tire tracks. Felipe takes a tight line, a defensive line, out of 6 down into 7 to keep Hefner behind him. And then Porras just sitting back, biding his time. It's a long race for these young drivers. Micro Rock, our youngest drivers here, they are running a 14-lap main event. Josh Smith is here. He's loving the action. We can barely get him to stand still. He's so excited right now. He's going back outside to watch the action because he can't be contained inside walls. He told us no walls can keep him contained, and he's going back outside to watch the racing. Battle for the lead, shaping up really closely now. Felipe Bartz quickest out on the track, and he knows Hefner's there. He's taking a very defensive line into some of the faster corners. Let's see what he does here on the exit of 6, heading down into 7. He's not going to swing as wide as he really should. Stays about half a track width closer to the inside than the rest of the field. Takes him through 7, hits the left-hander 8. Now they set up for 9, and they'll go down the back straightaway. Felipe Bartz, your quickest driver on track, but he knows Hefner is there. Hefner's going to try and close up the gap under braking. He does a good job. Who's going to get out of the tight stuff quicker? Hefner looks good on corner exit, I got to say. But Bartz may have the top-end advantage, and that's honestly what makes these races so fun. Somebody's a little bit quicker under braking. Someone's a little bit quicker at the end of the straightaways. And you find out who can put it all together the best. Felipe Bartz leads. This time at the line, Hefner's your quickest driver. Minute 2.256 that time by as we currently work lap 6. Out of 3, Hefner all over Bartz's back bumper. Out of 6, they come again. Bartz stays narrow, tight to the inside. Thankfully, in these karts, they're not going fast enough for that to really hamper his entry speed. He's able to keep the kart rolling pretty quickly through the long sweeping turn 7 right there. But it's all just about making sure Hefner can't get a run on the inside. And I don't think that's going to be the corner where it's going to happen. If Hefner's going to make a move, it's not going to be in 7. That's too long and sweeping and, more importantly, fast of a corner. Hefner looks to me like he's going to try and get it under braking, heading into something really tight. More than likely turn 10 at the end of the back straightaway, maybe turn 1 right off the start-finish line, right where they are at right now. Okay? Felipe Bartz leading. Chase Hefner with some pretty good motivation and a heck of a lot of confidence. He was racing in the Dash for Cash here 2 weeks ago and picked up the victory in his class, which paid a handsome $2,000. I say handsome because no one's ever come up to you and said, you look like $2,000. You know what I mean? Since no one's ever said that to me, I assume $2,000 is a pretty handsome amount. I mean, if I just won $2,000, I'd be feeling pretty good. And that is how Chase Hefner is feeling. He's chasing down Bartz. This race doesn't pay that much money, but you know what? It pays in a lot of Cold Stone, and it pays in a lot of happiness. And that is your motivation for running the 2015 Cold Stone Florida Winter Tour. Fun, ice cream, and happiness. Those are not necessarily in the correct order. This battle for the lead has pulled away from third-place driver Diego Porras, and it is a good race right here, man. When is Hefner going to make his move? Like I said, turn 7 is where Bartz is really taking a defensive line. That's not where he needs to be worried about. He can swing as wide as he wants. Like right there, he could be coming out as far as Bartz is, or I'm sorry, as far as Hefner is. The pass for the lead, if one happens, is not going to happen in turn 7. It's going to happen at the end of this back straightaway going into 10 or going down into turn 1 after crossing the start-finish line, or maybe down there even in turn 4. Turn 7 is just too quick of an entry speed of a corner for Hefner to really make something happen. They're too evenly matched right there. It's going to come under braking. 11 or 12 maybe. That entry into the S's right there they were just through. But turns like 13, 7, they're long, late 8. Is going to try and make his move. Bartz goes purple that time. Minute 2.163, quickest driver out on the track. They head out of 3 into 4. Hefner's closer than he's been yet. Bart's looking good. Again, on exit is where Bart seems to be just a little bit quicker. He's able to get off the corner and roll on exit a little bit earlier. Maybe he's getting to the gas just a touch earlier. He's on that Tony kart, the OTK product. Obviously very strong, but the Benek, just as good of a go-kart. Working lap 9 right now. We're going to be seeing 4 to go next time by. And now Felipe Bart's going purple, fastest lap back-to-back, minute 2.163 this time. He's really actually been able to pull a bit of a gap. Last time it was 0.12 seconds. Now it's 0.17 seconds. That's really only a gain of 0.05 of a second, but it adds up over time. Now the thing we're going to want to be watching is they're about to start catching lap traffic. How do Bartz and Hefner equally negotiate this lap traffic? There you see two drivers right there. The 15 and the 38, I want to say, are about to play a pretty big role in this race. That's the 15 and maybe the 40. No, the 41 of Barrichello is out. It's the 28 and the 15. Jimenez and Caparelli. They start to pass lap traffic. This is the race for the lead you're watching right here. And lap traffic is going to play a role in this. Your leaders behind the 15, that is... I don't know who that is. I'll tell you later. The driver they just put a lap down was Pedro Caparelli, it looks like. And I think they've also made pretty quick work of Jimenez. And they've been able to not change position, much to the pleasure of Felipe Bartz. He's been able to keep Chase Hefner behind him in second place, working lap 10, coming to start at lap 11 here, this time by, through turn 7. And they hit 8 and 9 going down onto the back straightaway. Bartz has done a great job negotiating, that's a hard word, the lap traffic, to keep Hefner behind him. And really, when you see two drivers battle like this, it allows third place or fourth place or whatever to catch up and really make a dent in the lead. These two have worked so well and are racing so hard. They've actually pulled away from third place Diego Porras. It's 2 seconds from second place Hefner back to third place Porras. And these two drivers are getting after it. 4 to go. Hefner always just sticking his nose out just a little bit on the entry into 4 to try and take a look. Well, what Hefner really needs to do is just get a solid run through this section right here, keep it wound up through 7, roll through 8 smoothly, and then get a heck of a run, just get a monster run out of 9 to carry him down the back straightaway, and he's going to have to just try and outbrake Bartz. I think that's where it's going to have to happen, is at the end of one of these straightaways into 10, like right here. He's got to get him under braking, and there's only so much you can do. You can only get so aggressive, but the deficit right now on corner exit is too much. These fast corners, Hefner just doesn't have the corner speed that Bartz does. Our head starter showing these drivers 2 laps to go, so the white flag is going to fly next time by. Hefner really good through 4 right there and into 5 and 6. That's the closest he's been on corner exit. But again, he just is not able to carry the speed through the corners the way Felipe Bartz is. Through 9, down the back straightaway. man, you wonder what Hefner's got to do. It's got to be a late break, but you got to be close enough to make the late break work. You can't just go, in there from 40 feet back and try to make it stick. That ain't never going to work. Bartz has just been able to put solid lap after lap in, and it's come from solid corner after corner, really rolling through the corners, getting back on the gas, spending as little time on the brake as possible, and they're going to come across the finish line to see the white flag flying. This is it. Hefner has got one chance left, and he's making it a good one. He went purple that time, minute 1.795. That's 0.2 of a second quicker than Bartz was last lap. They're as close as they've been through 4, but I've said that a few times now, and it's right here in 6, 7, and 8 that Bartz is able to pull away. They're going to catch up to lap traffic, but it's not going to affect the race, I don't believe. Right there, man. He opens up such a good deficit through 7 in the first half of that corner before they get to the apex. They're the closest they've been going down the back straightaway, but Hefner's not close enough to really make a dive bomb move yet. He's just grasping at straws right now. Out of the back straightaway. They may hit this lap traffic. This is really Hefner's last chance. Oh, and he's going to get slowed down by the lap traffic. Hefner gets hampered by the lap traffic, and coming out of the final corner, he's going to see the checkered flag waving. Your winner in Micro Rock in round 3, Felipe Bartz scores the victory. Good racing there. Chase Hefner comes home second. Diego Porras holds on for a strong third-place run after really a good showing last month in Miami. That's going to help his point effort. Oliver Denny comes home fourth, and then we're waiting to see Pedro Isaiah. He rounds out your top 5. Jeremy Fletcher comes home 6th. Victor Cirillo Quinta 7th. James Agozi battles back to finish 8th. Good run for my buddy James. Karim Bach 9th. And Santi Trisney rounds out your top 10. Andres Francisco Castro Rivera 11th. Paulo Milan 12th. Elio Giovanni 13th. Lucas Rodriguez 14th. And Jake Martin comes home 15th. Don't forget, micro and mini rock drivers. Mike Marini with Race Tech Development is handing out $50 gift certificates of Race Tech Development money. That's $50 off press releases, driver representation, and website design. So that is a really cool deal that Mike and Elena are doing. So please take them up on that. Gift certificates for all micro and mini rock drivers. I almost said mini max, but I didn't. Felipe Bartz, your winner today in round 3 in Micro Rock. Coming up next, it's going to be Rock Shifter Masters, so get ready. It's going to be sort of an exciting one. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our Rock USA weekend. We're getting ready to go race. We're getting ready to drop the flag. We just dropped it on our Rock Shifter Masters main event, or as I like to call it, the Richard Highstand Show. The man out in front who just got that great start off the flag in the Tony car with the white helmet, that's Richard Highstand. Why do I call it the Richard Highstand Show? Well, watch this. Exactly. Watch this. Very tight, very technical track, shorter than Miami. He's going to drive to a pretty big margin of victory, and there's not much we can do about it. Jason Alden runs second, and he is not upset about that. I talked to him. I said, "Are you upset?" And he goes, "No." I said, "Why?" And he goes, "Richard's fast." "I'm fast," he said, "but Richard's really fast." And I was like, "Hey, man, that's a good attitude." One lap in, Highstand is your quickest driver with a 54.665. And then in second, it's Chris Gannon with a 55.448. Daniel Mig Laurencia is third. Michael Legrand fourth. And then it's Jason Alden aboard the TB cart running in fifth. Folks, he's out on the track now, but Farshad Bagheri would like you all to know that the TB cart, even though its name is TB, has nothing to do with the deadly disease, tuberculosis. He came up to me, he slapped me, and he said, "TB cart doesn't have anything to do with tuberculosis." And I was like, "Oh, you guys aren't sponsored by tuberculosis?" He goes, "No." So, to all of you out there wondering, is it safe to drive a TB cart? Will I get infected? Will I live? Yes, to all of those, except the will you get infected part. You will live. You'll probably go very fast, and you'll have a very pleasant and enjoyable time. The TB cart is a safe and healthy product. It's healthy as far as go-karting can go. I wouldn't call karting the most healthy sport, but you're not going to get tuberculosis. That's what Farshad and I really want you to know. So if you're in the market and you're thinking about getting a cart, the TB cart is a great product, and guys like Jason Alden and Farshad Bagheri go very quick on it, and I would race the cart if I had the means to do so. So don't, so you know, if you're interested in being a dealer for the TB cart, go up and talk to Farshad or Alden, and Jason will probably point you to Farshad. But don't worry, you will not get sick if you race a TB cart. I learned that today. Richard Highstand is driving like a madman, 53.894. Really good lap out of Chris Gannon of 53.523. That makes Gannon, let me read that correctly. Gannon went quicker that lap than Highstand. That's shocking. That's just shocking right there. Highstand is still your quickest driver on the track, 52.951. But Gannon's a 53.5. Mig Laurencia's a 53.5. Legrand's a 53.5. Alden's a 53.5. Wow. They're not as far off Highstand as they were in the pre-final. But as this race wages on here, it's a long, I believe it's 18 laps. Let's check the paperwork. It is an 18-lap main event. The attrition and the physical fatigue will set in. Richard, one of the youngest guys in the class, you're going to see that level of physicality really pay off for him. He just clicked off a 52.64, and that's a lot quicker than Gannon, Mig Laurencia, Legrand, and so on. So Richard Highstand, he's just quick. He's consistent. He's physically able to endure, and the TB cart will not get you sick with tuberculosis. That's what we're just trying to teach you guys today, all right? Richard Highstand out in front here of the Master Rock Shifter main event. Gannon in second, Mig Laurencia third, Legrand fourth, Alden fifth, Sanford sixth, Garcia seventh, Vicky Bryan eighth, Bartz ninth. Christian Bartz, I wonder if he's related to Felipe Bartz. Felipe just won the Micro Rock race, if you remember. And Christian Bartz is running ninth. I wonder if there's a relation. Then it's Farshad Bagheri in 10th, and Luis Bonatti is not out on the track, we're being told. by Race Monitor due to the fact that he has no laps, no lap times, and no best lap. So that's a tough main event. That's a tough road to hoe. If you're not on track, you're going to have a tough time winning the race. High stand goes quicker again, 52.383. The gap now at 3.2 seconds. We're going to check back in periodically to see how big the gap has grown. So we're going to hit some shout-outs now because that's what we do when Richard High stands on the track, at least during Master Rock shifter races, because they can get a bit dry. Shout-outs. Oliver Denny, we're late on this one. We apologize, but it's from the UK. Yeah, it is. It's an email from the UK. That's the subject. The subject literally reads, email from the UK for Oliver Denny. Thank you for including your location on the subject. Good luck in your final race, Oliver. We're watching you from the sofa at home in the UK. Mummy, Faye, Grandma, and Granddad. And again, that email comes to us from the United Kingdom. We've got a shout-out. Good luck to Wesley Mason. All of your friends and family in the UK and the US are cheering for you. You're doing amazing for your first race in Mini Rock. Love, Mom and Company. That's cool, Mom and Company. This is your mom and company watching. And last but not least, good luck, Owen Byatt from the Quins. It just says shout out in the subject. Please include your location in your subject when you send shout outs. It really helps me know where you're emailing from. So those are some of our shout outs. If you would like to shout out at us, what are the email, Carl? Live at FloridaWinterTour.com. If you'd like to send a shout out to us, just send that shout out and your location in the subject heading to live at FloridaWinterTour.com. We're watching, let's see, we've picked up a battle for position. We should talk about that. That looks like Daniel Miglorencia and Michael Legrand possibly doing a little bit of dicing. This is awesome. We've found a battle for position, and we're going to talk about it. Right, eventually when I find out who is involved in this race. Thank you. So we're back. We're checking in on this race for about third, fourth, and fifth right now. It's Legrand, Miglorencia, and Alden. There it is on your monitor right there. Yeah, Jason Alden, not sure what's going on there. He ran second, and he was as close as you can be to Richard Highstand, second in the pre-final. But something seems to have gone wrong, maybe an adjustment in the wrong direction on the TB cart that he's piloting that has nothing to do with tuberculosis. You know, we're giving tuberculosis a lot of airtime this weekend, where I'm thinking we're really raising awareness on that disease. And in that regard, I can only say I'm happy to do such a thing. You should always be careful. Keys to avoiding tuberculosis. Wash your hands. Probably don't kiss strangers. I don't know, honestly. Dodge rubber bands. While we're watching this race, the topic has piqued my interest, so we're going to let you know. Yeah, tuberculosis prevention at WebMD. That's opening up right now. Let's check in on this battle right here. Michael Legrand in the TB cart. No, Chris Gannon in the TB cart. Michael Legrand is in the CRG. So that's Gannon. That's Jason Alden right there. Daniel Miglorencia in the Tony cart behind him. And then Matt Sanford in another TB cart. Man, you don't really realize how popular one chassis brand is. Like in Masters Rock coming up next, there's a lot of tech speed guys. And in this Masters Shifters, there's a lot of TB cart guys. So while we're talking about TB, active tuberculosis is very contagious, and you should avoid it. Do not spend long periods of time in stuffy, enclosed rooms. It's like this announcer's booth. If you live with someone who has active TB, help and encourage that person to follow treatment instructions. There's vaccines. There's all kind of things. Just be healthy, folks, is what I'm saying at the end of the day. You know, don't sneeze onto someone's face. Wash your hands and wear gloves. You know, those are the keys, really. But most of you guys knew that already. Who's that? That's the 522. It looks like Chris Gannon. He's running second currently. The gap right now is 12.9, practically 13 seconds from high stand back to Gannon. Legrand runs third, Alden fourth, Miglorencia and Sanford, all those guys are battling for fifth right now. Juan Garcia on the CRG seventh, Christian Bartz eighth, Farshad Bagheri ninth. Vicky Bryan has slipped to 10th. That has something to do with probably the fact she quit running after lap 4. And then Luis Bonatti not making it out onto the grid for this main event. So that's how they run right now. With just a couple laps to go, we're going to take a break for station identification, and we'll be back with the last couple laps of this, the Master Rock Shifter main event. We're watching a really good battle for second place right now. Chris Gannon and Michael Legrand are going at it. This is for second place, the order of how they're going to join Richard Highstand on the podium. I realize, folks, that I'm making a big deal out of Richard Highstand, but unfortunately, as quick as he is out there right now and as big of a lead as he makes it in all these races, you can't ignore him. That'd be rude. You got to give the devil his due. As Charlie Daniels once said, battle for second. It's Legrand to the inside, and he's got it. We are going to make this race exciting. Gannon falls to third, and then behind them it's Alden, Miglorencia, and Sanford. The CRG driver of Michael Legrand really working right now to stay ahead of Gannon, and he's done a good job. He's really spaced him pretty quickly, actually. I'm surprised how quick he's been able to pull away from Gannon. We're going to see what the difference is this time at the line. We should be seeing a white flag fly for your leader, High Stand, even though we're keeping an eye on second place. There goes High Stand across your monitor. He was that flash of white lightning as he heads to the start-finish line. There is second place on your monitor, Michael Legrand, the 578 CRG. And do I see a white flag? Yes, I do. 1 lap to go. Legrand in second. And there's your leader as he works his way around turns 7 and 8. One last time, folks. Richard Highstand. He's going to try and go 3 for 3 in main event victories on 2015. Down the back straightaway into turn 10. Everybody on the catwalk should wave at him as he comes back towards the grid. He hits the S's, turn 11, 12. He'll head for 13 one last time. Out of the final corner, he'll hit the dog leg, and he's going to go 3 for 3, ladies and gentlemen. Richard Highstand, your winner. What a shocking victory. Not that shocking. He scores the win, and we wait for second place. And we wait. I think that's Vicky Bryan standing there. Her Tony Kart forced to retire early. Michael Legrand holds on for second. That is Vicky Bryan right there. Bad luck for her, Vicky. If you can hear us, we're sorry. She probably can't hear us. She's very far away from speakers. Michael Legrand finishes second. Jason Alden gets around Chris Gannon. 2 TB Kart teammates right there. Alden's going to get on the podium for third. Gannon fourth. Mig Laurencia fifth. Sanford sixth. Bartz 7th, Juan Garcia 8th. Farshad Bagheri is going to finish 9th after breaking down on lap 7. Vicky Bryan rounds out your top 10, and then, of course, Luis Bonatti not making it to the starting grid on time. So that'll do it for our Master Rock Shifter main event. Good racing there. Richard Highstand scores the win. Legrand second. Alden in third. We will be back with our next very exciting main event, Masters Rock. Stick with us, folks. Round 3 of the 2015 Cold Stone Florida Winter Tour here at the Orlando Kart Center in Orlando, Florida. All right, folks, we just finished up with that extremely exciting Master Rock Shifter main event, and now we've got the Master Rock drivers on the track for their main event. So hold on to your hats. Green flag flies, and we are racing. Eduardo Dieter out in front, the pole sitter after winning the pre-final, but he's got a battle right now with Rodrigo Piquet, and UD Ramsey's not too far back. Piquet runs in third right now after just getting around UD Ramsey right there in turn 4 now out of 5 and 6. Your pole sitter, Eduardo Dieter, that looks like Alexander Regan, I want to say, is who's up in front right now. Dieter took a look to the inside right there, thinking about making a move. That is the 632 of Regan. Your leader right now, 1 lap into this race, getting around pole sitter Eduardo Dieter to start this main event. The length of this main event, which is 18 laps. If you have any shout-outs, that's what we like to do during these kind of races. Pass for the lead right there as Dieter gets around Alexander Regan. Regan was quickest that time by 57.633. Now Dieter out in front. He's going to have to contend with Rodrigo Piquet. Piquet around Regan. We got a shout-out from the one and only Mr. Oliver Askew. Good luck to all of OGP and Anderson Racing drivers in today's final. See you guys tomorrow. Guys, Oliver Askew is going to be here tomorrow, Carl. Heck yeah. Oliver Askew is going to come and hang out with us. Like, what do you think about that right now?
I just wonder if I could get his autograph.
I tried to get one in Miami. Charged me $10. Best $10 I ever spent. Oliver Askew is going to be here tomorrow, folks. Oliver, thanks for tuning in and watching, buddy. Your dad is here. Had a great time with him at dinner last night. He says you're crazy, but he's a great grid guy. Talking about Tony Askew, father of karting phenom, Oliver. Phenom, P-H-E-N-O-M, phenom. Carl asked me if I could spell it. And Oliver will be racing with us next weekend here in Orlando with the Rotax portion of the Florida Winter Tour. It's going to be a good time. Rodrigo Piquet has gotten around Alexander Regan again. They're battling for second. Dieter leads. Actually, I think maybe that's Borelli, I think, is who we're battling. Piquet is right now. That is. That's the 657 of George Borelli and Rodrigo Piquet. Those two are fighting for third right now. Alexander Regan running second comfortably, and then it's Dieter out in front, a 55.613. And like I said, folks, shout-outs to live at FloridaWinterTour.com, or you can text Carl Rickert. Let me pull his cell phone number up really quickly. If you'd like to text Carl Rickert for shout-outs, that's going to be 1-423-779-7543. If you're interested in sending us a real-time message, he has an iPhone, so we can iChat. iMessage, I guess is what you'd call it. You don't need the one? Okay, well, I'm old school. So, yeah, that's producer Carl Rickert's phone number, so feel free to hit him up if you have any notes about the broadcast, pronunciations perhaps of names, because I can always use help with those. I'm sure I'm saying second place driver's name wrong, Alexander Regan, so I do apologize. Eduardo Dieter is your leader. Rodrigo Piquet runs third. Borelli right there behind him in fourth, and then in fifth, it's the black and yellow PCR chassis of Francois Brant-Wibeau, Andre Duick sixth, UD Ramsey in seventh, Eduardo Espindola eighth, Adam Pettit ninth, and Janos Ehler completes the top 10 here in the Masters Rock main event, working lap 5 of the 18-lap main event out there right now. Senior Rock drivers are going to be up next. Dieter goes quicker again, 54.906 that last time by. Quickest driver out on the track, 54.906. Regan's in the 56s, PK's in the 55s, Borelli's in the 55s, Weibo is in the 56s. So Dieter down into the 54-second bracket, only driver on track to do that so far in this main event. Sun coming back out. You can see it right there, brightest it's been over on that section. Sun starting to set over in the west. We are put behind schedule, probably about a half an hour when we had the incident at the start of the Junior Rock main event, when the driver went off and collected the barriers in turns 7 and 8. Again, as we told you earlier, that driver okay. A little bit of a bruised left ankle was kind of the diagnosis I was getting. He'll be back walking tomorrow. I'm not sure if he'll be back racing tomorrow. The kart did take a good bit of damage on the rear end, so we'll find out what's going on there and let you know. But again, that happened on the pace lap of the Junior Rock main event. Set us back maybe 25 minutes, not even a full half an hour. And from there, we were just working from behind. And that's why we're racing at this time right now. Our last main event with Mini Rock scheduled to roll at 5:19. It's 4:31 right now. So let's see, 4:31. We're rolling Master Rock. Those guys were supposed to roll at 4:02. So yeah, we're about 25 minutes off schedule. Really not that bad of a deficit, all things considered. Eduardo Dieter, your leader. Alexander Regan running second. Dieter goes purple again, 54.749. Great lap out of Dieter. Regan second, Piquet third, Borelli fourth, and Braun Weibo rounds out the top 5. Duick runs 6th, Ramsey 7th, Pettit 8th, Espindola 9th, and Janos Eiler in 10th. This is live coverage of the 2015 Cold Stone Florida Winter Tour, and you are watching the Master Rock main event. Working lap 10 right now of the Master Rock main event, round 3 of the 2015 Cold Stone Florida Winter Tour. Eduardo Dieter still out in front. The gap, 8.5 seconds. First back to second place, Rodrigo Piquet has gotten around Alexander Regan. That's the fight you're watching right now. The 6:32 of Regan runs in third. So Piquet looking at a strong finish right now in second. He's still got about 8 laps to go here in the 18-lap main event. 10 down, 8 to go. Regan runs in third right there as they exit 6, cross the track, come back and set up for 7. George Borelli, 4th. Francois Brun-Ribot still in 5th. Then it's Andre Duick in 6th. UD Ramsey in 7th. Pettit 8th. Espindola 9th. And Janos Eiler in 10th. And Dieter laying down fast lap after lap, 54.966. His best so far at 54.679. And that is why he has a nearly 9-second lead over second place, Piquet. And that, again, is the fight for second you're watching on your monitors right now. If you're here in Orlando and you're standing on one of the garages or the catwalks or you're watching the race from the fence, you're watching whatever race you want to be watching. But to the people watching back at home on FloridaWinterTour.com live, we're broadcasting the battle for second right now. Rodrigo Piquet has the spot in that red and white Tony Kart livery. And then behind him is Alexander Regan in third place. George Borelli 4th, and then Brun-Ribot rounds out your top 5. Senior Rock drivers need to be on the grid, prepared to go. Senior Rock drivers to the grid. Rock Shifter Senior start getting ready. There's a good shot of Adam Pettit coming out of turn 6, heading for 7. A good shot right there in turn 13. You could, for just a second, see the inside left rear tire on these karts really lifting up as they turn the corner into 13. Again, depending on where you stand on the track here, they're coming out of 1 and 2 right there through 3. If you stand right about there where I was yesterday during final practice and they head into turn 4 that they're coming out of right now on your monitor, you can really see that inside tire really lift up as they're heading into the corners. And the battle for second is heating up once again. Regan has caught up to Piquet. This is the fight for second. You're watching it right now. Ahead of them is your leader, Eduardo Dieter. Adam Pettit again, coming out of 6, heading for 7. See if you can kind of see what I'm talking about right here. There, you can really see that tire lift up. Then they head out of 13, hit the kink, and Piquet put in a really good lap right there, stretched the gap out to half a second over Regan. Alexander Regan, half second back from Piquet that time by. Regan's going to have to watch out now for Borelli, so the fight is going to go from second to third as Regan tries to keep George Borelli behind him. Yeah, Piquet ran a really good lap right there. It was a 56.79, and Regan was a 57.2. So about a half a second quicker was Piquet than Regan that time by, and thusly it's a half a second gap from second Piquet back to third place Regan. And the fight you're watching now, no longer the battle for second, but rather the battle for third place, as the white suit wearing Tech Speed driver Alexander Regan tries to keep the black suit Tech Speed driver of George Borelli behind him for the final step on the podium here in the round 3 main event. The 2015 Cold Stone Florida Winter Tour, a 6-round championship. We ran 2 rounds in Miami, 2 rounds here in Orlando, and we will cap the season off with 2 rounds in Ocala next month in March at the Ocala Grand Prix facility. So obviously you race all 6 rounds for 3 months, amass as many points as you can by highest finishing position possible, and then when it all shakes down at the end of the season, we will crown ourselves a champion. Eduardo Dieter making a strong case for that championship right now. We're missing one of our contenders from Miami, Raul Costa. He was involved in a pretty serious incident at the end of one of the main events that weekend, and I believe the officiating staff decided to remove him from the results. I think he realized that was really going to hurt his championship efforts, and you may not see him in Ocala just due to the fact that he's probably convinced he can't compete for a championship, and that's why he's not here this weekend. But regardless, the Masters Rock field full of great drivers. Eduardo Dieter now to a near 13-second lead over Rodrigo Piquet. And you're watching the battle for third right now. Alexander Regan really doing everything he can to keep George Borelli behind him here as we're coming to the last couple laps. They head down the back straightaway. They're going to bump down a few gears, hit the very tight right-handed hairpin, turn 10 right there. Then they grab a gear, fly out, do a little bit of seat hopping to try and get the revs up, and they're going to head for the S's. 11, 12, and 13. Now the final corner. This is the battle for third you're watching. Pair of tech speed drivers. It's Regan and Borelli coming across the line. They should see 2 to go. Yes, they do. 2 laps to go. Folks, I'm reminded by Garrett Potter that these are not shifters. I apologize. There are no gears. These are single-speed go-karts. I was still thinking about the Rock Shifter Masters race that we just ended, but I realized that these are, thanks to Garrett, I realize now that these are single-speed go-karts. There are no gears, so I apologize for my ignorance. No one ever said I was good at this, and I will not argue that point at all. This class is brought to you by Orsalon Racing. And that is awesome. We thank those guys. This is the 2015 Cold Stone Florida Winter Tour presented by MG Tires. Don't forget, speaking of MG Tires, they are also sponsoring the Industry Social Hour, the Florida Winter Tour kickoff dinner this evening, scheduled for last night. But resident weatherman Garrett Potter licked his finger, stuck it in the air, and said it's cold. So we're going to do this tomorrow night, and that's what we're going to do. So we're going to have a bunch of food and a bunch of drinks and some music. Michelle Beauclair is going to be there. He might be dancing. That's pretty cool. So you should show up and enjoy some free food. Checkered flag flies. Eduardo Dieter picks up the round 3 victory in the single-speed Rock Masters class. Rodrigo Piquet comes home second. Alexander Regan holds on for third. Georges Borelli fourth. Francois Brun-Wibeau caps off the top 5. Andre Dewitt comes home 6th. Adam Pettit 7th. UD Ramsey slips to 8th. Eduardo Espindola 9th. And Janos Eiler fills out the top 10 here in Rock Masters. Good run for Eduardo Dieter. 15-second margin of victory. Back to Rodrigo Piquet. We'll be back with Senior Rock main event, folks, coming up next. The MG welcome party is going to be a great time. Garrett Potter encourages all of you to join us if you can. It's going to be a good time. Are we going to get a green flag this time in Senior Rock? I think we are. We're racing. Green flag flies in the air, and this is your third to last main event. Senior Rock drivers are off and racing. Folks, Kyle Kirkwood swept the weekend back in Miami, and he's off to a pretty good start to do the same thing here this weekend. Scored the pre-final win ahead of Andre Nicastro, and due to that, he starts on pole, and he's leading right now in our Senior Rock main event out in front of Andre Nicastro. Keep an eye on Ryan Norberg, who had a really strong run in the pre-final, and also the dark horse, Morgan Healy. She is up there in the top 5, best run of the season so far for her. Bunch of OGP drivers, not really a big surprise. They're doing well right now. They're fast everywhere they go. 1 lap in the books. Here's 17 to go. Not that we're counting down or anything. Kyle Kirkwood's your leader. Nicastro runs second. Then it's Mazzaferro in third. Morgan Healy fourth. And then it's Ryan Norberg in fifth. Alex Sullivan, another OGP driver, in sixth. Jordan Perry, Sasha Brunwibo, Daniel Monte, and Yao Kuna, who started very high up towards the front in the pre-final, finds himself just barely hanging on inside the top 10 early on here in this main event. Kyle Kirkwood looking good as they head down the back straightaway, and then they'll hit the right-hander hairpin right there. Kyle Kirkwood looks very good right now. I make fun of his haircut, but if you saw it, you would too. Speaking of Yao Kuna a minute ago, as I was, he now is the quickest driver on track, trying to make his way back up to the front. 54.796. He's moving from 10th to 9th. So Nicastro working on Kirkwood. This is a long race. 18-lap main event here, and these guys are flying. It's really all about managing your equipment and your tires mostly. Ryan Norberg, quickest driver on track, 54.180 for the PCR driver. He has gotten around Miss Morgan Healy. She runs 5th, ahead of OGP teammate Alex Sullivan. There's your fight for the lead right there. Kirkwood, Nicastro, Mazzaferro, and Norberg right there through turn 7. Down the back straightaway there, you see him first, second. That's going to be Kirkwood. Almost said Norberg, but I didn't. Nicastro in second. Mazzaferro in third. Nicastro hopping the curbs a little bit. You walk the track here at Orlando, and, man, those turn 11 and 12 curbs right there, they've got some massive speed bumps on those things to really encourage you to stay off of them, I think is the idea there. Because you hit those nice and hard with the left front or right front spindle, and you're going to be driving a little – the steering wheel's going to be a little sideways the rest of the race if you hit those the right way. Good shot of the field right there as they come out of 6, heading for 7. Kirkwood, Nicastro, Mazzaferro. Ryan Norberg quick again, 53.888, as he sets his sights on the Tony Kart of Mazzaferro. And again, really can't say enough right now about Morgan Healy. She's improved a lot on her performance from Miami last month, and she's running solidly inside the top 5. And she kind of got up there after Christian Munoz slowed out of turn 10 with 2 laps to go in the pre-final. She wasn't in the top 5, but Munoz and another driver, I think, fell out of the top 5 or 6, and that bumped Healy up. But, man, they really haven't laid back and rested. They've worked on that cart a lot, her and tuner Chris Enderlin, and that cart is running really well right now, 53.795. She is the third quickest driver in the top 5 right now. Nicastro was a 53.8, and Mazzaferro was a 53.9. She is right there with the leaders as far as lap times. Alex Sullivan, 54.2. He's about a half second off Healy. And then Perry's in 7th. Yao Kuna working his way slowly back up in 8th. And then Christian Munoz, the driver you got to keep an eye on, driver that number 392 Tony Kart. He's running in 9th. And then Sasha Braun-Weibo rounds out the top 10. Kirkwood goes purple, 53.568. So it's Kirkwood, Healy, Sullivan, 3 OGP drivers in the top 10. If my count is correct. I think it is. Carl's helping me count. Kirkwood is OGP. Healy is OGP. And Sullivan is OGP. So that's 3. And they're all in the top 10. Or you could say 3 in the top 6. That's impressive. That's 50% of the top 6 OGP. I may have gotten kicked out of college, but I did take middle school math. And Kirkwood goes quicker again, 53.488. Great lap. And we're showing Morgan Healy up into 3rd. Is that correct? Yes, it is. Morgan Healy running P3 right now after getting around Gianfranco Mazzaferro. So there you see the battle for 3rd place right there. Morgan Healy has gotten around Mazzaferro. And behind Mazzaferro is Ryan Norberg on the PCR, Jordan Perry. And then Munoz up into 7th. We're not even to lap 10 yet of this race, and Munoz is coming on strong. Kirkwood looking good. Purple again, 53.391. That's a heck of a lap. And Nicastro really just hasn't been able to lay down the laps at the start of the race. He's not able to lay down the laps now that he was at the start of the race. He's at a 53.7, 53.8 that time by. Kirkwood's about half a second quicker than him, 4 to 5/10 a second quicker with a 53.4. Healy's at a 53.6, so she's right in the middle, running 3rd. And then Norberg's got a 53.7, Mazzaferro's a 54.4, and Perry's a 54 flat. Kirkwood hauling the mail right now, pulling away. He's got a 1.5 second lead over Nicastro, which is much bigger of a lead than he had against him in Miami. As we continue to look out for Christian Munoz in 392. So as they work lap 11, they're 10 in, 8 to go here. Kirkwood out in front. Nicastro runs 2nd. Healy 3rd. Norberg 4th. Mazzaferro 5th. Perry 6th. Munoz working his way up now into 7th comfortably. Kuna 8th, Leist 9th, Sullivan 10th, Gustavo Raffles in 11th, Jonathan Lost's 12th, Daniel Monte in 13th, Colton Ramsey running well in 14th, and then Brandon Collins completes top 15 right now. And as you see right there, really good shot of Kirkwood just pulling away from Nicastro. He's really kind of in his own zip code right now. And Nicastro can really only sit back and watch and do what he can to keep Morgan Healy from moving up into 2nd. Right now they run Kirkwood, Nicastro, Healy. Healy's about 2 seconds off of Nicastro's back bumper. We're keeping an eye on that to see if she's gaining on 2nd place at all. There you see 2nd place, enter your screen, and 3rd place, Morgan Healy right there. There we go, as we pick up Healy, she runs 3rd. And then 4th place behind her is the PCR driver, Ryan Norberg. And then rounding out your top 5, it's Gianfranco Mazzaferro. And Christian Munoz still lurking somewhere. He currently is scored 7th out on the track right now. Good panorama shot right there of the Orlando Kart Center. As they exit turn 6, you see a group of karts right there come out of 6. They cross back across the straightaway, and then they set up for the right-hander turn number 7. And here come your leaders once again. There's Kirkwood with currently a 3.5 second gap over Nicastro. There's Nicastro sliding out of 4 and 5. Healy, Norberg. There is Morgan working her way through turn 7, heading for the left-hander 8 right there. Then she'll hit the turn 9 right-hander down the back straightaway. And she catches up into frame and then gets on the brakes hard. You see it right there. Her foot comes off the gas. And then if that barrier weren't there, you'd really be able to see a good shot of her footwork coming out of 10, setting up for 11, boom, 12, and now 13, the final corner. Down the front straightaway to begin lap 16 here. Oh, I'm sorry, that'd be beginning lap 15. Lap ahead of myself. Norberg stabilized pretty solidly behind her. He's exactly half a second behind Healy as they run right now. Couple laps to go here. He can keep digging. Norberg last time was a 53.8. She was a 53.9. So right now he's about a tenth a second quicker a lap. And you can do the math at 0.5 of a second, the gap between the two of them, when they cross the line, he'd need about 5 to 6 laps to catch her if he's able to consistently stay a tenth quicker each lap. That's funny. Morgan finished 4th in the pre-final. I saw Chris Enderlin down in Tech. I said, hey, congrats, good run, buddy. And he goes, yeah, tell her that. She says the cart doesn't handle right. And it's just funny. Drivers always looking for the right feel and the just ideal chassis setup to get the cart to do what it wants. But a 4th place run in the pre-final is pretty impressive, and she's looking at a podium right now as they run in this, the round 3 main event. Norberg sits just outside the podium in 4th, and then Mazzaferro completes your top 5. Christian Munoz has gotten passed by Yao Kuna. Munoz looking like he's going to be able to stay right around 7th, 8th area. Not enough time to really move up any higher. Kirkwood goes purple last lap, 53.386. Good lap. Two laps to go, being shown by our starter right there. You see the sticks being shown. 2 laps to go. As we keep an eye on turn 6 right there. There goes Kirkwood, your leader. Andre Nicastro runs in second as he heads out of sixth. Then it's Morgan Healy, Ryan Norberg in fourth. Fifth place, Mazzaferro. Sixth place, Jordan Perry. Yao Kuna runs seventh. And then there is Alex Sullivan in 10th. Matthew Leist runs ninth. Munoz in 8th. And then Gustavo Raffles 11th. Jonathan Law 12th. Monte 13th. Ramsey 14th. And Olivia Horn in 15th. There goes Kirkwood, your leader. Quick again last time by 53.263. Followed by Nicastro. And then we rejoin the battle for third with Morgan Healy. There goes Nicastro, Healy, Norberg. Norberg is cut into the gap. The gap from Healy back to Norberg has gone from half a second to 0.3 of a second. They're going to see the white flag flying. Actually, they already are. Here on lap 17 of the 18-lap main event. So Kirkwood's just got to keep his foot in it and keep it on track, and he's going to be looking at 3 main event wins, going 3 for 3 here. There's Nicastro. There's a good shot of Kirkwood coming through 11 and 12. We're going to try and catch your leader, Kirkwood, as he comes out of 13 and heads down the start-finish straight. There he is. He's going to win. Kyle Kirkwood picks up the main event victory here in round 3. Andre Nicastro comes home second, and there's your shot of third place and fourth place crossing the line. Healy finishes on the podium in third, Norberg fourth, Mazzaferro fifth as the double checkers fly. Sixth place goes to Jordan Perry, Yao Kuna seventh, Munoz settles for eighth, Matthias Leist and Alex Sullivan round out your top 10. Raffles comes home 11th, Jonathan Law 12th, Monte 13th, Ramsey 14th, and Olivia Horn completes the top 15. In 16th, it is Brandon Collins. Sasha Brunwibo comes home 17th after crashing out on lap 10. Zach Banks 18th, and the rest of the field did not make the grid. Theo Jones, Gianmarco Latoni, and Austin Jordan. So that'll do it for our Senior Rock main event. Great race in there, folks, as OGP's Kyle Kirkwood is able to score his third main event victory of the season. Andre Nicastro comes home second, and Miss Morgan Healy finishes on the podium in third. Great run for her. Ryan Norberg fourth, and Mazzaferro rounds out your top 5. So we got a couple carts to pick up, and we will be back with our penultimate main event. Penultimate means second to last, and that's going to be the Rock Shifter Drivers. So stick with us, folks. This is live coverage of the 2015 Cold Stone Florida Winter Tour presented by MG Tires.
You make me smile like the sun, fall out of bed, sing like a bird, dizzy in my head, spin like a record, crazy on a Sunday night. You make me dance like a fool, forget how to breathe, shine like gold, buzz like a bee. Just the thought of you can drive me wild. Oh, you make me smile.
Our Cosmic Carts and OTK parts. Visit us on the web at RollisonPerformanceGroup.com.
The Mazda Road to Indy is the only program of its type in the world. It's designed to advance drivers from the karting ranks all the way to the Verizon IndyCar Series and Indianapolis 500. The Cooper Tires USF 2000 Championship powered by Mazda is the first step, providing its champion with a scholarship to the Pro Mazda Championship presented by Cooper Tires. The Pro Mazda champion receives a scholarship to Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tires, where their champion is guaranteed a 3-race program in the Verizon IndyCar Series, including the Indianapolis 500. Visit USF2000.com for more information.
Orsalon Racing is a proud sponsor of the Florida Winter Tour. It is a great honor to be involved in such a great event. The Orsalon Racing team, founded by pro race car driver Fabio Orsalon, has 3 years of experience and tremendous success. Our team runs off a set of great principles, hard work, dedication, professionalism, and tireless data analysis to help our driver reach their goals. We would like to thank our staff, drivers, and all those who support us endlessly. Orsalon Racing is proof that hard work and dedication are the keys to success.
With multiple national titles in IKF, WK, SCUSA, and Rotax, the Rullison Performance Group put their experience to work for you. Coast to coast, RPG offers the most comprehensive driver development program. From detailed on-track data analysis to trackside coaching for tuners and drivers, RPG's individualized trackside support will improve your results. RPG is an authorized Rotax service center and a top supplier of Cosmic carts and OTK parts. Visit us on the web at RullisonPerformanceGroup.com.
CKT Racing Engines is a full-service two-cycle engine builder and kart shop. From chassis setup to engine tuning to driving style, they are there to help. Their goal is to deliver the best possible service to each and every customer. Whether you're out to win and be the best or just going for personal enjoyment, they can help you get there fast. CKT offers several services to help your team go faster. Your satisfaction and success is important to them, so their quality control standards are high, and the staff is among the best in the sport. They offer an array of services, including engine building, frame tuning, and axle straightening. They also have a state-of-the-art in-house dyno. Jim Perry, the owner and engine builder, has been in the karting business for over 32 years. Since the start, their main goal has always been to educate people who want to get into the competitive sport of high-performance kart racing. They want their customers to learn all they can about the sport and CKT's commitment, so they are ready to race with the best on race day. Not only have drivers associated with CKT won national and world titles, some have also continued on in a variety of auto racing forms. The patience and discipline you'll learn through racing will serve you well throughout the course of your life. Browse around their website and feel free to contact the CKT Racing team if you have any questions about our sport or comments about their products and services, or even if you just want to learn more about becoming involved with kart racing. Visit their website at www.cktracing.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's our next to last main event, Senior Rock Shifter, and the flag is dropped, and we are racing. Great start again for Nelson Piquet. He's been nailing the starts today, getting around Rubens Barrichello from the outside of row number 1, and this is the Senior Rock Shifter main event. We got one last one coming up. It's going to be the Mini Rock drivers, and that's going to be a really good race, as evidenced by their heat races they've run so far already. Good shot of Ryan Kinnear right there, Rodney Berryhill's driver from Champion Racing, as he makes his way around the track. But Nelson Piquet, man, really nailed the start right there, getting around Barrichello off the line. And you don't want to be in a red light contest with that dude, man, because he knows how to step on the gas and let the clutch out. There he is, your leader, Piquet. Barrichello is going to go to work on catching him, but the first lap is going to be led by Piquet. Barrichello runs second. Donche up into third. Myers on the PCR runs fourth. And then Danny Formal, who was forced to retire from the pre-final due to mechanical issues, he's back and in action in fifth. And bad luck for your Master Rock Shifter winner, Richard Highstand. He's out early. Didn't see what happened to him. Think he made the grid. And no Garrison. Austin Garrison, where are you? You should be out there. If you're fishing right now, I'm going to be upset. So no Garrison and no high stand. That is dramatic, to put it lightly. The battle for the lead, though, is the one we're watching. PK out in front, being chased down by Barrichello. Barrichello quickest that time by 51.816. So there's the battle right there. Coming down into 7, Barrichello's gotten around PK. New leader, Rubens Barrichello. And Nelson PK slots into 2nd. Milan Donche runs in 3rd. If you're watching the monitors back home, we're going with the old school retro look with the black and white. Oh, there we go. There's some color. So Barrichello and PK all over each other on the exit of 10 right there. They're going to head down the straightaway. 11, boom, 12, now 13. Barrichello is going to get credit with leading this lap. And then Donche runs in 3rd. 4th place, the PCR Myers. And then Danny Formal runs in 5th. The big news so far in this race, no Austin Garrison. The OGP driver who ran so well in Miami and was really on pace this weekend to start things off is not able to make the grid due to transmission issues, I'm being told. So that's really tough luck for young Garrison to skip the 3rd round main event. And again, it's due to transmission issues, we're being told. That's why he did not get off the grid. You'd hate to see that. The race will go on, though. It's Rubens Barrichello and Nelson PK. PK is getting a lot of pressure right now from Milan Donche. That's the fight for 2nd. Donche runs in 3rd. PK occupying the 2nd spot. Got a great hole shot off the line to lead the opening lap and a half. And then it was Barrichello getting around him. Barrichello leads out of 4 through 5, 6. Now down through the sweeper, 7. Really gets that kart set up well to sit down in the corner the way he wants it to. PK, Donche, Myers, and Formal. A very stacked top 5 of drivers here. It's going to be a really good last 2 main events, folks. This race and the Mini Rock main event. The Mini Rock heat races have just been killer. Each one of them, the last laps have been very exciting. And Mini Rock drivers, we're looking forward to it. Guys, just clean start is all we ask. Get the race started, get through the first couple corners, and then let's get after it. Their race is going to be our final one of the day. We had a bit of a tough time getting that race started in Miami on Sunday last month. 4 attempts at a green flag. It finally worked on the 4th one. That's why we stopped after 4. We didn't see a need to continue attempting to start the race when it worked. Formal really just trying to get underneath Myers' skin right now. It's the 2 Americans running 4th and 5th. Donche in 3rd. And then PK and Barrichello all adding to the international flavor
CKT Racing
Florida
Engines
Winter
is
Tour
a
has been known
full-service
for
two-cycle
so
engine
long,
builder and kart shop.
attracting drivers from all
chassis
over the
setup to
country
engine
and
tuning
all
to
over the
driving
world.
style. They are there to help.
And if you
Their
don't think
goal is
drivers
to
are coming
deliver
from
the
all
best
over the
possible
world, just try
service to
pronounce some of
each
their
and every
names, folks.
customer.
I can't
Whether
do
you're
it.
out to win
Maybe
and be
you
the
can.
best or
I
just
mean,
going
yeah,
for
names like
personal
Garrison,
enjoyment,
those are easy, but
they
he's
can
not
help
even
you
out there
get
right
there
now.
fast. CKT offers several services
There
to
is
help
not.
your team go faster.
Carl Rickert brings up a
Your
great
satisfaction
point. If you
and
look at the
success
end of it, there's
is
not a
important to
single
them.
Smith entered
So
this
their
weekend.
quality
That's-
control standards
that's
are
tough.
high, and the
No
staff
Smith.
is among the best in the
We need
sport.
some more generic names.
They offer
folks.
an array of services, including engine building, frame tuning, and axle straightening. They also have a state-of-the-art in-house dyno. Jim Perry, the owner and engine builder, has been in the karting business for over 32 years. Since the start, their main goal has
Rubens
always been to
Barrichello goes
educate
quicker
people who
this
want to get
time.
into the
Fastest kart
competitive
out on the track,
sport
51
of high-performance kart racing.
037.
They want their
TPK's
customers to learn
51-19. So very close in lap time still, but Barrichello able to edge it out just a little bit by little. The 10th here, half a 10th here, and that's why he is currently working with a 1.2 second lead that is going to get a lot bigger this time by. PK's been able to pull away from Donche just a bit, but definitely not closing up on Barrichello whatsoever. The gap last time by was 1.2 seconds. I'm going to be interested to see what it is this time. They come out of 10, head down the straightaway, hit 11, 12, now set up for 13. The last corner, out they go. 1.2 seconds was the gap. Let's see what it is here. Doesn't grow that much, 1.3 seconds, so increasing by about a tenth. Barrichello was a 51 flat there, and PK was a 51.2. So about a tenth and a half quicker each lap Barrichello is than PK. And then Donche runs in third. Myers is in fourth. Formal is in fifth. Then Ryan Kinnear runs sixth. Nicholas Latifi seventh. Colin Daly eighth. Gottsacker ninth. And Dominic Legrand completes the top 10 here in the Senior Rock Shifter main event. Working lap 9 right now. We'll come across to see that number. Myers doing a good job catching up to Milan Donche. That's the race you're watching right now. Good battle right there. Donche is in the black suit with the green highlights on the PSL represented cart. I guess it's maybe not so forbidden to talk about anymore now that we're out of Miami and a deal has been reached. PSL Karting obviously ending their long-standing relationship with CRG, and they have now partnered up with the Burrell chassis line. So Andrew Campbell and Stefan and Dominic and all those guys over there at PSL will now be dealing and supporting the Burrell chassis line. They expect to have their new paint scheme and livery and graphics kit ready by Ocala next month in March. So that's exciting, and it's good for them. Donche, while I'm talking about his team, slipped from third to fifth as Myers and Formal have both gotten around. So AJ Myers occupies the third step on the podium. 8 laps to go here. Rubens Barrichello out in front. Nobody's got anything for him. Patrick Hayek, who had a very successful weekend in Miami last month, not able to make it. The Praga driver not here this round. That leaves the door wide open for Barrichello. And, man, you hate to see it again. Austin Garrison not able to get off the grid due to transmission issues. This main event, the long races, I think really play into Garrison's favor. He sometimes has less than stellar opening stages of races. But these long races, I think, suit his driving style and definitely how they set the karts up. So we'll have to wait till tomorrow to see what he can do in terms of running with guys like Barrichello and Piquet and Myers. Him and Formal were close. Him and Myers were close. And he was right there ready to start nipping on the heels of Piquet and Barrichello. So that will have to wait until tomorrow. But you know what they say, Carl. Tomorrow, you're only a day away. I was going to start singing, but you're also right. Tomorrow's another day. You had a crush on Annie? Man, that's proof of how old you are. Christ. Rubens Barrichello leads. And then it's Nelson Piquet still holding solid right there in second. AJ Myers really looking good in third. Danny Formal fourth. Milan Donche slipped from third to fifth. And then Ryan Kinnear running sixth. Latifi seventh. Daly in eighth. Gottsacker ninth. And Bedoso moving up into the 10th position. Dominic Legrand runs 11th. And then our two drivers who were not able to make it to the green flag, Richard Highstand and Austin Garrison. So we're keeping an eye on the 428 of A.J. Myers, possibly a loose gas cap, is kind of the reports we're getting from down on the track right now. The plot thickens here in Senior Shifter as we're watching the leaders right now. There goes Barrichello and Piquet. Myers runs third. There you go, a good shot of A.J. Myers running in third place. The zoom on our livecarts.com cameras, unfortunately, is not that strong. But we are hearing a little bit of chatter from the officials that maybe something is just a little loose there. Good shot of A.J. Myers. A.J. coming off a really good 2014, had a lot of good runs at a lot of big races, and really represented America well at some of the international shifter fields he competed in. And he's doing the same right now. He's the highest running American right now. Barrichello is Brazilian, and I'm pretty sure Piquet is as well. And it's AJ and Daniel running third and fourth right now. Myers and Formal, the highest running Americans, having to help out due to the lack of Garrison in this race. And then Milan Donche runs fifth. Kinnear is in sixth. Latifi seventh. Yeah, actually, if you look at it, I don't know Milan Donche's nationality. Ryan Kinnear lives and works in America, but he's technically from Scotland. Latifi's Canadian. Daly we're debating is either Jamaican or Bermudian, so he's not from this country. And then it's Harry Gottsacker in ninth, who's from America. Bedoso's an American. Legrand, is he Canadian? I'm not sure. And Richard Highstand is American. So really just an impressively international field. Coming to see the white flag this time by. 1 lap to go in this, the Shifter Rock Senior main event. Cam Egger reaching for the white flag. You see it right there. When we come back to it, you'll see the white flag flying. There's your leader, Barrichello, coming out of the dog leg. He's going to hit the starter stand right now. White flag flies. 1 lap to go. There was Myers, Formal, and Donche. Here comes Ryan Kinnear and Nicholas Latifi. We're going to pick up Colin Daly. Harry Gottsacker waiting on Andrew Bedoso to round out the top 10. There we go. Followed by Dominic Legrand. And that is the last of the running carts. No Highstand or Garrison. So we pick back up with our leader, Rubens Barrichello, as he makes his way out of turn 9 down the back straightaway. He'll get on the brakes and get ready for the turn 10 hairpin. There he goes, out of that nice and cleanly. And he's going to hit the S's. The left-hander 11, right-hander 12. He'll set up for the final corner, turn 13. And coming out of the last corner, he's going to score the round 3 main event victory. Rubens Barrichello, your winner. Coming home in second place, it's going to be Nelson Piquet, followed by A.J. Myers on the podium. Then Danny Formal comes home fourth, and Milan Donche rounds out your top 5. Ryan Kinnear comes home 6th, Nick Latifi 7th, Colin Daly 8th, Harry Gottsacker 9th, and Andrew Bedoso finishes in 10th. So the shifters hit the scale line underneath us here as Rubens Barrichello picks up the big round 3 main event win. Good for Rubens. Nelson comes home second after a great start to the race, and A.J. Myers holds on to finish on the podium in third place. Great run for all those drivers. Danny Formal comes home fourth, and Milan Donche finishes in 5th. So great racing in our senior shifter main event. One last race coming up, folks. It is the Mini Rock main event. Nick D'Orlando, you got a shout out from Mr. Peyton Durant. So he's cheering on his Kuna USA teammates from back home in Utah. Nick D'Orlando starting on the outside of the front row, getting a good luck wish from Peyton Durant and the Durant family. He's going to start alongside Johnny Edgar, and that Mini Rock main event coming to you next here. Our final main event of the day from Orlando. This is live coverage of the 2015 Cold Stone Florida Winter Tour, presented by the one and only MG Tires. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble. It's the last main event of the day. It is the Mini Rock Drivers. This is going to be a good one. If I told you something was a good one, you'd think it's going to be good. And that's exactly what this race is going to be. Johnny Edgar and Nick D'Orlando are the front two drivers in the championship chase, and they're bringing you down for the start of this race. And someone just lost a bumper coming down the back straightaway. That was cool. Johnny Edgar and Nick D'Orlando start on the front row. Lachlan DeFrancesco and Jack Crawford make up row number 2. Then it's Reese Gold and Matthew Latifi starting 5th and 6th. Patrick Woods-Toth and his CRG line up 7th with Wesley Mason and the Bennick in 8th. Derek Carmenente and Sam Mayer fill out your top 10. That's a good-looking grid coming at you right there, folks. Valeria Vargas, 11th. Sebastian Rodriguez, 12th. Alessandro Famularo, 13th. Tyler Gonzalez, 14th. Dylan Gennaro, 15th. Jeremy Fairbairn, 16th. Tyler Maxon and Henry Cubitus make up row 9. And starting 19th and 20th, it's Anthony Zappone and Robert Noker III. One last main event to go today, folks. Let's get ready to throw down. It is the Mini Rock main event. Green, green, green. Edgar gets a good jump down into 1. D'Orlando not so fortunate. He's going to lose a few spots off the start once again, but it's a long main event. 14 laps scheduled for these Mini Rock drivers, and they all get away cleanly. And we are racing. Let's take a look as they come out of 6 and head up for 7. That's Edgar, followed by what I want to say is DeFrancesco in the Bennett. And, man, so many karts just coming out of 6, heading through 7 right now, the carousel corner. And they tighten up for 8 and 9, and then down the back straightaway they go as the sun is just beginning to start to set here in Orlando. Reese Gold racing for 3rd right there. He's actually trying to get up into the 2nd spot. That's Lachlan DeFrancesco, I want to say, aboard the Bennett cart in 2nd place. I believe it is. Crawford right there racing with D'Orlando. D'Orlando to the inside of Crawford. They're trying to race for 5th right there. D'Orlando's trying to get on the inside of Crawford. DeFrancesco runs 2nd with Reese Gold right behind him. Then it's Latifi. And then that battle for 5th we're talking about, consisting of Nick D'Orlando and Jack Crawford. Bunch of karts going side by side right there on the exit of 4. There's your leader, Edgar. Then it's DeFrancesco and Gold. Latifi in 4th. And then show me my 5th place driver. It looks like Crawford. We got one driver coming off track exit. He is missing a front bumper. So one driver out already. We saw that front bumper come off on the pace lap. You can't continue without all the necessary body work. There's your front 4 coming out of 7, or coming out of 13, heading down the front straightaway. There's your leader, Edgar, DeFrancesco, Gold, Latifi, quickest on track. And it's Crawford and D'Orlando. I understand DeFrancesco and D'Orlando sound very similar, but they are different drivers, and they are fighting for the same thing right now, a win in the Mini Rock main event. 14 laps scheduled here. Edgar was really solid in Miami, and he's trying to stay solid here in Orlando, the Florida Winter Tour, taking us to all of the coolest and hippest spots in Florida. We got one driver off. He's up and out of his cart, and he's very upset. He looked to be running towards the front to mid part of the pack, so we'll see who drops from the running order. Yellow flag flying at the end of the back straightaway. We must have a driver around in 10, but the fight at the front is what we continue to watch. Let's see if we lose a driver here as they cycle across the line. Your front 3 are glued together. It's Edgar, DeFrancesco, Gold, and then Latifi not too far back. I think it's Rodriguez. Yep, it's Sebastian Rodriguez, the driver we've lost. He was up inside the top 10, and he sits in his cart between turn 6 and the entry to 7. So unfortunately, Sebastian Rodriguez, and he's gonna keep it rolling and drive away. He's right behind a set of barriers that make the corner station. That's very risky to pull out right there. They're gonna hold him till the traffic goes by. He's already a lap, maybe 2 laps down. They're gonna take him out of the cart. His race is done. You hate to see that for Rodriguez, but it just wasn't practical for him to come back into the race. Battle for the lead up front. It's DeFrancesco and Edgar. Edgar still holds the spot. DeFrancesco's there. Then it's Gold and Latifi. Crawford and D'Orlando, your front 6. That is the lead pack we're watching right now. They head down the front straightaway. They're going to set up for turn 1. Edgar out in front, but for how long? DeFrancesco's there, and so is Gold. And for the second lap in a row, D'Orlando is your quickest driver. Oh, and Reese Gold's going to move up into second. DeFrancesco's going to lose a spot. Gold looks to the inside in 7 or in 6 for the lead, stays in line. Edgar's still your leader. Gold second. DeFrancesco third. Latifi fourth. D'Orlando has gotten around Crawford for fifth, bumping Crawford to sixth. Crawford, your quickest kid out on the track, 59.962. I feel weird saying your quickest man out on track. I think he's like 11 years old, all right? That's why I say that. And plus, we have both young men and young women racing. Reese Gold is really giving Johnny Edgar the pressure right now. He's putting him to the screws, or he's putting the screws to him. That's the saying. Gold trying to make an attempt for the lead here. That's the battle you see on your monitor. Out of 2. They hit the left-hander 3. Now they set up for 4. And it looks like D'Orlando has also gotten around. I want to say he runs third right now. Yes, he does. That's D'Orlando in third place right now. Latifi fourth, Crawford fifth, and it's actually DeFrancesco who has slipped all the way to sixth. So the wheels never stop spinning here in Mini Rock, folks. It's always action-packed. Out of turn 10, down the straightaway. Gold right there. The way they come out of the corner, it looks like they're side by side, but they're not. They're just very close in line, and D'Orlando is digging, and he's going to beat a Gold's back bumper by the time they get to turn 1. Gold pulls out to the inside, going down the start-finish straightaway. No contest. Gold takes the lead. He's through, folks. Edgar now back to second for the first time this main event. D'Orlando's there also. Championship implications on the line. D'Orlando to the inside. He got second. Now he sets his sights on Reese Gold. There you see it, Gold, D'Orlando, and Latifi up into third with them as well. Crawford back to fourth. And then I want to say DeFrancesco and Edgar back there at the end of that pack. Going down the back straightaway, into 10. Gold holds the spot. D'Orlando runs second. Latifi, Crawford, and then it looks like DeFrancesco. No. Edgar DeFrancesco, I think is how they run at the back part of that front train right now. Gold leads D'Orlando. And it is Edgar, then DeFrancesco. So I was correct. Edgar runs fifth, DeFrancesco behind him in sixth, but DeFrancesco pulls out to take a look as they roll through 4. We've got a new leader. It is Nicholas D'Orlando, the Kuna USA driver, to the point. He brings Latifi with him. It's 3 Tony Karts out in front, followed by 3 Bennecks. D'Orlando, Latifi, and Gold on the Tony Karts. Then it's Crawford, Edgar, and DeFrancesco on the Bennecks. If you like Tony Karts or Bennecks, this is the race you should be watching right now. Now that D'Orlando is out in front and has clean air, will he pull away, or will the pack drafting behind him be able to keep him within arm's distance? Through 3, now heading down into turn 4. It's D'Orlando, your leader. Latifi runs second. Reese Gold back in third. Jack Crawford holding on in fourth with the Benneck. DeFrancesco fifth. Johnny Edgar, your early leader, runs sixth. They come through 7, heading for 8, 9, and now the back straightaway. D'Orlando out in front, looking very good. He got shuffled off pole at the start of the race. Now Reese Gold makes an attempt for second down the back straightaway. Or actually that's an attempt for third as he's having to hold off the Benneck drivers. D'Orlando and Latifi side by side on the exit of 10. They're into the S's. 11, 12, now 13. Gold's up into second. D'Orlando, your leader. Latifi back to third. And then it's the Benneck drivers running 4th, 5th, and 6th. But D'Orlando working his way from 6th all the way back up to 1st here, as we are currently working lap number 10, 4 to go in this main event for Mini Rock drivers, our last race of the day. Good racing right here. Latifi, your leader. DeFrancesco, D'Orlando's gotten shuffled back to 4th. As they head down the back straightaway, we're working the last couple laps of this main event, folks. This is the Mini Rock Round 3 main event. And as I talked about, championship implications on the line. Johnny Edgar enters this race as the point leader with a slim margin over D'Orlando based on the main events they split down the middle in Miami. But Edgar, thanks to his performance in the heat races, holds the championship lead ever so slightly before round 3 began. And then you have to factor in today's qualifying, the heats, and obviously where they're going to finish at the end of this one to see where the championship chase shakes out. Now a battle for the lead. It's going to change hands through turn 4 as they head up. That looks like Jack Crawford getting around Latifi, and they're all changing positions the entire time here in these last couple laps. No, it's Latifi back to the front. And then DeFrancesco running in second. I'm having a hard time telling the difference between DeFrancesco and Edgar. D'Orlando trying to get around Crawford. He does just that and brings help with him. So we're going to see here, again, having a bit of a hard time distinguishing between the Benek drivers, DeFrancesco and Edgar. That looks like Edgar running in second right there. We'll see. It's DeFrancesco in second. So for once, I was right. A broken clock is right once, maybe twice a day, if it's digital. Looks like we're being shown not 2 to go just yet. We're working lap 12 right now. So we should be seeing the 2 to go. White flag should fly this time. Our leader's working through 7, 8, 9, and then they'll head down the back straightaway. There you see him right there. Latifi. DeFrancesco pulls to the inside, going into 10. He's got it. DeFrancesco, your new leader. But Latifi swings right back underneath him. They're side by side into the S's. Who's going to give? Lead goes to Latifi. Tony Kart with the advantage. Then it's DeFrancesco, D'Orlando, Edgar, and Crawford. They come down to see the white. No, that's 2 to go right there. So 2 laps to go. As we are now working lap 13. D'Orlando looks to the inside for second. He's there on 3, and he's got it. D'Orlando now up into second. He sets his sights on Latifi. 2 Tony Kart drivers battling for the lead right now. He's got to be defensive while still chasing down the leader. Latifi with a nice gap right now over D'Orlando as they head for 9 and down the back straightaway. They're going to see the white flag flying this time by. So much jostling going on behind them right now. It's tough to keep an eye on who exactly is where. There you see Latifi coming out of the final corner. He's going to hit the dog leg and head down the start-finish straightaway to see the white flag flying. 1 lap to go here. There you see it. Latifi. D'Orlando runs in second, and he's trying to keep Edgar behind him. Good run. Latifi out of 4. They head for 5 and 6. They'll turn the left-hander, come back across the straightaway to set up for the right-handed sweeping turn number 7. Latifi, D'Orlando. Can D'Orlando close up the gap? They head down the back straightaway. Let's see the gap this time by. Oh, man, D'Orlando really good out of 9. This is his last chance. Oh, and Latifi takes a very defensive line down into 10. That's the right thing to do. But he slides wide. D'Orlando through to the lead. Last lap, D'Orlando's got the lead. Latifi slung way too wide, out of 10, and out of the final corner. Latifi's going to get second back, but the lead and the victory is going to go to the Tony Kart driver, Nicholas D'Orlando. Wow, when playing it safe goes wrong. The Mini Rock story. Oh, Latifi, he hung such a tight line on the entry into 10, but he carried just a bit too much speed on the exit and he slid wide, and Nicholas D'Orlando is going to get 2 out of 3 main event victories here at the halfway point of the Florida Winter Tour in Mini Rock, and that's really going to change the championship fight between he and Edgar. Wow, this Mini Rock class has been some of the best racing we've seen through the first 3 rounds here at the Florida Winter Tour. It is such a good group of kids to watch race, and it's been a lot of fun. Nick D'Orlando picks up the victory. Matthew Latifi settles for second after holding off Johnny Edgar. Lachlan DeFrancesco and Wesley Mason round out the top 5. Jack Crawford comes home 6th. Reese Gold 7th. Valeria Vargas 8th. Patrick Woods Toth and Jeremy Fairbairn round out your top 10. Henry Cubitus comes home 11th. Sam Mayer 12th. Alessandro Famularo 13th. Tyler Maxon and Tyler Gonzalez are your top 15 here in Mini Rock. So that'll do it. No consolation race for the Mini Rock drivers. We ran everybody we had in that main event. We got a few carts to pick up, but that'll do it here from our round 3 of the 2015 Cold Stone Florida Winter Tour presented by MG Tires. Folks back at home, thank you so much for tuning in and watching today. This again was live coverage of the 3rd round of the 2015 Cold Stone Florida Winter Tour. We will be right back here tomorrow for round 4, so don't go anywhere. We're going to be right here in Orlando, and we will see you back here tomorrow. Thanks a bunch for tuning in, folks. For Carl Rickert, I'm Tony Laporta. Garrett Potter's in the room also. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Thanks a bunch, guys.
With multiple national titles in IKF, WK, SCUSA, and Rotax, the Rullison Performance Group put their experience to work for you. Coast to coast, RPG offers the most comprehensive driver development program. From detailed on-track data analysis to trackside coaching for tuners and drivers, RPG's individualized trackside support will improve your results. RPG is an authorized Rotax service center and a top supplier of Cosmic carts and OTK parts. Visit us on the web at RullisonPerformanceGroup.com.
The Mazda Road to Indy is the only program of its type in the world. It's designed to advance drivers from the karting ranks all the way to the Verizon IndyCar Series and Indianapolis 500. The Cooper Tires USF 2000 Championship powered by Mazda is the first step, providing its champion with a scholarship to the Pro Mazda Championship presented by Cooper Tires. The Pro Mazda champion receives a scholarship to Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tires, where their champion is guaranteed a 3-race program in the Verizon IndyCar Series, including the Indianapolis 500. Visit USF2000.com for more information.
Orsalon Racing is a proud sponsor of the Florida Winter Tour. It is a great honor to be involved in such a great event. The Orsalon Racing team, founded by pro race car driver Fabio Orsalon, has 3 years of experience and tremendous success. Our team runs off a set of great principles, hard work, dedication, professionalism, and tireless data analysis to help our driver reach their goals. We would like to thank our staff, drivers, and all those who support us endlessly. Orsalon Racing is proof that hard work and dedication are the keys to success.
You make me smile like the sun before